We are live. We're here with Red Pill Radio and Tico, Tren, Red Pill, and the topic today is going to be toddlers and tiaras. The cuties before cuties was cuties. Oh my god, this is a whole entire hot mess.
Well, you know what I mean. The thing that's interesting about this, and we spoke about this before, Tico, was this, of course, this idea that this happened again a whole decade before we had this whole issue come out with the Netflix scandal, um, and of course,
Yeah,
the reason that this really didn't get any press, and mind you, when you juxtaposition, compare this to the Netflix scandal, as soon as it right off the press, you know what I mean, as soon as it was put out there, immediately it was squashed by social media and whatnot. But as we're talking now about the toddlers and tiaras, we're going back a whole decade, and
yeah,
this was before the proliferation of social media and whatnot. So this show was essentially allowed to go on from 2009 to, I believe, 2013, and then reappeared again in 2016. So we have years and years of this nonsense going on, and it really wasn't addressed except for maybe primarily more conservative online magazines and whatnot. But again, because the social media wasn't as big back then, it didn't get the negative flack, and that's why this nonsense was allowed to go on. And like you said, it is much worse than, say, the Netflix, because we're talking about children that are 3, 4, 5 years old. It is. It's a disturbing aspect of society that we've fallen so far that we've allowed these things to go on like that.
yeah, and it's very sad that that's actually a thing. And I'm still in all that actually would they actually let that slide. Like that had to go through a lot of hands to let that be actual thing. That had to have had. Like I can't see it not going through a bunch of hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just wow.
Oh, I mean, and not only that. I mean, the all of these things, of course, are a grooming strategy. But here's a question, though. I mean, we think about some of the demographics of individuals who may have watched this show. Um, what does that say about essentially? When we go back to 2010, the women at that time would have been, say, young mothers, more than likely watching that show. Correct?
Mm,
Eh,
that,
I'm assuming. I mean, I'm assuming that it would be young mothers, maybe in their late 20s. So you're talking, um, you know, essentially early, or I should say late millennials and whatnot. I mean, to think that this show actually had an audience for as many years as it did, again from 2009. I mean, and then the 2013, you're talking about a 4-year run. You look at some of the you look at some of the some of the controversy surrounding this show. Um, they would sit there and they would pad these little girls' the breasts, or the buttocks and whatnot, to try to
yeah,
accentuate more obviously adult features and whatnot. And to think that there was this that the mothers, not when we say the mothers, but we gotta understand there's fathers involved too. I mean, we can't dismiss the fact
oh yeah, we can.
that the that there wasn't fathers involved of these children who would allow this to happen for fame. And that says something about really the incursion of the blue pill mindset within men. Because I can tell you right now, if this was my father, say when we were children or whatnot, it would never have flied. I mean, I know if you're from a foreign country, so I mean, it'd be different even there also. But I'm saying in America specifically, 30 years ago, this would never have happened. I mean, this would never have been allowed. No father would allow their little girl to be put and exploited
Yeah,
like this for money.
definitely not. Shoot, I couldn't even see myself. Oh man, I had a problem with letting my daughters do like freaking ballet and stuff like that, and gymnastics when they were growing up. Like I
Right.
couldn't even see my daughters doing this crap. Like
Yeah. Yeah. Good. I see you got the quote up there from Chrissy Teigen. Yeah. Seeing little girls do the half splits naked is just, dot, dot, dot. I want to put myself in jail. I mean, if you really think about this, I mean, this is the illness of, this, let's just face it, and what it is. It is pedophilia. And
oh, definitely. There's a chick that actually writes something before that saying Christy Teigen's a pedophile or something like that. And she got other rants going. Christy Teigen got other rants going on about this on Twitter, talking about how are you gonna call me this, that, and the other? And it's like I was like, oh wow, lady, just stop before you dig yourself in too deep. Like really.
Yeah. Um, what's interesting is that this is, also in this tweet, if you look off to the right of it, it says liberal, not lefty. It says Toddlers and Tiaras is a show made famous by predominantly conservative Americans in the South.
True.
That's very, I mean, it's very interesting, that this comment is that this liberal, not lefty had made. I don't know if it's necessarily true, but it does say that the landscape, not only just America, but the West in general, has devolved into this. I mean, let's just use the word that we should use, and that's just deviant nature. Um,
Yeah.
when you record now, when they're recording these shows, again, as we said, like the last time, I mean, there's so many people whose hands are involved, and yet nobody would say anything.
Yeah. Nobody even stopped it. Nobody even said, wait a minute. Like nobody even said, wait, what? We're doing what again? Like I'm pretty sure, like even the costume designers, because if you actually watch the previews to this, which I'm trying to avoid watching,
Yeah,
so I'm trying to avoid like strikes and shit. But they literally got little girls in two-piece bathing suits. Two-piece bathing suits, my dude.
yeah. Put that into perspective. I mean, that's something that that wouldn't. I don't know, that just wouldn't fly. I mean, again,
Like,
what's interesting is, I mean, we've discussed this too many times on other streams and whatnot. Is this everything correlates with essentially, the fourth wave feminist movement? It really was the turning point, into this next phase. Um, I find it also very interesting is that I know from you when I was at university and you'd speak with these feminists because you had to, or you had to take one of these, feminist classes, these women's classes, whatever. These feminists would claim that any kind of, sexual interaction between two adults, mind you, between an adult male and adult female is considered rape.
yeah,
However,
they did.
however, these hypocrites find that there's no problem when it's between an adult and a child. So really, when you look at that, really what they're trying to do is they're trying to, again, destroy, the whole masculine identity. You can say that an adult male and an adult female, well, that's rape. But if it's a child, it's not. The target has always been, against, like I said, against the adult male.
Definitely.
And so they have no problem with perversion. The left and these feminists never, again, they try to get on their high horse and they try to say like, oh, men are all rapists. Men are just, misogynistic. We're just looked at sex objects. Well, it's funny. You say you're looked at sex objects, but you have no problem with this in particular show. What you're doing is you're sexualizing little girls.
Yeah.
See, the hypocrisy is jarring.
It definitely very much is. And I was looking that up when they said when I was checking out the when you said about the post that's up about the southern conservatives.
Yeah.
It's actually southern liberals that actually seem conservative. Because usually most of the women in the South they tend to seem very conservative because of the whole entire, what they refer to it as the Southern Belle or the Southern thing, the whole entire Southern hospitality or the
Right.
whole entire Southern thing. They appear to be like conservative for that reason, but it was like just liberals basically that were really pushing this whole entire thing.
Right. It's essentially the whole chameleon concept.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at it like, oh god, because Honey Boo Boo's apparently not. Apparently, she's not a right leaning person.
Yeah.
Well, not Honey Boo Boo herself, but her mother.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, that show again was an offshoot of Toddlers and Tiaras. Most people,
yeah,
right. A lot of this, again, we go back to some of the, or not go back, I say in recent times, we'll go to some of the new laws that are being written specifically, of course, from the twin leftist states. You have New York and California,
Uh-huh.
and specifically say California and whatnot. There's this idea of this Equality Act.
Mm.
It's a bill that's coming out that would declare things like homosexuality and gender confusion, to be these federal civil rights, on the equivalent scale of say race, religion, national origin, whatever. The problem with that is that, again, most of us, in the manosphere, number one, we don't hate women, number one, and number two, we don't care what your orientation is. We really don't. The problem is when you're elevating your status to that of say something that say like race or ethnicity, something that there's no equality. There's no reason for that to be equitable with something like that. You know what I mean? There wasn't a time when people that engaged in this lifestyle were ever enslaved. They were never they were never a second class citizen, in the sense that this is something that isn't expressed outward. For example, if Tico Tren walks down the street, I can say Tico obviously is black. I don't know I wouldn't know your ethnicity, but you told me obviously from Hispanic, but I wouldn't know that, but I would be able to go, okay, Tico is black. But you can't say, well, oh, so and so is gay, or so and so is whatever, because that's something that isn't projected on the outside. That's something that's internal. And yet they try to make an equivalent, they try to make this equivalent. The whole reason for this is basically, I'm going to get you to the point I'm trying to get to. Ultimately, the goal is to make the straight male to have absolutely no rights, and everyone else to have rights above everyone else.
Yeah, definitely.
But the other problem with this Equality Act is that it opens the door to the acceptance of pedophilia, because there's already been these talks of, well, if so and so can't control themselves and they're not hurting anybody, blah blah blah, why should we make it illegal? And this is the point we're at in history. And my fear, of course, is that the next chapter, or what we would call fifth wave feminism, is really being pushed right now. I mean, again, I don't believe Trump is a savior, but I do believe that he was the last bastion of anything that could prevent this. I think the fifth wave feminism is what's coming next, and it's going to be absolute debauchery on the level of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Oh, definitely, most definitely.
Yeah.
It's like, I just can't, like, wow. It just amazes me, like, what actually get past this TV, because, like, this wouldn't even slide in Latin America. Like,
no, but
we let a lot of, like a good example of that is, like, if you watch anime in Latin America, they don't take out none of the stuff that they would take out in America, but the stuff like Toddlers Tiaras would not fly in Latin America, for the fact that there's a lot of people that die over people's family members in Latin America.
Right.
Good example I was talking about a long time ago in Costa Rica. They made a rule. They made this a law where if a woman feels disrespected, she reported to the police, just so they can stave off the murders that came with disrespecting somebody's daughter. Like, think about that. People are literally murdering people over disrespecting their daughters in Costa Rica. So they made a law that women can actually report to the police to stave off all those murders from that crap. Like, think about that. That's just, like, mind blowing.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, there's certain things that just don't fly. I mean, you look at that in the prison system. You're a dead man walking if you go to jail for these things.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I mean, it's always been, or I shouldn't say it's always been, but in modern times, it's always been known that there's certain taboos that you just don't do. There's things that you don't engage in, and of course, there was, if the justice system didn't execute, the correct justice upon onto the perpetrator, once you're in jail, the correct justice would be applied.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you fast forward to today. Again, these Chrissy Teigens, again, these shows like Toddlers and Tiara, and again, that you talking about that was 10 years ago, and it's shocking that it's been that long. Long for this Netflix cuties. Again, this is setting up what can only be perceived as is the next phase of the feminist agenda, which is the fifth wave feminist agenda. And again, this is why we have all these laws, particularly coming again, as I said, between what I call like the two heads of Satan, if you will, which is of course California and New York. And MAGA Man knows about this. He knows about New York, and I do too, MAGA Man. Well, being one of the heads of the of Satan is what I like to call them. Again, promoting these in particular laws on the books to promote this agenda.
I think the craziest law I heard thus far was New York's abortion law. You can actually get an abortion all the way up until after the child is born.
That's correct. That's correct. And you think about this. So what really is their view of children when you have shows like this? And this is a good question, everybody who's listening to. What is this show about the concern for children regarding the left when they, number one, they openly sexualize them with, again, shows like Toddlers and Tiaras and Netflix cuties, and at the same time have no problem aborting them up to a year after.
Yeah.
And yet these same Democrats are the ones that say, we're here for the children. What do you mean you're here for the children? You mean to murder them?
Yeah, apparently that's what they're here for. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm hearing.
Of course, this goes into the deep into the black pill. This is like areas where black pill on steroids goes into, because this asks the question.
Adrenochrome.
Yeah, it goes into the deep questions. How can this leftist group both promote the murder of children and the sexualization of children, unless you're talking about, again, you're venturing into these ideas of Pizzagate. You're entering into these ideas of the elite engaging in these things. Yeah. And this is a scary topic. Again, a lot of people that are red pill and MGTOW, they don't want to go. They don't want to go down that next rabbit hole. They just want to end here. They just want to say, okay, this show is just about leftism. This show is just about, liberalism. It's just about feminism. Well, there's another layer to this. There's a level which goes which goes much higher. And now if you want to go there, we can go there. I know MAGA Man said, let me in, dude. I have a lot to say on this subject.
Yeah.
That's up to you. It's your show, Teak.
Let's see. Well, I'll let him in. Especially because he has a daughter.
Yeah.
We'll definitely let him in for this one. Paste.
Yeah, but like I said, this goes in. Like I said, this asks another level, because again, to get individuals like Chrissy Teigen or people within the upper 1%, and all these claims have always been made that the upper 1% are not only promoting these things but are engaging in these things.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what was our claim to fame anyway? I can't remember what her claim to fame was. Was she a porn star, or was
no,
she
she's a model. She's a model.
She's a model. Okay, that's right. I couldn't remember what she actually did. Yeah, I'm not shocked by that in the least bit if that's the case. Yeah, because that's just a whole hot mess. That just wow. Yeah, because I have daughters, and I have a lot of daughters, so that bothers me. That bothers me the most. Because I have way too many daughters. Plus, I have one on the way now, so it's like one of those things. Like, oh my god.
Yeah. So the question then becomes, and again, I'm posing this question to people who are watching this: is what is next? People. Again, that's why I tell this to everybody who's watching, who's red pill and MGTOW. I tell them, go black pill. Because look, you're not going deep enough. What is next? What is next? If anybody wants in the manosphere wants to, opine on that question, which I asked, which is what is next? We're going down this path. You know what I mean? This mode of discourse we're taking. It's in one direction. Now, the only thing that we've only had stopgaps. Again, President Trump is a stopgap. There's nothing stopping this.
Definitely not.
it's a temporary wall, because how do we know nothing's stopping it? Simple. You just extrapolate the information over 10, 20, 30, 40 years, and you draw this line, and you say, at any point in time, did we ever make a turn in the right direction? The answer is no. The only thing that you see these little moments, again, that are just minor stopgaps, but never do you ever see an actual change of course. So again, I pose the question with shows like this. Again, as you said, with the abortion laws in New York, with the Democrats' Equality Act, again with these shows like Toddlers and Tiaras and Netflix Cuties. My question is, where do we go next? How far can we fall? At what point do we say enough is enough? Well, we're not going to say enough is enough, because we're like we're a few voices just crying out in the wind.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyways, is MAGA Man coming on? Double check your link, brother. It's taking me to last night's stream.
Oh, did I? Oh, I probably got to update it. Okay, let me re-update it. Yeah, that was last night's stream. I'm sorry, dude. Wait a minute. Oops. Yeah, I'm sorry. Here we go.
We're sending MAGA Man into a time machine.
Right? Literally.
Go back in time.
That's for jumping out of our stream last night, punk. There it goes. Much better.
Yeah, you might want to delete that old one.
I'm going to delete it. Let's see here. I got to actually go in and actually log in as myself now. There goes MAGA Man. MAGA Man in the house.
Gentlemen, how you doing today?
What's going
Pretty
on?
Pretty good, you?
Excellent. Sorry I had to cut out early last night, unfortunately.
You're fine. I was just picking on you. You're fine.
I know how you guys work. Hey, listen, I don't mind at all, guys. Hey, you got to laugh once in a while, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, my thoughts on all of this. I've discussed this in thorough detail on my channel with this cuties nonsense and this toddlers and tiaras garbage. Yeah. It's nothing more than a sexual perversion. It's a sexual fetish now being perpetrated by the left to try to make everyone feel loved and feel better. And I say that loosely in quotes. It's nothing but a feel-good movement, because you got to accept the fact that I'm about to dump a lot of red pills right now. The simple fact of the matter is some people are never going to have relationships. They're never going to have kids. Most people, unfortunately, in this life are the chosen losers, that they're not going to have anybody. That's just the way it is. That's how nature works, unfortunately. But now the left and these liberals and these psychopath, leftists, they're trying to say, well, we have to love everybody all the time. And that's where you're starting to see the pedophilia being perpetrated. You're starting to see these sexual perversions being perpetrated. It's disgusting. This is why they push, the quote, unquote, trans nonsense, which basically is nothing than a bunch of dudes dressing in skirts. It's a sexual fetish. They're transvestites. It's nothing but sexual perversion, and it's disgusting. Right. In the very minute that you talk about it, like a guy like myself, immediately, oh, look out, he's a racist, he's a bigot. All the diatribes already. It's sick. It's a perversion.
Oh, definitely.
So,
it's always been one of those things where it's like you have to actually look at it, and you try to look at it from a bigger picture. Do you actually approach it like, well, you're a dad, so how would you approach this? And so you look at it like that. Well, you're obviously have some problem wrong with it. No, I don't have a problem with it. Yes, because I have daughters. Like, are you not seeing this crap? Like, well, no, you obviously are a bigot. No, I'm not a bigot. You obviously hate girl power. No, my daughters go to private school and they get to do all the activities they want, and they're spoiled brats. I highly doubt I hate women.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't use that argument against me. Like,
the question that I have though is, since you're on here now, MAGA Man, is what I was suggesting was, it appears to be that this is what I would call the next wave of feminism, or the fifth wave. Prior to this, fourth wave feminism brought us all this nonsense we're seeing today. So, and I also stated that I think that, the idea of President Trump or other conservatives obtaining office is merely just a stopgap because again, if you extrapolate this over your entirety of your life, again, you're in your early 40s. I mean, we're both Gen X. We've seen this degradation of society. And so the question that remains is, where do you see this going? Where do you see this in 10 years? Again, think of technology increasing and people have accessibility to information and whatnot. First thing about what about the world of virtual reality? I mean, is that the next target? Is that the next where they can express these quote unquote, obviously deviant expressions of pedophilia, and no one will say anything. They'll argue in court, well, it's not really a child, so therefore it shouldn't be regulated. I mean, I can see all these things happening. What do you see?
It's gone to a point of absurdity. Now, I've talked about this, which nobody still has yet to say it straightforward, clear cut, out in the blue, with the United Nations Agenda 21. It's not a conspiracy theory. I've covered this quite extensively on my channel, where they want to push womans to be in charge of everything. Now, I'm not saying womans, in a derogatory way, but the goal of this is to feminize human society. We've seen this in California. I think it was California recently inside a juvenile detention center where they were injecting a young boy with estrogen.
Yes, that is correct.
That was actually another topic I was going to talk about.
Yeah, exactly.
Later podcast.
Yeah, this all involves the same kind of stuff. It's about the feminization of human society to try to gain peace through attrition at any means necessary. And the left are going to push this and push this and push this. And if they have to get people out of their way, we saw this Kyle Rittenhouse, stuff going on. It's nothing more than an attempt to play God and reshape, us as a species, as a people, to feminize us, to have one skin color, one language, one culture, closer to women than anything else. That's why they keep pushing this trans stuff. And now they're going for your kids. They're going for your children in the schools. We've seen this. I've been watching a lot of pro-conservative channels where now a lot of places, because of COVID-19, they're trying to push homeschooling. But now they're trying to force the parents to sign an affidavit of privacy so that this way you can't sit next to your child while the teacher is trying to indoctrinate your children into this sort of thing.
Right.
I mean, this is where we're going at this point.
Right. Well, I want to say that, when you talk about Agenda 21, we have addressed those things. But, oftentimes we try to keep it in the framework of, how far do you want to go? Do you want to go to MIGTOW? Do you want to go red pill? Or do you want to go deep into the black pill? Well, people have discussed that. I know, but we have discussed that. But yeah, I mean, that's why I asked the question, how far do you want to go with that? I mean, there are all kinds of things. And Tico had even mentioned things like really far off the edge, like adrenochrome and, exactly like what these elitists are actually into. And you got to think, I mean, the people at the top, if they're the ones that are pushing this, I mean, by proxy, it should be common sense that they engage in these things. MAGA man, would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean, something's got to be done. I mean, you even said it before I jumped into the live stream here, that Trump is probably the last bastion of freedom that we have at this point.
Or last stopgap at this point.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's some things that he does that I don't agree with. I'm more libertarian than anything, but I'm not one of these lunatic psychopaths. I just want somebody that's going to get the job done. And Trump has been doing that. He's been fulfilling his promises. But the sad fact of the matter is that, this has been going on for years. If you actually know the history about all of this stuff, it starts way back in the 90s with George Bush Sr. with his New World Order rhetoric.
Yes.
And now we're at that point. We're at that point now where they're running out of time. When AOC started talking about, we have 12 years, then we have 11 years, 10 years. Now Biden's starting to push that rhetoric now because they're running out of time. They want to put their United Nations garbage into practice. United Nations Agenda 2030, to feminize the human species, to turn boys into girls, or at least feminize men so that we can't fight back. We can't stand up for ourselves. Correct. I mean, it's nothing more than a free love, and forgive my language here, a suck and fuck fest, for everybody to feel and touch each other. And it's just ridiculous, man. Some people are simply not meant to procreate. It's just nature. That's how it is. And this is nothing more than a shameless attempt by our elites to literally play God with us. They are attempting to play God.
Now, what is your take?
I agree. I very much agree. And I think that, like, when you talk about certain celebrities like Chrissy Teigen or like people who have status, you're kind of also getting into the black pill too when you talk about that waiver being signed, so that they can have full access and you don't. And it's like these people who have high status, they're going to abuse that. Is what I see happening in the future. Like,
But
Correct.
something I've noticed a lot about this whole entire abuse of power thing when it comes to the left and everybody is like, if you have your children in public school, they have all the power in the world over your children. But when you're paying for your children to go to school, they have least amount of power over your children, and there's
you
there's
control
not
the
very
spigot.
much you can actually do. There's not very much they can actually do with your children if you're paying for them to go to school, which actually sucks in a way once you think about it, because it's like I literally have to pay for my child to go to school, so they won't have this power over my child.
And now they want to go after charter schools for that reason. Now I have some insight into this because my mother worked in PS 152 in Woodside, Queens, where I went to as a kid, my brother, my sister, my nephew, and my niece. Now, back then, I was a kid back in the early 80s. Obviously, we didn't have any of this nonsense. But then once they started to push this left-wing liberalism after Giuliani was voted out and they put Bloomberg in charge, that's when you started to see the shift. That's when you started to see the ideology beginning to slowly move in. And I'm just going to say it straightforward. I mean, take it as you will. All the white kids were gone. All the black kids were gone. And all of a sudden you see the other little brown people, no offense to anybody, but then you start seeing the Muslims and the Indians, and you start seeing all these people who, my neighborhood was primarily German, Irish, Italian, Puerto Rican, Dominican.
Well, that's another side of this coin to the sexual deviancy is also the chance to overcrowd and overpopulate with immigration. That's another black. I guess it's like a black.
That's what I was getting at. That's exactly what I was getting at. And now you got to realize New York's population was starting to grow and grow and grow and grow. So now you got all these kids shoehorned into these schools. And just to make the kids feel good, they did away with the ESL classes. When I went to school, you used to be able to skip a grade. They used to call it the special progress class. You could skip a grade, go from 7th to 9th. They did away with that. Anything that could put you ahead of the game, they did away with for forced equality so that the little fuckers can feel good, which is ridiculous, man. You got to fall on your knees a couple of times and scrape your knees to learn what not to do. When a kid sticks a fork in a wall socket, the kid should learn, never do that again. Right. It's called experience. But, that's all been taken out now.
Right.
All of that is gone, and it's ridiculous.
When you talk about Agenda 21, and then you look at what they're doing to children in general, you can paint the real picture, which is starting to materialize. And if you, again, as you said, within schools, if you can dumb down children, okay, if we say in New York, I mean, if you can abort children up to a year after they're born, in California, even if you can, these people are getting away and they're trying to lower the age of consent. What you're doing is you're essentially destroying the next generation, which is essentially a spigot, if you will, turning the spigot off of the population.
And then what the smaller the population, it's like what is this agenda designing human beings to do?
Very easy, simple.
Like their function.
Simple, real simple, actually. And I've discussed about this is as technology advanced, we're just not needed. And the only people that believe that they should be worthy to exist, of course, are the elite. We look at all these examples of wanting to reduce a population down to 500 million people. Now, the only way they could do that successfully is when technology has advanced so far that society can be self-sustaining without the need of billions of people, to work in industry and work and to progress society, because it's all been automated. So they're moving towards that. As technology advances, there's no need for, I guess what you could say, the dregs of society, which is what they view us as. They view us as cockroaches. Now, let's be honest. The elite and the people at the top view us as cockroaches. So the way to diminish our population here, of course, is by attacking the children. Again, by dumbing them down, which is guaranteeing them a short life and guaranteeing them that they'll be more than happy to walk into the ovens, to use a bad analogy. But I mean, essentially, when you people dumb down, they'll do anything. Just like cattle, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'll acknowledge those points. I'll there's some of those points I do agree with. There's only a very few of them I do disagree with, to a point. See, the main goal here is to gain world peace through attrition. All right, that's why they don't want borders. That's why they forced, Islamic and Muslim cultures to come into Europe, into European land like Germany and Italy, and all of that sort of thing. The name of the game here is to do away with any kind of indifference in every single way possible. That's why they say language is violence. I mean, anything and everything that is negative on this planet, they are literally trying to forcibly do away with. They want two classes of people, all right, on this planet. They want the working class, which is why they're pushing nowadays. You see it more than ever, especially from the left. They want the working class, the mules, the workhorses to do all the work, to keep the water running, to keep the electric flowing, to make sure the potholes are filled in, and then you have everybody else sitting on a cloud, staring up into the sky, doing nothing at all, period. That's their idea of utopia. Have a planet of people just sitting around, looking up in the sky, boring, gray, doing nothing, speaking one language, having one economy with no borders, while you have the wage slaves taking care of building things, building the windmills, building the electric cars, building the electric scooters. That's what they're aiming for. That's
Right.
why they want to disarm you so you can't stand up against them. They want to get to you in school. That's why they don't want you to talk about history, for example, because from history, no matter how bad, this is a point that you said that I completely acknowledge. You use that analogy, marching people in ovens. I use that all the time on my channel as an analogy. Last time I walked down the street, I didn't see a big brick building with a bunch of black people lined up getting. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
You guys believe
man.
that false flags are another way that they like soften you up by like say for example, like when 2001 happened and they introduced the TSA to give everybody like this false sense of security when they're flying. The same thing you have now with masks, where people have like this false sense that they're protecting each other. It's almost like we're back to the AIDS epidemic, where people are like, "Don't touch me, don't touch me. You might have it. Don't touch me." When it's like that's not really how it's spread, or It's
the name of the game is not to interact with each other, not to reproduce, not to interact with each other. That's the whole point.
Right.
Yeah, I can see that.
Gotcha.
And the sad part about that is once you actually start thinking about all the stuff that's going on around you, because I actually use that term a lot. Because people always ask me on my channel, why don't I always, I'm in a relationship. Why don't I teach men how to be in a relationship? I go, I would feel as though that I'm Hitler in Nazi Germany, marching men to the gas chambers for all intents and purposes. If I'm actually going to teach somebody or actually be okay with actually teaching people how to get in relationships, that's exactly how I feel. This is typically why I don't say get in a relationship, guys, despite the fact I'm in one. It's like everybody's going to be in a great relationship. Not everybody's going to find
not everybody.
The type of women that
should be in one. Not everyone.
Never, especially not because not a lot of people shouldn't be in a relationship. And the sad part about that is you're only going to make worse. You're only going to make worse what you don't need to make worse. Like women that you're basically like if I teach these men how to get in relationships, they're basically going to get in relationships with women who don't deserve to be in relationships for all intents and purposes. So why would I want these men to run out and get in relationships with women who don't deserve to be in relationships or deserve to have children in the least bit?
Well, the stay in
that and I believe that and like what a lot of people
you're giving them a cover.
Yeah,
giving them a cover for like not being a stable human being, because it looks to everybody else that they are stable when they're really not.
Yeah, but the sad part about that, on top of that, is everybody forgets that once you actually think about it and actually listen to me, I actually believe in Darwinism. So why would I let a group of people thrive in a society where they should die?
I agree.
Like I'm a firm believer in Darwinism when it comes down to it, because I said that to a woman on Facebook. So it's like, because she says, well, I might be one of those 1% people that might die from coronavirus. I go, first off, you have a heart problem. You don't have an immune problem. And if you die from it, you deserve to die from it. And she goes, how can you say that? I go, I believe in Darwinism.
That's like with myself.
Then she goes to me,
I'm with you.
I'm with you
100%.
Then she goes to me, well, what if it's your grandma or your mom? Well, my mom's already dead, so I'm not even worried about that. And my grandmother, she dies. She lived a very long life, so there's no need for her to even remotely live anymore and suffer through this crap.
That's like with myself with my lung issues from 9/11. I've accepted it already. I mean, there's more issues that have come my way But you know what? I'm not going to go down. I'm not going to go down without a fight, man. I mean, I'm going to stand on my feet to my very last breath. But you know, I've accepted this whole COVID nonsense. I actually shot a very specific video about this on my channel, literally cutting off my mask from my face when Joe Biden was trying to say that they want to enforce people wearing masks. What right do you have for people to choose how they want to live their life? I find that insulting, and you know, basically you're breaking my right to choose what I want to do with myself. That's like trying to tell me what kind of food I should and should not have on my dinner table. Michael Bloomberg in New York City tried that with soda. Black Pill Radio, you would remember that when he tried to. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Like trying to actually tell us what to eat and what to drink. It was ridiculous.
What's interesting about that is if I'm not mistaken, that was first promoted, and I guess, and if I'm not mistaken, it became a law over in the UK. You know, about portion sizes and drinking a sweet, you know, and consuming the sweets and whatnot. So this is something that it's not just in the United States, but it's spread throughout the West in general. But yeah, I do remember that, and of course, that was, thank God that didn't, you know, come to fruition. I mean,
I think it actually is in a lot of countries. This is typically why a lot of people avoided their countries from getting actually fat and shit like that.
Yeah, but like I said, you know, people should have, again, being libertarian, people should have the right. Listen, if you want to go down that path, if you want to eat yourself to death, that's up to you. You know what I mean?
I agree 100%.
As long as you don't bother anybody else, you do you. If you're in your own home and you want to smoke weed all day, I don't care. The only thing is, don't hurt other people. Don't touch the vulnerable, like children and the old. Don't bother anybody. Whatever you want to do with your own life, you do. If you want to drink Mountain Dew all day, then drink Mountain Dew all day, and you know what I mean. Become 300 pounds and die. I don't care. But nobody should tell me that I can't do that. But here's the interesting thing: they want to tell you, well, you know, MAGA man, you can't drink excessive amounts of soda. But if you want to watch little kids on TV, oh well, you should have the right to do that. Do you see the hypocrisy of the left? It's jarring.
Yeah.
How do you put so much effort into you know, preventing people from having vices that are what I would say a personal vice, which only affects that person? Why would you be so concerned about that, but have no concern about, you know, allowing these vices or allowing these you know, these activities which harm people? In other words, they promote.
It's kind of like an open door policy at an office.
I was just going to say that.
Mm-hmm. Like they want you to reveal more so that they can put you in a box, basically. So I mean, you're easier to slap any of the blame on if anybody actually gets upset with what's happening.
It's social, ethical.
That's why they dumb down their culture so that we can be susceptible to that those kind of, like I said, like the false accusations. Anything false looks more palatable to you when you're under their manipulative guise, I guess you could say.
Yeah, but
it's very hairy, you know. If you don't mind me interjecting here, it gets very hairy when you go into the social, ethical, and moral arguments about this. For example, obviously, one of the false diatribes that's always put out there by the trolls is that MIGTOWs are all about porno, for example.
Yeah.
Okay, so, you know what I mean? So what do? Do you just do away with it, or you do infringe on people's right to choose what they want to do? Now, I've criticized this quite a bit on my channel, you know, about the rubber, you know, sex dolls and things like that. I'm not for that. But now, if you take it away, now you're infringing on people's right to choose. So where's the line drawn?
I have a
now
line.
It goes into, you know what I mean?
I have a line. I've spoke religiously on this line. Yeah. I know very well, and it has nothing to do with that. Listen, if anybody wishes to, you know, engage what I would call something that is very odd and something that I wouldn't do, well, you know, fair play. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. My issue with the whole idea of the sex doll industry is the fact that they are now putting artificial intelligence in them. They're putting cameras in them. You are allowing the state into your home. No different than, you know, having, you know, Alexa or any of those other electronic devices which record everything. My suggestion is not that it's something that is that you shouldn't do. Again, come from a libertarian. I don't care as long as you're not hurting real people. I don't care what you do, but just be advised that the technology that's being you know, implemented into these AI robots and whatnot there's going to be a means and methods by which the state is going to be able to come into your home, because it's going to have access to the cloud and it's going to have cameras. I only express the danger behind it. listen, I empathize with the men out there who've walked away from the plantation, and of course they may have a desire for a degree of intimacy, and this is the closest thing to reality. But just to know that the devils are in the details, and you're allowing this artificial intelligence, this technology into your home, which is going to be
like I said, we live in like a very permissive society. So it's like they want us sexually permissive. Like they want people to admit that they have a problem interacting because that fuels their.
It goes even, yeah, but Baron, it goes on even beyond that at this point, man. They want open doors to everything. They literally want you to leave your door open.
Right.
You're supposed, that's what you see Black Lives Matter going around telling white people, you should leave your homes. I mean, it's the same thing now here, to go back into the topic on hand here with these kids.
Sure.
The same thing goes with the kids. Everything's an open door. So now they want to get to your kids when they're young. They want, I mean, it's just, where does it end? To the point where it's just absolute anarchy. There's no rules, no law. That's where chaos ensues, man. And that's how societies decline. Just because you can give everybody everything and take everything and have everything, what are you left with? A burnt pile of rubble at the end of the day. We're seeing it right now.
I think that's what the goal is, though, because once you have chaos, there's two things. Number one, once you have chaos, you have the justification for a police state, which is what they're gearing up for, and when you have the dumbing down of a society, they're much more easy to control. I mean, listen,
they can't even articulate struggle. They can't articulate problems. They can't talk to the elites to get them to come to or to get them to like atone for what they've done. They don't have the ability to.
Right. Once you've done down people enough, you've diminished their capacity for reason and logic. And without the capacity for reason and logic, you can't make an informed decision on what's going on. Your reactions are going to emanate from your reptilian mind, the basal ganglia. You're going to react in the most animalistic way, again, which is what they want. Because rational people, like all four of us here that are on this stream right now, would be able to say, no, this is wrong. This is right. This is dangerous. This is beneficial. They don't want that. They want, again, essentially animals, because like animals can be herded and they are essentially livestock. They can be controlled. And this is what they want to do. They want to dumb us down.
We know, guys like us know where the line is. We don't, I kind of tease deliberately crossing the line, but only for satire and humor's sake. But, to put all of this together.
They call us gay. They call MIGTOW like gay a lot. So I kind of go with that joke.
I was just about to get to that.
Oh, shaming language. Yeah. We'll go there. Yeah, let's go there, guys.
I was just about to get to that. All right, take a look at this, for example. Like, I follow Blair White. If you know who Blair White is, she's a trans female, went from man to woman, but a true trans, went through the doctors, had the penis flipped inside and out, went through the whole works, right? So she's a true trans, right? So we can establish a point of reference right there. True trans. Now, according to these whacked out psychopath liberal leftists, because they want to have free love with kids and dogs and God knows what, all right? Now you got some awkward dude, little heavy set, maybe one leg is shorter than the other. He can't be picked for the baseball team because nobody wants him. He's got a little bit of a beer gut, so he's not that quick. He plays Dungeons and Dragons. All right. So now how does he get around that to make himself feel better so that people can't make fun of him anymore just based on his outward appearance alone? He throws on a dress and some makeup. Then he calls himself a woman. Now he throws the label trans on himself. Now he just erected a shield around himself where you can't even criticize him anymore. And that's the direction we're going in right then and there. If you look at that analogy, where they're using language and terminology that really has nothing to do with, say like with the gentleman I just described. I mean, I'm just making somebody up here, but it's forced acceptance of the losers. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
Forced acceptance of the losers. Losers are losers and winners are winners. It's what Tren said, Darwinism, man. The strong must survive. The weak must be weeded out. And if you're not good at something, I just said this even recently too when I was talking about the NBA and Black Lives Matter, all right? You got some Magic the Gathering dork with his blue hair, all right, and Converse sneakers, who wants to get paid $65,000 a year to read a comic book. Meanwhile, you got Johnny, construction worker, breaking his ass, pumping pipe, lugging material, building buildings, working overtime, making $65,000 a year. It's equal outcome. It's forced equality. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. Where does the line get drawn? And then we guys like us got to be shamed because we point those things out. You earn what you work for. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
true.
certain kinds of work have a price tag on it.
I think it's a culture of dishonesty.
How the heck did Black Pill Radio fall out? There it goes.
Well, it's geared around, it's getting around getting you to answer a question before you know all the information, because we live in the information age. So it's saying like, do you want to watch this? If not, okay, then that puts you in a box. You see, like that's the way that they program everybody to be so complacent.
Yeah, it's ridiculous and absurd. It's just like, it's all about, Ben Shapiro said this, even though there's a lot of things about Ben Shapiro I don't agree with. The one thing that he always does say is equal outcome, and he's correct. It's absolute equality, absolutely. You know how like
what they call it, equality of outcome.
Yes, that's it, exactly. Bingo. You just said it right there. You just summed it all up right there, my man. Equality of outcome. It's nonsense, all right? Some people simply are not meant to succeed.
They talk about that when it comes to school. Do you want equality of outcome, or do you want equality of opportunity? And what the left is trying to do is have equality of equality of outcome. What the conservatives are trying to do is equality of opportunity.
Well,
what's up,
to
Manly Love?
Better decisions, we might not have to have equalize the outcome.
Yeah.
It's very simple. Sorry.
And if you weren't such a Puritan, we wouldn't have to have equality of we wouldn't have to equalize the amount of opportunity that's available for people.
It's very simple. I mean, we know there's a bell curve in terms of intelligence. Okay, on the one extreme we have the geniuses, on the other extreme we have the idiots, and in the middle we have the general population. Now, the whole point of this all outcome based is to skew the mean average down towards the idiot, if you will.
Wait.
Does that make sense?
No, I agree with you. They're trying to literally do away with competition of all types, just to make that's where the rhetoric with the last place trophy comes from.
Yeah, like 13
so everybody
reasons
can
why.
feel good.
All of this sensitivity towards people with mental illness, I actually struggle with that, which is like, how do you if somebody, because I hear it a lot, like somebody will tell me, a friend of mine, they have depression and they're suicidal, but their parents are trying to tell them that they're all right, they're not depressed, they're not suicidal, and I'm thinking about the context, like, oh, let's say we live in Orange County. It's like,
What's up, MIGTOW threads?
Like in all reality, a young person could be suffering from depression, but at the same time, you also got to take into consideration that they're being pampered for every step of the way. So it's kind of who do you believe?
Now that I think about it, I believe the second Bush actually passed a bill called No Child Left Behind.
Oh, that's
actually allowed this stuff to actually happen. Because there's a lot of children that should have never made it through school that should have been where they are, but because of that No Child Left Behind policy, a lot of children got pushed through school, no matter if they deserved it or not, which really sucks once you think about it.
Like with myself, when I went to school, Tico, I got Black Pill. I don't know, you might know this from back in the days. I don't know if they still do this in New York. In high school, I actually got a New York City and New York State diploma. Now, the regular New York City diploma means, you just graduated as is. But if you passed your regional tests, all of them, including the city
and
tests,
local,
you got a separate diploma from New York State. I don't even know if they still do that anymore. I guess just to make everybody feel good.
Yeah, I remember those days, man. You had to get either a Regents or a local diploma. I remember that. Yeah. It was
And
like,
I got 2 of them up there.
yeah.
Does that make me a bad person because I got 2 diplomas? No, I broke my ass to get them damn things.
Yeah, they don't do that in New York anymore because after I graduated from college, I went to did some substitute teaching, and I was subbing in the area that I grew up in, and no, it didn't have those. There's no that was, I don't know when that was removed. I think it was early 2000s or maybe late 90s, something along those lines.
Yeah, mine is from 95.
That's early 2000s. That's about when the No Child Left Behind policy act went into act.
Right.
Yes.
So that's
No
right.
Child Left Behind act went into play.
Yes, exactly.
But
So now does that
I
make
wish,
me a bad
to be
man?
honest, like, sorry, just being like part of that in school when that happened. Like, to be honest with you guys, like, I wish I would have been challenged more in school. The hard thing was, it's like, I felt like it was hard for the teacher to actually focus on me and teach me because of all like the jackfuckery that was happening in the class, which I also added to. No,
I can see you adding to a lot of that stuff too. I can see you adding to that.
Well, I just noticed.
Not anymore.
I guess. Yeah, no, sorry. I kind of interjected with that, but I was just like, that's my own experience coming from the schooling system.
Let me tell you something. As a union man that still carries my union card, like I said before, my mother, and I have a certain insight to this, all right? My mother just retired from the school where I went to, my brother, my sister, my niece and nephew went to, all right? The school union really has zero, there's no power with the teachers, the school aides. The parents have complete control over the school. That's why now you see kids calling their teachers motherfuckers, why they're fighting and yelling and screaming, why the schools now are forced to have metal detectors. I never had metal detectors. When I went to high school, Mr. Feingold, my gym teacher, I'll never forget it, this is a true story, would literally grab me from behind my neck and throw me up against the window and say, "Hey, guys, you see those kids outside? You want to end up like them?" They motivated you. They were real teachers. They didn't give a shit if they put their hands on you or not. They wanted to see you succeed. Now, if you do that, you're a fucking convicted felon. It's ridiculous. There's no motivation. Everything's about the parents, and then how the kid feels. But then, meanwhile, the dumb little oddball prick, still can't do his ABCs and 1, 2, 3s by the time he's in the 5th grade. So what use is he in life? So now the kid gets a job when he's 18 years old and he's useless.
My problem was
just interjection real quick, guys. Just interjection real quick because I want to tell everybody in the live stream. For podcasts, I only usually let 4 people in maximum, just so I can keep it less chaotic and less hectic. And can we keep the cursing down to a minimum, please?
Yes, sir.
The podcast
I'm actually
for
gonna
professionalism
leave,
and stuff like that. But
yes, sir, you got it. I'm guilty as charged.
You're fine. Well, no, the live streams are meant to go wild, but the podcasts are meant to be more professional.
Got you, yes, sir.
You're fine, though. Y'all are fine with all the stuff that y'all said. I'm just laying that out there now.
Have a good one. And I'll.
No, you're fine. You're fine. There's 4 people. You're number 4. When you're about to leave.
No, I gotta get it. I gotta get going into work. So.
Oh, okay.
All right, man. Be good.
All right, dude.
All right, see you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Bye.
But there's a lot of truth. What I've been saying. I mean, my mother used to tell me this when she worked in that school. Like, you can't even touch the kids anymore because immediately the parents are going to scream, "Oh, look, the school aide assaulted my child." But then, meanwhile, the kid's allowed to pick up a pencil and stab the school aide. That's okay.
Right.
I mean, it's absurd anymore that the parents now have all the power these days because of the way the political system is in New York. And Black Pill, you know this better than anybody. I chastise New York every chance I get.
Correct.
Because once again, it all boils down to how people feel an equal outcome, and it's ridiculous.
My grandmother from Costa Rica actually had a running joke when it came to American schools. She used to say, back in the day when I was younger, back in the day when I was growing up, me being me, the question was when something happened in the school college of parents, it was, "What the heck you do, little punk?" Basically, like so your parents will literally jump on your case. Now it's like if your child do something wrong, it's "What the heck did the teacher do wrong?" Like, when did that actually become a thing? Like, it went from "What did you do wrong?" to "What did the school do wrong?" For "What did the child do wrong?" to "What did the school do wrong?" And it's like, when did that transition actually happen? When did it become a thing where like you blame the school for your children's mess up?
That's easy because of free money and budgets given to the schools from the federal government. That's the answer.
Well, the sad
It's all
part
about
about that,
numbers.
yeah, I know, but the sad part about that, schools are still being closed down in neighborhoods,
Yeah.
no matter what, though. So obviously, there isn't a whole lot of funding going out and around for all intents and purposes. If that's the case, um, but at the same time, it's one of those things where you really have to think about it and think to yourself, at what
It's
point did one point did this happen, and then at another point, when did the whole entire shift happen? Where, you know, like a good example, I had a friend who was in the Air Force who she was a teacher at a school, and she
right.
quit her job as a teacher at the school because apparently this kid wasn't turning in their homework. They weren't showing up for class, and they weren't doing any of their schoolwork at all. And so she gave him a C. Now that was being nice for the fact that you didn't do no homework, you didn't show up for class, and you're not doing anything productive in class. So she gave him a C instead of a D or an F. So the parent got mad, marched all the way up to school with the principal, and told her that she should change the grade on the paper because it's not right that she gave her child this thing. She goes, well, if your child would have showed up at school and your child would have did their homework, this wouldn't even be a thing. And technically, your child should have an F. I was being nice by giving them a C and passing them on. That's simply how that works. She goes, well, I think you should change the grade on the paper, this, that, and the other. And the woman's just going in on the teacher, despite the fact that her child's not showing up for school, despite the fact that her child's not doing any homework, despite the fact that her child is not doing any of the classwork. She was upset that her child was getting a C, basically just for existing. And the
It's
sad part about
absolutely
that,
absurd.
and the sad part about that, it got so bad to the point where she said her principal literally told her, just change the grade on the paper.
Hey, Johnny, what did you learn in school today? I learned how to hustle.
Yeah, literally. And the sad part about that, the sad part about that is it was so bad that she said that day she ended up walking out and not teaching ever again for that reason because she thought that was very absurd and very ludicrous.
It's insane. All of this has to do with these insane budgets that these schools get from, whether it's local, state, or federal funding. I mean, how many schools, I think Jamaica High School closed down. There was quite a few high schools that closed down after I graduated school because the schools just did not perform. They didn't meet up to the numbers. Instead of taking care of the children, they were too busy worried about the numbers. And that's why all these schools closed up. Maybe if they focused on the needs of the kids and actually taught these kids a thing or two, the way I was taught in school, probably the way you were taught in school, and most other guys our age are taught in school, these kids wouldn't be out there right now romping and stomping and, threatening each other out in the streets and rioting and looting and shooting each other. Because now we have a generation of kids that has cell phones thrown in their face, game systems put underneath the TV for them to play, all these electronic distractions, just to keep the kid quiet instead of teaching him a thing or two. There's no more Saturday morning cartoons for the kids to watch. I mean, there's no jogging of the imagination anymore. God forbid if you think for yourself as a kid. It's ridiculous. I mean, all the things that we grew up with that have been done away with today have been a huge detriment to today's kids, in my opinion.
So let me ask you this, regarding it's part of this topic that we're talking right now. We talk about this next generation that's coming up. What about the fact that this next generation that's coming up is going to be the next politicians? They're going to be the next police force. Has anybody thought about this entire group of emasculated men who are going to be the leaders of the future? What is society going to look like? And that's why I asked, where do we see society going? Because we don't have any bright lights. We don't have, this next generation coming up with any kind of guidance, with any kind of, understanding of, okay, some people are better than others. Some people are going to be more successful than others. You have this homogeneity of, so here's my phrase. You want to coin it? Go right ahead. The homogeneity of mediocrity. You know what I mean? You have this entire group that's just going to be mediocre. These are going to be our next civil servants, our next individuals in the police force, our next teachers. Well, the question is, what is society going to look like now?
I have a good answer for that.
What's that?
I'll tell you why. Because fathers have been removed from the homes, like myself,
Right.
like what I'm going through.
Right, I know.
All right. All of these kids right now have no father figures. There's no central authority figure anymore. That's why they're offended by Trump so much, because Trump is an authority figure. Whereas leftists want groupthink. They want the group. They want the Borg. They want the think tank.
Right.
They're offended by authority figures because the authority figures either gave up on them, walked away from them, or they're in an unfortunate situation like I'm in, for example.
Yeah.
So now the kids have no sense of what I will call critical thinking. There's no critical thinking. They don't have that moment of clarity where they take 5 minutes just to stop and think for a second, because nobody taught them how to stop and think, to take a time out. Just, to take a breath, relax. You have this problem. How do you solve it? Think your way out of a box. Nope, we got Dr. Google to do that for us. But now that these kids haven't been taught these critical situations, oh my God, the lights are off. What do I do? I have no food in the refrigerator. What do I do? I can't pay my bills. What do I do? There's no survival instinct anymore. All this is a temper tantrum by all these kids because they were never prepared for the reality of how bad this world really is. All right, it's not all daisies. It's not all blue skies. This world is a bad place, and you're just going to have to deal with it. But these kids have no sense of reality whatsoever. There's no critical thinking. We have to teach kids how to think critically. George Carlin said it the best. I'm going to try not to swear. He said, let's just say you take a kid, you put him out in the street corner, and you leave him there. You come back a day later. If the kid's still in the street, you got yourself a stupid effing kid. And that's the truth.
True story.
You should be able to figure your way out of situations, man.
So the question is not what I was asking. Is not what is happening within the present. I'm saying,
Right.
What can you perceive, or what can you, when you look down, you look in that crystal ball, if you will, and you look 10, 20 years from now, knowing that this next group is going to be the leaders, what do you see? I mean, I see a total collapse of society, which is why people should be preparing. This is, it's very easy to say, to talk about these things. And I know Black Pill on Steroids talks about them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's very easy. I know you do too, also, Mega Man. And I know we all do, even including you, Tico. But the question is what do we do? I mean, what do we do to prepare for this? I mean, there's no, listen, the world is, they say the world is getting smaller. Obviously, we're not talking about obviously physical size or land mass. We're talking about the interconnectivity of the world. It's getting smaller. Yeah. Where do we go? Listen, 10 years from now, okay, listen, 10 years from now, this whole pedophilia thing is going to be behind us because it's going to be legalized. And in fact, I think a Manly Load, he lives in the UK. I think they reduced the age of consent down to 15 over there, a Manly Load. If that is true, put that in the comments section. But think about that. This is where it's going. This is where society is devolving to. True. That's why I suggest to anybody, listen, wherever you are right now, wherever you are in the West, most places in the West, you don't have the right to even bear arms anymore, unfortunately. But I know Shinobi Wan, he talks about living in New Zealand, and there's a lot of open area there, and he's preparing. He's going way off grid, which is good. I know for myself, I'm moving down south. I'm going to get a firearm. I'm gonna.
You'd be more than welcome down here.
Yeah, I'm gonna save up. I'm gonna save up for an RV so I have mobility in case I have to move around. These are the things that we should really be looking at. This is not tinfoil hat stuff anymore. Maybe 10, 20 years ago, we could laugh at the preppers because, back in the 90s, times were great. Jobs were plentiful. Even though it was the beginning of fourth wave feminism, again, technology wasn't that strong. We still had a lot of perceived freedoms. Let's put it that way. Well, fast forward, you know what I mean? You can look back. I mean, there's this exponentiality towards this liberal feminist agenda. So it's not only is it going down a path, it's also not only is it going towards something, means this extreme feminism, but it's also the curve again is going exponential. It's going it's instead of going in this fashion where we can put these lines, we can put the dots on a line and follow the line to where it's going to go. We don't have that anymore. Now we have it going completely hyperbolic. It's going straight up. Or from 2010 to 2020 was extreme. Well, from 2020 to 2030, it's going to be 10 times that. Especially when you talk about Agenda 21, and you talk about this push for the the 2030 timeline by all these think tanks and whatnot, where they want to see the world. This is where it's going. So, guys, I mean, we really only have a decade to really get our shit together. Pardon the swear word, but get our stuff together and really figure out what we're going to do.
I'll be honest with you. I know there are moments on my channel where I'm truly being sincere without any satire, and I want to have one of those sincere moments with you guys right here. To be completely honest with you, even though I'm living down here in the South, and I do have a means to defend myself, I'm terrified, man. I'm not going to pretend.
Yeah.
What I see on TV, with the fact that I wear my MAGA hat sometimes, when I go outside. And to know that just because somebody disagrees with me, that somebody's going to pull up behind me with a gun and take my life. That's a frightening concept. And even here, that I have less lethal means of self-defense, the profound decision to draw a weapon on another human being is probably the ultimate choice you have to make, to either harm somebody or defend yourself. What do you do? I mean, we're going to be forced to make some really, really, really tough choices in the next few years, or maybe within the next few months, since everybody's touting, this election is a be-all, end-all election. I mean, we really have to pay really close attention to what's going on. I mean, even myself, I decided to take my tire cover off my car, and I'm a diehard Trump supporter. I took my tire cover off my car because of my stickers. My car was vandalized multiple times. I'm not going to pretend, man. It bothers me quite a bit. Because it's not the world that I want to see. I don't want my kids being raised like this. And I'm a victim of that system because of what New York City did to me. And you can imagine how I feel as a father, man. It hurts. And I don't like seeing any of it, to be honest with you. I joke around about it, but, sorry I've been yapping away here all this time. It's just I take it personally because it's hard to look at it. I look outside my window right now while I'm talking to you guys. I see trees. The weather's beautiful. It's sunny outside. This is the world we should live in, man. With neighbors walking by, I could sit here and my neighbors know me and I wave at them, they wave at me. That's how it should be, man. But all this other stuff, because of idealism and ideas and all this stuff, I mean, it's frightening, man.
Yeah, down south, that your neighbors wave at you. Up in the north, they record you.
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't miss that at all, brother. I don't miss that at all. Like, what's this guy? They put their hands up like, oh, man, don't rob me. Like, get out of here. I don't miss that at all. But people were never meant to live like that. I've said this on my channel many times. I knew it. I knew it even back in 2006, 2007, even before I lost my career in 2011. I always knew it was time to leave a place like New York City because it was getting too big, too quick. The politics, the taxes, the rents, the violence. People are not meant to live like that. And if you notice, it's all the big cities where there's chaos and anarchy. Because people were never meant to live that way. Not in 1,000 years were people meant to live on top of each other, around each other, being shoehorned into little spaces like the apartment I got right now. And Blackhill, if you come down here, you won't believe it when you come down here. For example, in North Carolina, my apartment here is 1,090. I'll be transparent with you guys. For 1,300 square feet with 2 bedrooms, a washroom, a pantry, a nice causeway. I mean, I got a lot of space here. This apartment, if you adjust for New York's economy, is probably about $4,500, and that's in 4 of the 5 boroughs, not including Manhattan. Because this apartment in Manhattan would be probably pushing $6,000 to $7,000 a month. And why is that? Taxes for things that I don't want to pay for, such as green light laws, illegal immigrants, cashless bail. You all know what goes on up there. It's frightening. And it's scary. It really scares me. It legitimately scares me. I'm not going to pretend.
Yeah, I mean, it is a legitimate concern. I think that I think the manosphere in many ways is doing a disservice, and this is not negative criticism. But again, and I've said this many times, and guys, you've heard me say this many times, so I'm not being a hypocrite. They're doing a disservice by not going down, opening other doors and going down other rabbit holes, because there's, again, the information that they had, they could have saved MAGA Man from his situation, with red pill knowledge back then, but it wasn't going to save you from the bigger feminist agenda. Again, I always say that the red pill saves you from the individual feminist. Okay, the black pill saves you from the feminist agenda.
Well, I
The
wouldn't really
brand.
say. No, the problem with that though is it doesn't necessarily save you from the feminist agenda for the fact that it's going to go through no matter how much you warn people.
Right.
It's going to suck. But the sad part about that is it's all about how you prepare for it. Good
Right.
example is coronavirus. Like,
Yeah.
you've seen all the people who weren't prepared for coronavirus when they're out there fighting over toilet paper, rice,
Oh,
um, disinfectant swabs, and
I
yeah.
saw that here.
all that other craziness and stuff like that. It's like, obviously, you weren't prepared. Well, you don't
Right.
understand, Tico. I can't understand why people bought up all this stuff, and it's not necessary to buy up all this stuff because they needed it, so they bought it. Like, I was arguing with a woman about flour because she didn't understand the concept of flour. She goes, I don't understand why people. This lady was buying up like 2, 3 big bags of flour. I go, that's easy. I can actually explain that to you. And I go to her, if you actually knew how to cook from scratch, you wouldn't even ask this question. If you want pasta, you're going to make it from flour. If you want bread, you're going to make it from flour. If you want all this other stuff, you're going to make it from flour. Now, just imagine preparing your meals for a whole entire month based on a bag of flour. You're going to need at least a bag of flour, a bag and a half of flour for 1 month to actually prepare all your meals. That alone, like if you want pasta, if you want bread, if you want all the stuff that you normally eat that's prepared for you at the stores, you need about a bag and a half of flour to actually do so. So all this extra stuff that you got going on is basically making you a lazy cook. She goes, I know about cooking from scratch. I go, obviously not if you don't know how to make, if you don't know how to make flour, if you don't know how to make tortillas, pasta, bread, and anything else under the sun that you need flour for. Obviously, you don't know anything about cooking from scratch. You're a lazy cook. I can't believe you just called me a lazy cook. No, you are a lazy cook because I cook from scratch and I know what I actually need. And I'm trying to explain this to you. Well, I don't think the source should resupply this stuff. No, the source don't have to resupply nothing.
Right.
How about you order it online and color today?
It's funny you brought that up, my man, because once again, this goes back to critical thinking. I'm one of those few guys in the manosphere, maybe our military, like, guys like yourselves, whatever. I saw what happened at the World Trade Center in New York City. Plus, I lived through Superstorm Sandy. When you see those two situations where neighborhoods are completely wiped out, you see the site of the greatest terrorist attack that this country has ever seen. When you see things like that, you live in that environment, it kind of puts a certain mindset in your brain, of what to look for, how to prepare. I mean, it was nothing to the extent with this COVID-19 like you were describing, Tico. I mean, now we live in a time of sensationalism. Once again, critical thinking, because people are so protected these days from danger and reality that when reality finally strikes, like with this COVID-19, that's when the panic ensues. I saw it down here, as a matter of fact, a couple times where women are literally fighting over cases of water. And I saw this coming from a mile away. I'm not a prepper or anything, but because of my prior experience with 9/11 and Superstorm Sandy, I already had, I went through like 50 cans of Lysol. Most of it I sent to New York and gave away to my friends and neighbors here. And whatever I got left is mine. But I saw this coming already. Why? Because of experience. I lived through things like this already. It prepared me. You know what I mean? Critical thinking took effect. Or kicked in, I should say. So now all of a sudden, the average schmuck that's out there who's never been through some bad stuff or seen bad things because they're so protected from the world or shielded from the reality of the world, especially the way channels like CNN and MSNBC try to sugarcoat everything and manipulate the language and try to keep people, in quotes, safe. When the time came, I was already prepared for it. So to see that on TV, and to see it even down here, women fighting over water, they're fighting over, I saw they were fighting over cans of, I got like 10 cans of freaking Lysol wipes here. You know what I mean? I didn't have to fight anybody. I just walked up and bought it because I saw it coming. And that's a problem in our society. The problem is people, they don't take the time to step back for a minute and say, before the thing happens. I'm not saying engage in preventative detention or anything like that and always put yourself in a bubble. What I'm saying is that, sometimes, you got to realize, man, this world is a bad place sometimes. Bad things can happen, and you got to at least try. Have that extra can of soup. Have that extra bag of noodles. You know what I mean? Have all this extra stuff just in case. I always did. I learned that. Why? Because of what I saw. But unfortunately, you got people in this world that they just, whether they live way out in suburbia someplace or on a farm or wherever it may be, they've never experienced that sort of thing. We got MIGTOW in the community, red pills, black pills, put your label on it, that have seen some real stuff. I got police officers on my channel, EMTs, military personnel, and they've seen things. But the rest of our culture, the rest of our country, the rest of our society, they're too busy playing Xbox and watching CNN. So when the time comes, they don't know what to do. Thus, panic ensues. And it's frightening to see that kind of panic. I was not expecting to see what I saw down. And North Carolina is a completely 180 from New York City. But to see what I saw down here was a shock, to say the least. So,
yeah, I mean, it's this idea of preparing and whatnot. It's both not only just for your physical needs, but also for your mental needs. And I guess that's what I was going after, Tico, when I said when people should introduce something more than just the base level MGTOW and red pill, because even if you're not physically preparing, you should be mentally prepared.
I agree.
You should understand that.
I'm from a third world country. I'm always prepared. I don't care what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get this and I'm gonna get this fast. And another thing that agitated me about a lot of the men that quote unquote claim they're in the manosphere, or claim they're world travelers, or claim that they have some critical thinking about them, is I was having an argument with guys in a server, in this one server that I was in, that I'm actually still in, that I just don't talk to anybody anymore because they sound stupid as hell to me. But they were like, "Oh man, I can't believe there's no water at the store, and I can't find no flour, and this, that, and the other." And I basically put a link for Walmart online and go, if you go online, deliver it to your house, and you'll have it very quickly. And nobody even did that. The one dude actually went as far to delete that post. Like, dude, I'm trying to help you out. Why are you going to delete a post so you can get water off of Walmart? You just want to go. And I basically said, y'all just want something to complain about. Just so you have something to complain about. Y'all sound no different than women. This is supposed to be a man server, and y'all sound like women.
And it all comes full circle. Once again, personal responsibility. That's what it all boils down to here, gents.
Yeah, and I've actually been posting links in various servers on Walmart online where you can actually literally buy water, even though it's not in the store, from Walmart online. Hell, even Costco's have that. Sam's Club, Costco's, all of them basically have water within their stocks, but it's just not making it to the actual store. So if you buy it online, you're able to get it. Let it be water, let it be Gatorade, let it be rice, let it be all this stuff. I was actually getting this stuff while everybody was complaining about not being able to get the stuff. Hell, I was even getting baby wipes while all this stuff was actually going down. So how the heck aren't y'all able to do this stuff properly? And people just complain because they want it immediately in their hands and they want to be able to go get it instead of actually waiting online and having it delivered to you in 2 days.
Which is another aspect of our goofy society. We're all spoiled. We can just pick up our phones and our computers, place an order. Amazon will knock on our door in 24 hours. That's another problem. And I happen to. I know you were going with that. Yeah.
The sad part about that, we have a bunch of idiots that won't even do that, and they're going to complain about not being able to go to the store and buy this stuff when they can have it from Amazon in 24 hours. I forgot about Amazon 24-hour delivery. Then you got Walmart 2-day delivery. It's like you can have this stuff. You can still have this stuff. And the sad part about it, if you're worried about it that much, it might be limited. You can reorder it again, and it'll be delivered to you 2 days later or a day and a half later, basically, after you ordered the first set. So you don't have any excuse to complain when you actually have all the opportunities in front of me, which really agitates me about a lot of men in the manosphere when I say, look, sometimes you have to take a different approach when you want stuff in your hands, or you want to go about things differently. Use online shopping if you have to. Well, no, my store and this, that, and the other. Forget your store. Online shopping. And the sad part about that, it makes me wonder about men that just want to complain so much about the stuff, because it just agitates me when I hear that. Like, come on now,
there's no effort. There's no effort. That's the thing. Bingo. You just said it. Laziness and no effort. Lack of drive, lack of ambition.
Yeah,
when it came to COVID.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're fine. Go ahead. You're fine.
I was going to say, see, like when COVID-19 happened, I got my stimulus check at that time. All I had to do, there's 5 Walmarts where I live, within 15 miles of where I live. And they're very straight roads. And every single Walmart I hit, boom, wipes, Lysol, sanitizer, boom, 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 with perfect success, coming home with something all the time. I never came home empty-handed. I never did anything online. And then when, of course, my fraudulent mother called me up begging me for supplies, because New York City, of course, is all strapped up for COVID supplies. Please help me. Please help me. I'm like, what do you need? It's like, I have everything. Even my neighbors too. I have some of my friends come over, or even here in the leasing office, we got no sanitizer. We got this. We don't got that. What do you need? Because I had everything, because I already anticipated. I did the legwork. Not everything could be handed to you, man. Sometimes you got to put in the legwork to succeed, man. That goes with anything, not just shopping. That goes with your car. That goes with fixing your home. I mean, that goes for that's neither here or there, man. I mean, you got to put in the legwork sometimes. Not everything can be handed to you. Yeah,
definitely. That's very true.
I'm with you on this one, man. Just to sit back and say, "Oh yeah, let me pick up my phone and put in an Amazon order." I find that to be disingenuous, man. It's like, do the legwork.
Well, no,
and for me,
because that part about that, if you can't find it at the store, it's good to go to Amazon. But people didn't want to go to Amazon to get the stuff. They want to complain about the stuff not being at the store, which is a problem.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Not at the store, go online. You go online any other time. Like, go online for toilet paper. Go online for all this stuff. Go online for flour. Heck, I was buying bags of flour by the bundles. You just thought I was making Coke in the house and shit. Like, legit.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That's what I meant. There's always. Thank you. You said something that I used to tell the mother of my kids all the time, and this is a very old saying. Children, are you listening now? Where there's a will, there's a way.
Definitely.
All right. Where there's a will, there's a way. Find a way. Make it work. If there's 2 doors, door A and door B. Well, it's the door. If you can't get through those 2 doors, is the wall made out of sheetrock? Can you punch your way through the wall, for example? Can you dig underneath it? Can you crawl on top of it? There's always a problem. There's always an answer to every question out there. It's just how you go about it. Where there's a will, there's a way. I hate that loser's attitude, man. I can't stand it.
I do too. Well, I think that actually stems from the whole entire, everybody wins a trophy, participation trophy era.
Yeah.
And I think that's where that pretty much stems from, because I can't remember a time when, like, the people I grew up with, I mean, granted, there are some people that, fell to the wayside because they were lazy any damn way. So it was one of them things where it's like, well, they weren't going to be nothing anyway. The book did the what they call it, the school book, what they call it, the yearbook basically said it, that they're not going to amount to anything. So therefore, I'm not shocked that they didn't amount to anything.
Yeah.
Like, it's like one of those things where it's like, well, what can you do? How can you mitigate this? How can you make this better? How can you make this so you don't got to worry about all these people not amounting to anything in society? And the sad part about it, I noticed these are like the people who got voted like the brightest and the greatest, and was going to have the greatest futures, and they're the problem solvers and stuff like that in the yearbook. But you see them on Facebook, and it's like, I don't even know you anymore. Who are you?
Yeah.
Used to be this, that, and the other in high school. Now you're as an adult. You suck as an adult life. Like, how's this even a thing? Like, you were the person that solved the problems. You were the school person that solved all the problems. You were the school president. You were the classroom president, or the student president, whatever you call it. You were all these things. You can't even solve real problems. Like,
well, it's I guess with this conversation, I'm a little bit more emotionally invested in it more than usual, because I've been through all of this stuff, and I'm going through it right now, man. Listen, I went through homelessness. I slept in my car for a year. I mean, I tried to off myself in my car when everything happened, and I had that epiphany, man, where it's like, I'm not going down like this. Oh, no. I cannot let this happen. And that's where I decided, you know what, I'm not gonna be another statistic. I'm gonna pick myself up and I'm gonna do something about it, man. And now here I am down here in Charlotte, going on, what is it now, 4.5 to 5 years I've been down here, and started from scratch all over again. Everything I knew, everything I was, all the people I cared about, I left behind because of my situation, man. I don't want to hear any excuses from people out there, even watching this, why you can't do a thing.
Yeah, yes, that makes me so mad when I hear people say that, especially if you're from a first world country, and I came from nothing. And I hear people say, well, I can't do this because of this. What?
Yes, you can.
Like, are you serious? It's just stuff like that that just blows my mind when I hear people do that and I see people saying do crap like that. It's like one of those things like, okay, now guys, you're cutting up obviously now. MIGTOW to win.
It's ridiculous, dude. Like, I still deal with this even down here sometimes. But, now in today's goofy society, if I talk like that to certain people, especially young people, now I'm a bully and, it's like
you're being
insane,
mean,
man.
you're a
You can't even
bully, you're all
motivate
this other
people.
craziness. Yeah. It's like it makes no
Can't motivate
daggone
people.
sense to me whatsoever.
What's the
What the hell is
MIGTOW to
that?
win?
Yo,
Really?
what's
That's
the
What a
Kelly.
podcast.
I know.
let them know this is a clean
Yeah, really. I know.
What are you doing?
Are you flying an airplane?
I'm serious.
up?
What, you landing airplanes out here or something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, is that an airport?
No, it's roller coasters.
Roller
Just roller
coasters.
coasters. Yeah.
Where the heck are you at?
You got 3 guesses. One of them don't count.
I swear to God, if you're at Kennywood and you're in the podcast, I'm punching you in the eye when I see you.
You gotta come get me first.
Oh, trust me, I can. I don't live too far from Kennywood.
That's nice. Well, you also gotta find me and all that stuff. You know
No,
how
trust
it
me,
is.
I get it. And I'll find you, but you'll stand out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, I do stand. Well, too. Yeah.
That's funny.
Like I said, first off, like I said, it's pretty much gonna be after you get off the podcast.
Yeah.
It's gonna be after you get off the podcast. See, it's all quiet now.
Oh, trust me, I can get on my phone and go and find you in Kennywood. I can do a podcast on my phone.
You're in trouble now, MIGTOW.
I can find you on my phone, but back to seriousness now.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Right?
For the most part, I'm in a decent area. I ain't pissed nobody off yet, so I'm good.
Yeah.
All right.
Keyword, you're at Kennywood, so you can still get jumped.
Yeah.
By a bunch of
Loosely in
liberals at
quotes.
Kennywood.
That is true. But as of right now, I'm not getting jumped right now. And tomorrow's gonna be a fun
that's
day.
good.
Tomorrow's gonna be a
tomorrow's your
fun day.
birthday.
Yeah.
No, day after tomorrow's your birthday.
No.
Oh, happy birthday.
Tomorrow. Thank you.
Day after tomorrow's your birthday, yeah.
Besides, today's Sunday, right?
Yeah, today's Sunday. It better be.
Yeah.
It better be.
Besides,
Holy cow.
after today, I gotta go back to my truck,
Yeah.
So you got like how much time to catch me
Oh, trust me, I can catch you if I needed to.
if you needed to?
Wait, okay, I'm gonna need you to actually. I'm gonna actually need you to actually keep it professional now. Go.
Alrighty, keep my professional now.
Yeah, like we're talking about stuff in the live stream.
Alright, I know what you're talking about. Well, I'm gonna be as professional as I possibly can. Let me break this to you.
I'm scared.
Back
I know,
then,
right? That's scary,
Yeah.
scary.
Back then, nobody thought about this. About the Toddlers and Tiaras. Nobody thought about this. That's the reason why it slipped past, because they slipped it past under the guise of darkness. That's the reason why it got through. And that's the reason why they almost got it through France into America.
Right.
But now people are paying attention now, somewhat. What they should have been doing is paying attention a long time ago. You know this, right?
Yeah.
Earlier in the stream, though, Tico and I we'd addressed this, and it was, and also Mega Man was there, and as much that the reason that it really wasn't addressed, say back in 2009 when this first show came on, is because the accessibility of the information wasn't as strong as it was today. I mean, again, social media was still a new norm. I mean, it wasn't a norm. Excuse me, it was still quite new.
It was still in a building phase.
Right. And so when they put these shows on there, the only people that were really calling it out were, again, these online conservative media websites. And so the information really didn't get out there. But see, we fast forward 10 years to today. of course, social media is everything and it's everywhere, and that's why the kibosh was put on this Cuties movie so quickly. But
Right.
yeah, I mean, they did slip it underneath the radar.
Basically, basically all it is like social media is everywhere. Everybody's got eyes everywhere, even the places they ain't supposed to have eyes.
Correct.
You know? But it's not like they look at those places and say something about it. No, they're not. But for the most part, it's like that's why Toddlers Tiaras got through, because they had a whole bunch of people who didn't know what was going on, who didn't know the Kool-Aid.
They probably just heard the title. They probably just heard the title and go, "Oh, that sounds cute. We should. That sounds like that could be cute." Then they seen the title. They seen it. And they probably were horrified for the last 3-4 years and stuff like. Oh my God, this is what this is like.
Let me break this to you. All it is basically they showed a little piece, an innocent piece of the trailer, and saved the real disturbing crap for the actual show.
True.
Right.
They give you the innocent.
Yeah, sensationalism.
They give you the innocent, and they throw the freaking fastball. They throw the fastball at you.
You mean a curveball?
And the curveball, fastball, changeup. They throw that at you as soon as they get the green light for the show. And when they get the green light for the show, that's when they hit you left, right, and center. And each episode, each season gets worse than the last one. It's called social conditioning.
Correct.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Social conditioning. And you know what? It works like a charm. It works like a charm when you have uneducated people, like uninformed people.
Yeah.
It worked like a charm because social media was in its building phase.
Right.
Now, the reason this little cuties that did not get passed and caused an uproar internationally is because now everybody has social media. Nobody is going to be sitting there and get fooled again by freaking Toddlers Tiaras 2.0.
Yeah, for the most part.
Nobody's going to get fooled by Toddlers and Tiaras 2.0. Somebody's up here standing up to it.
Yeah.
That's
very
why.
True.
So MIGTOW in the wind. I have a question for you then.
Alrighty.
Now, what does that say about when I asked this question earlier when the other guys were here, but what does that say about the fathers who allowed their own daughters to go on these shows?
Either A, they're not there.
Correct.
Or B, they're signing off on the BS.
Right, because they've been completely emasculated.
They've been completely emasculated.
Well, that would fall under
my dad. If it were my dad, it would be a hell no.
Right.
It would be a whole battle.
You're also forgetting
battle.
You're forgetting C, the paycheck. You're forgetting about C, the paycheck.
Yeah, the paycheck.
Yeah, you're right.
Forgot about the paycheck.
Yeah,
there, right? How much we get?
Paycheck.
The paycheck to sell your morals, to get rid of your morals, to basically to pimp your daughter out, your own flesh and blood.
The sad part about that, it's not the fact that the men were emasculated. It's the fact that you know they weren't really the pants wearing a family in the first daggone place. And I think a lot of women pick these guys on purpose. That way they can just run roughshod on all the stuff that they want to do in a relationship. It's typically I think how a lot of these relationships actually work.
And that goes for everybody, even like the top 1%. I mean, look at Will Smith and Jada Smith.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, that was a disaster.
Will ain't like I said. Will Miles just had his balls over.
Yeah.
Well, and the sad part about that I always laughed about was, it's one of those things where it's like, once you actually think about it, once you actually boil it down, it's like when we talk about the people like, the paycheck and handing over morals. This is typically something I went back to when I talked about the whole entire Hollywood thing with Harvey Weinstein. Look.
Yep.
I get the fact that you wanted I get the fact that you did what you wanted to do, did what you needed to do to get where you wanted to be, despite the fact that you didn't have the abilities to do so. So you actually had to do what you needed to do so you can actually get on the screen, despite the fact that you sucked at actually acting. I get that. What you can't do now is go back and complain about somebody who actually got you there. And,
right.
and you actually putting yourself in that situation to actually do what you needed to do to get there. Because at the end of the day, what you can't do is absolve yourself of innocence. Because you wanted to give, you basically wanted to, trade you wanted to change stardom, you wanted to trade stardom and fame for your morals for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden
And
you want to come back later in life and reclaim your morals and your innocence now. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, let me break this to you.
Wait. You forget the fact that you said nothing for all these years, and a lot of other people had to go through this stuff because you said nothing. Now all of a sudden you want to have the moral high ground after you don't watch a lot of people get destroyed through many, many years.
Yeah, because now they see the consequences of it now. That's what it is.
Well,
no, it's not the fact that they've seen the consequences. It's the fact that they benefited from the whole entire time. And the only reason why they complained about this stuff is because a lot of these women, if you actually go back and actually look at the time when they started complaining about Harvey Weinstein, they weren't in movies anymore. They weren't getting all the roles anymore. A lot of these girls were getting a role. So these women actually only complained for the fact that they lost out on roles to these younger women.
Yeah,
this
good point.
I'm looking like
this reminds me of two songs. Pink Floyd, Have a Cigar, and System of a Down. You should have never trusted Hollywood.
And the sad part about that is once you actually got into those roles, you knew what you were getting into. You knew what you were doing when you got into those roles. You can't say, "Well, I didn't know." He invited me back to the hotel. What did he do on a casting couch that made you think, "Well, maybe this is going to be different in a hotel room"? What did he do? What did he do in your trailer or your room to get you nominated for an Academy Award? I mean, come on now. You do this stuff.
Good point.
And now he's coming complaining about this stuff now. Now they're actually complaining that they're not getting any roles anymore. And Harvey Weinstein was the reason why you got all them roles.
Right. And it's like, hold on. And it's like, you basically, what you do is like, you knew what you were doing when you stuck that fork in the electrical socket. You know exactly what you were doing.
And the sad part about the thing that agitates me the most about this is everybody wants to absolve yourself of morals and the right and wrong for all it. They want to absolve yourselves from wrongdoing for all its purposes. When in fact you're the one that got yourself into this mess. You're the one that chose this. You're the one who chose to actually go this route. Now you're because you're not getting any roles anymore. Are you serious?
Right. Well,
because at the end of the day, what you can't do is it's basically the whole entire the old adage: don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Yeah.
And guess what they did?
And literally, that's what you did was bite the hand that feeds you because you can't act. You should have been in the movie in the first daggone place. You suck at what you did, and you probably should have went to school and bettered yourself. I'm just saying, nobody wants to do that.
Hey, can I say a David Allen Coe song?
No.
But you know what song I want to talk about. I want to say right.
No.
You do know. I'm not gonna say it, but you know what song. You know what song I'm referencing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all that needs to be said.
I think this is a perfect example of, what we speak about all the time in terms of, hypergamy. These women were willing to do whatever they could to obtain the status and the money and the fame.
Right.
Now nothing changed. Now understand where I'm going with this. Nothing changed when these girls were in their 20s and they did the and now that they're older. In other words, hypergamy is still there, and I'll explain why. Before it was okay, they used their sex to obtain these resources. After they got older, they could no longer use their sexuality to get these resources because of the world.
Hey, I gotta go. I'm pushing my luck. I'm pushing my luck here. All right, peace.
All right. You should have been here in the first place, goofball. I can't do it for your birthday and stuff like that. You try to be on a live stream.
That's funny. Oh, MIGTOW in the wind.
I know, this fool.
Gotta love him.
I know, right?
Where I was going with this was they were using their this hypergamy to obtain these resources when they were obviously at a time when they were more sexually viable. When they're younger, they could use their sexuality as power. Now, it's simple. When they got too old, they couldn't use that as their power. So what they did is they deferred then to their next source of power, which is government and courts, to still obtain more resources from Harvey Weinstein within civil court. So nothing changed. In other words, hypergamy didn't change. What happened is the access to the resources on how they would achieve them before, when they were young and they were attractive, it was their sexuality. When they hit post wall, it was vis-a-vis the court system and the civil court system to obtain the money from him. So in other words, they're not really hypocrites. All they're doing is they're using, again, that natural the natural state of hypergamy, and they're using it, they're applying it in a different way. So in other words, they were still just as corrupt as they were when they were in 20 as they were when they were 40, because the game was always the same, to obtain more resources.
True story. Very true story. And
That's almost like what rock and roll roadies would do, for example. Kind of like that, hanging around the back, hoping that they would be putting music videos. And now you look at all these girls from the 80s, they got more folds in a piece of loose leaf paper in an envelope. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, it's the truth. It's the truth. Take a look at some of them, man. All of them hung out with Guns N' Roses and Def Leppard, and all of them were in music videos. And believe it or not, a lot of these girls, especially in today's modern day hip hop videos, they're not even paid. They're there just to make a cameo appearance, just to shake around their stuff, and they don't get anything after that. Now, of course, you don't think these girls aren't smart enough to try to entice these guys to do something bad, and here comes the sexual assault lawsuit.
Right.
These girls are fully prepared for all of this stuff. They'll find a way to get their bank one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct. I mean, that's the whole point. Is that that's point I was making was that the hypergamy. Again, hypergamy is all the same. It's the manifestation of how they apply it that changes throughout their lifetime. Again, as you said, in these rap videos, they were looking for obviously their own narcissistic fill. Even if it wasn't money, it's still a form of hypergamy, and also potentially to set them up. Again, look what happened to Tupac. So it's always there. And of course, when they get older, again, they don't have the power anymore because they hit the wall. So they have to use the next level of hypergamy, which of course is the court system. They can't use sex, so they bypass that and they go to the court system. In your situation with your ex-wife, MAGA man, here she was coming from, again, a third world country, and and I hate saying this, and I had this question. I hope this doesn't trigger anything, but I mean,
no, go ahead. I don't take things. Go ahead, man. Say it.
I think that in situations like that, I mean, it's not uncommon for women in foreign countries to purposely exploit Western men for the potential of having the ability to come over to this country and have citizenship, to essentially use you as a stepping stone to her other husband, which of course would be the federal government, which is going to obviously extract more resources from you, and she's going to be able to obtain other resources from this government. In other words, women are always looking for the better man. When I say better, I don't mean moral in that way. I mean, they're always looking for the accessing more again, resources and more of their own protection. And what better way than to use a man, yourself, as a stepping stone to have the ultimate husband, which is the government, to give her directly money or to extract money from you. I mean, I just, again, it's never ending for the female. And so I think that women always look at men as just as stepping stones. And that's kind of hurt because I know as a man, you genuinely love this person. Because I know, because men are good. Men do, we as much as we are, it's like act all tough and anything, we really do come from a point of compassion and empathy and sympathy. We just don't express it in like effeminate manners, but deep down we do. I mean, you can tell, you express it in terms of rage. I mean, the fact that you love your children so much, you're not being effeminate, you're being aggressive. Like these bastards, this court system, they did this to me, this isn't right. But women exploit those things, and then that's a problem. We look at women as these gentle things when it's not. You always have to remember that they're always looking to exploit you and move to the next thing. And I mean, I feel bad for your situation, but hypergamy is always there, and she found the next best.
I have no shame in talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And the sad part about that,
I have no shame in talking about it.
What you're seeing on the screen now is actually from Think Before You Sleep, because he edited out a lot of the parts that I was not trying to do for the stream myself. Because it was live stream, so I didn't want to get in trouble. So this is from Think Before You Sleep. He actually edited out the fact that they were wearing swimsuits. Little girls were wearing swimsuits.
Oh, okay. They're going. Okay.
So this is what's playing in the background. The actual Toddlers and Tiaras. That's the edited version by Think Before You Sleep.
That's so.
So like there's no sound. There's no sound. There's no sound on it basically. But look at this crap. Got him looking like grown women.
I can't watch it.
She thinks it's okay.
I've got it up on my big screen. I got you streaming to my phone.
Yeah.
I can't look at it. And I'll tell you why, because I think of my daughter right away. And I'm going to say it, you know, I've been hinting towards it. Let me tell you, if this country turns upside down and inside out after this election, you better believe I'm going to New York to try to liberate my kids from that city. I am not joking around about that.
I believe
what this system has perpetrated against men like myself I'm not even supposed to know where they live, but thanks to my connections in New York, through I'm not going to say what channels, but thanks to my connections up there, I know exactly where they moved them to. And given what this system is doing to our kids, what they're doing to fathers, what they're doing to men, and I'm saying it for the public record, man, if this country turns upside down and inside out by this election, regardless of the outcome, depending on what happens, I'm going to go to New York, and I plan on liberating my kids from that city, regardless of the consequences.
That's right.
Because what's done to men like myself, what's done to fathers, what's done to husbands, and especially what they're trying to do to children, it is wrong. I was forcibly removed from my family because of an idea, and that's the only reason why I was removed from the family. I never cheated on her. You guys, if you ever watch my videos, forgive me for taking this personally, guys. Forgive me for this, because I have a lot of an emotional stake in this. I'm an example of it, man. But look at this. I'm looking at the big screen right now. It's disgusting what I'm looking at on TV. If this happens to my daughter, to be turned into a little doll, just to profit off of, to me, I have to say it straightforward. All it is, it's a form of prostitution. I'm sorry to say it.
Yeah, it is.
It's just like with the remember the boy. Yep. Remember the little boy in New York City, Black Pill Radio, that they put up. What was it on ABC or NBC? That they were putting dollar bills in his underwear?
Yes. Yep. That was a big yes.
That's where I'm going with this. This needs to stop. This needs to stop. It must stop. One way or the other, it's going to stop.
I didn't hear that one. Was this the one where the dude was a drag? We dressed him as a drag queen, or?
Yeah, it was dressed as a drag queen. He dressed himself up as a girl.
Yep.
Okay. I thought somebody was actually really. Oh wow.
Yeah, they dressed him up. He dressed himself, or the parents allowed him to dress up as a girl. He went up on national TV and paraded himself around, and people were putting dollar bills in what looked nothing more than, what was it, like an eye patch type of underwear, one of those little jockey underwears, whatever you call them.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, people called CPS on them. CPS did nothing.
Like I said, it is the two-headed dragon. Like I said, is California on the left, and I mean they're both on the left, but I'm saying that in terms of the country, California and New York. I mean, it's this two-headed dragon. It's extreme liberalism.
It scares me what's down the line for my son, for my little boy, my little Aaron James. I don't never said his name up until now. His name is Aaron James. I try to get the most manly name for my son I can think of. All right. My uncle's middle name was James. That's why I named him James with his middle name. But that's besides the point, man. I'm afraid of what they're going to do to my son,
right?
Much less my daughter. How the New York education system works up there to indoctrinate them into probably hating themselves because they're half white, half Colombian. And to mention a point that you were trying to say, Black Pill Radio, she was born here, not overseas. But I know the culture well. I grew up in mostly a Latin neighborhood. I mean, most of my friends are Hispanic, so I know the culture quite well.
Well, no, the sad part about that is, like, I've always said this because I actually grew up in Latin America.
Yeah.
The fundamental difference between a Latin and a Latin America and Latin America and a Latin and America is there's a huge night and day. Their cultures are two totally different things. Hell, if we even pick on them for not really being Latino, for all intents and purposes, which is actually a pretty funny thing. And the sad part about that, the culture is night and day for the fact that Latins that grew up in America are nothing like. They're like watered down Latinos for all intents and purposes. So they don't really have the full culture behind them. A lot of them forgot the culture. A lot of them don't even know what the culture actually means to them. But all they can do is like, well, I'm Latino, so I'm this, that, and the other. It's like you want to say because you grew up in a country, grew up in a Latin country. You want to say no, you're not. You're American. You're very American.
They're Americanized.
You're not Latin.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah.
And that
That's
agitates
exactly what
me.
I was getting at.
And like I always talk about never forgetting your culture and never forgetting where you come from. And you got all these goofballs that forgot where they came. Don't get me wrong, they're still Latino, but they've been so brainwashed and watered down, it's ridiculous anymore.
That's like with myself. I'm the only one out of my entire family that respects my roots. I wasn't born in Germany. I think we're fourth, fifth generation here in this country, but I'm the only one that actually celebrates like the traditional Oktoberfest and things like that. Like I understand like the Norse gods and things. I mean, I'm not a pagan in any way, but I'm the only one that actually keeps up with our heritage in any way, shape, or form. I want my kids to learn about where they came from. One of my ancestors was responsible for Cliff's Notes that people use in college. Like if you're reading Shakespeare and you want to kind of like cheat your way out of it, if you know what Cliff's Notes are back in school, one of my ancestors invented that. Michael Hillegas, Secretary Treasurer of the United States, here in this country. His name's on our currency. I mean, we have a rich history in this country, and I want my kids to learn that, especially my son. Not that I have any grievances against my daughter because, she's a girl. She's going to grow up to be a woman one day. But my son could one day be like his daddy, for example. Listen, forgive me for sounding arrogant here, but I am living history after what I saw at that trade center for being down there at the time that I was. And I want my son to grow up proud of his heritage. I want my son to grow up to be proud to be a man, to be proud of his daddy, to be proud of himself. And to strip me of that, to take that away from me. You fellas, I hope, God forbid if you guys, well, Tico, you got kids, right?
Yeah.
Imagine how you would feel as a father if your kids weren't in your life anymore. What would you do?
There'd be a lot of death and destruction. I'd make the 5 o'clock news.
Let me tell you, you know how strong I am to. I'm sorry if I'm taking this issue personally, guys. It's just
You're fine.
I'm that example of what this system is doing to us as fathers, as men. It's disgusting. It's shameful and it's ridiculous. How to even repeat what you just said right now? How I haven't decided to go up there and start a war yet is beyond me. You know why? Because my ethical and moral compass tells me not to. Because I don't want that to reflect on my children. And plus, I keep the good book right by my bed before I go to sleep. The Bible's right there by me. I cry myself to sleep at night. Some nights you want me to be sincere? Here it is. I'm devastated, man. I'm heartbroken without my kids.
Yeah.
And it's only recently, a little more and more, I've been opening up about it on my channel, man. And I don't care who makes fun of it. If you ever lose your kids as a father or even as a parent, man, but under these circumstances, it's disgusting. That's why I can't wait for Trump to get into office, man, because I want the whole system to collapse. I want these left-wingers to be thrown in jail. I want them to be prosecuted. I want them to be hung. I better stop because I know how I feel about this.
Yeah,
I'm that guy. I'm that guy, and it's not fair to me that I'm losing a lifetime of experiences. How can I tell my son one day if my son ever comes knocking on my door, Dad, were you there for my first haircut? Ask your mom. Did you teach me how to go pee-pee like a boy? Ask your mom. You know what that is for me to not be able to tell my son that? It's heart-wrenching. So
yeah, I mean,
that's very heart-wrenching because I agree with you 100% about morals and stuff like that. But when it comes to my children, I have no morals. I'm like Red Queen from Resident Evil. We're all going to die down here. Literally, that's exactly how I feel when it comes to my children. We're all going to die down here. I have no reservations with nobody living. I have no reservations with anybody's innocence or anything like that. If anything happened to my children, everybody's got to die. Everybody in the surrounding area's got to die.
One thing I never mentioned to you guys, and even if the mother of my children was on this live stream right now, may God have mercy on her soul. When my daughter was like 9 months old, 10 months old, we didn't know she had a milk protein allergy. Now, I learned basic CPR because of my job. So I only knew the basics. Thank God I learned basic CPR, because one day she started turning purple and was choking on her formula. And I literally, while everybody's panicking and yelling and screaming in that house, I had to literally take a deep breath, look at my daughter, collect myself, spread her out, take my mouth and put it over her little baby nose and mouth, and actually resuscitate her. And then still have enough nerve to call the police to say, we need a police escort right now. My daughter, we have her in the car. She just turned purple. I just resuscitated her. We got to get her to the hospital. Here's my license plate number. Here's, my address. This is the route we're taking. We need an escort right now. And I did all of that to save my little girl.
Put that in the
what
context.
goddamn thanks do I get?
That's what I was going to say.
What thanks do I get as a father?
That's what I was going to say, is put that into context. When, your ex-wife can easily dismiss you and just divorce you. When you literally put your life on the line for your own progeny and her own progeny. This is what I mean. I mean, there is no, when you try to explain this to people, especially blue pill people, and they don't understand that, the level of again, just compassion, the level of, I don't can explain it. Listen, men are just genuinely good. I mean, we honestly really are, and the things that we would do to save another human's life, including our own children. And you're saying how someone couldn't say and couldn't admire that, couldn't be like, oh my God, my husband is basically like a Superman. I mean, he made sure that our child was brought back to life. I mean, these are things that only men think about. We felt like, the nobility and the goodness of men. They don't think about that, MAGA man. They don't. And that is something that you have to come to
look at this shit on TV.
They don't. Man. I know. I sent the link.
Sorry for using the foul language. It's just I'm looking at the TV screen, and that's the kid. That's the kid I was talking about.
Yeah, I sent a link to Tico's phone.
Yeah,
that one's even worse, Tico. That one is actually Good Morning
I cut that one out. I cut that one out early. I was like, nope, don't want to have to deal with Susan today. I'll deal with Susan tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the case of Blair White, which I see her thumbnail right there, like she's a true trans, a true transsexual. Went through the procedures, went through the psychological evaluations, had the surgery and all that stuff. But now it's turned into nothing more than a sexual perversion and a sexual fetish that you literally have creepy people out there who want to watch kids do things. And God forbid men like us question it. We're supposed to be shamed? What are you kidding?
No.
I'm speaking like a father, guys. Forgive me if I'm getting emotional here. Like I said, I got a personal stake in this. If I'm getting too emotional, just let me know.
You're fine. And
I fear for my children.
Yeah. And it's reasonable because, like I said, if something happened to my children, it's pretty much all bets are off, and everybody's got it down here because it's not going to just be me. You're going to have to deal with my whole entire family. You're going to deal with my grandmother who has no problem with burning down people's houses with people in it. So, like, if anything happened to my children, it's pretty much going to be all out bloodbath. And it basically goes back to something that I Think Before You Sleep said in a video a while ago. Women see all men as betas. Literally, women see even the alpha males. Women see all men as betas. No matter how much you want to cut it, no matter how much alpha you want to be, women see all men as betas because this game that you're trying to play to try to like manipulate women already know. It's typically one of those things where, like, if you get a girl, it's not the fact that you got the girl, it's the fact that the girl let you get her. So all these people that spit game, that's pretty much what happened for you. It's that simple. Anytime you have to spit game, it's up to her to actually capitulate and or let you have it or not let you have it. So if you're spitting game to get a girl, she let you have it. You didn't just do something amazing. It's a matter of fact, it's the fact that she just actually made the decision to let you go through with having sex with you. And this is typically what a lot of men miss.
Yeah,
women
are
the ones that
sold yourself enough.
Yeah, you sold yourself enough for her to make a defining decision to let you actually have sex. Because the sad part about that, I always talk about this when it comes to nightclubs and bars. when a woman actually goes out to the bar, her initial goal is I'm hanging out with my friends. Her initial goal is I'm hanging out with my friends. The sad part about that is when it's all said and done, as the night progresses on, she's made a conscious decision that she's going home with somebody. She don't know who she's going home with, but she knows she's going home with somebody. The sad part about that is you can be spitting games over the whole entire night and everything work good, but the minute somebody else slides in, there's a high chance she's going home with that second guy who put in zero work. You see what I'm saying? And the sad part about that, he didn't even have to look all that good. All she knows, she's going home with that guy that just put in work. So you're literally paying the laws of average with that. And on top of that, she's the one that actually let you in. Your game didn't really mean any damn thing at this in the same token, which for all intents and purposes, because at the end of the day, if she can make that decision that she's going home with somebody, then you're somebody. You're not the guy that actually put in the game. This is typically how this stuff works. This is typically how the laws of average actually work.
This is why when I got into MIGTOW, I got criticized. I'm not going to mention their names here, but I seem to be on good terms with them now. I guess you kind of have to earn your way into the manosphere, I suppose. But
yeah,
I would have to be a complete fool to go through this a second time in my life. To go through it once, with everything that I talked about in this live stream, to go through it once was enough. There's an old saying: "Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you."
He almost pulled a George Bush.
Yeah, right.
No, honestly,
he almost did. Yeah.
I hate to say it, but it's the truth, man. You would have to be a complete moron and a fool to go through this again, unless by some miracle she turns around and says, "Hey, you know what? This whole time I've been wrong. I'll absolve myself publicly in front of everybody on my channel and say, hey, look, we worked things out." But I don't have any hope that that's going to happen. I've lost that hope. That's gone. I've let it go. The only thing I could do is keep talking about my situation and hope to God that some man that's out there that sees the signs of what guys like myself and maybe some of you guys watching right now are going through, that you never experience what I've experienced, what other men have experienced, to be thrown under the bus, to be slandered, to be libeled, to have your kids taken from you because of an idea, because of lies, because of pretension, because of selfishness. I hope no man ever goes through what I went through. And to see what I'm watching, what we were just watching up on that TV, men, you fathers out there, some of you single dads in the MGTOW community, shield your kids from this stuff. Protect your kids from this stuff. Get them away from any of this garbage. Don't let the teachers influence your kids. Don't let your neighbors influence your kids. Be a father, man. Be involved in your kids' lives. Keep them away from this garbage and this nonsense before they're polluted with these ideas. It's sick. Save our kids and save yourselves.
Something I find interesting about that whole entire thing too, when we're talking about that, is I was reading an article where apparently there's a feminist that was upset and was saying that school should be a controlled situation, and that all the people who teach, and they're basically trying to penetrate into homeschooling now. So they're trying to actually make it so that homeschooling is not even safe for your children anymore, because they can't really mess with with schools that you literally pay for, like private schools. So they're trying to go with charter schools and homeschooling now, and they're trying to say that homeschooling should be much more regulated, and there should be like somebody there, or it shouldn't happen at all, or there should be somebody there that's really teaching these children, because they don't believe that the parents can teach the children properly.
In other words, get back on the assembly line.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, get back on the assembly line so we can teach our children feminism.
Yep. Get on the assembly line.
Yeah, and the sad part about that, I was the only reason why I was reading that, because they were talking about homeschooling, and at the same time that this was taking place, COVID virus is going on. So now everybody's being homeschooled for this reason. Now, if you know anything about my children are in are on online schooling, because their school actually had this option. You can either do online, or you can be in school, or you can do a mixture of both. Because like the school that my children go to, they go with a bunch of rich kids that that their mommy and daddy puts them on a private jet, and they'll do school in Dubai, online in Dubai with their iPads, or anywhere they go. So my children have this option. So the only time my children actually partake in this is when we actually travel. Then I let them know that we're going to be traveling this week to this week, basically, and this is going to happen. So I actually have that opportunity to travel with my children when I need to travel. But at the same time, they still got to do their schoolwork. But this woman was really trying to push that homeschooling be regulated. Now, mind you, this is COVID virus, post-COVID virus, and everybody's being homeschooled until like the end of the school year. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, can I even imagine somebody up there trying to teach my children some bull crap? Like, I think I would be thoroughly upset about this stuff. Like, I don't think I can even let that type of stuff fly.
As you should be. I'm
especially
afraid
if
of
it's
what my kids
feminist.
are being taught.
Why would I let a feminist teach my children anything? What I look like, and the sad part about that, luckily I got the daughters that I do because they're not too keen on feminists. One of them beat up a feminist in the airport.
Congratulations.
And the other two like literally argue with feminists down to the point where the feminist is looking at me like I should argue, so I should go control them basically. And I'm always looking at them like, well, aren't you going to do something about this, Dad? Like, you see how they're acting? Aren't you going to do something about this, Dad? Like, no, girl power. And I go back to sipping my tea.
Yeah.
Like, and the other two just argue with feminists on a regular basis.
Do you mind if I say something here on a personal level, to be honest with you? Tico, I really appreciate that you do these live streams, man, because, when we talk about subjects like this, it's very rare I have a chance to actually, talk about like the things that like I'm going through. And to me, it's healthy, man. And I got to say, I really appreciate that you do this stuff, man.
Yeah, I try.
I really appreciate it.
I always try to push the boundaries on this stuff too, on what I can and cannot do in these live streams, because I know there's a lot of people that get worried on YouTube about losing their channel. So I try my best to push the boundaries on it and make it so it happens, so we can actually have a place to actually speak on this stuff and not have to worry about stupidity within the rules boundaries of YouTube for doing so.
Yeah. No, I for one appreciate it, man, because I've always been afraid to talk about this stuff, publicly, because of course you're going to have your idiots out there that are going to try to accost you and shame you, and you're going to have your idiots that are out there. You're going to have your trolls or whatnot, but it's just until you've lived in a man's shoes and experienced, like my situation, for example, some of you guys may have experienced in your personal lives, you really don't know until you open up about it, man. And a lot of us guys, I think guys in general, deep down, have a lot of pain inside of us, man, that we're just afraid to talk about, And I've learned
that we're actually conditioned not to talk about that stuff and keep it bottled up inside, despite the fact that feminists always say, let me know what your feelings is. Talk about your feelings with me.
That's what I was getting at. Exactly. So I appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it.
Anytime, bro. Anytime, bro.
I'm actually drinking about 3 bottles of water as we were talking this whole time, man. Because you get too riled up emotionally.
Yeah, hey.
No, you gotta laugh.
Lisa's only water. Lisa's only water.
Yeah, I could have been drinking any kind of sin, I believe you.
I could have had you on your ass.
No, you guys last night were on fire. Forget it, man. Yeah. I was better off just sitting back watching, but
yeah.
Otherwise, it'd be what?
Yeah, I was cutting up on seafood though. That was actually pretty funny last night. I was like, oh god,
gotcha. Epic. But in all seriousness, man, all of this is just, it's like a giant. It's almost like Bizarro World. Like if you ever read the Superman comic books, everything's backwards and upside down. It's like, how did we get here?
I'm still trying to figure it out myself, my dude. I'm still trying to figure it out here. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that one out myself, because it's very mind blowing to me that we got here this far, and I'm still trying to sort out how the heck we really got here.
I wish I knew. I've been very astute. I got forced into politics years and years ago because of, I don't want to keep bringing it up because of the whole 9/11 situation, but it's just after that, now it's all these years later, it's become a blur. Like what? How? Like, it's just, we never talked about this stuff in school ever. We always cared about who was the fastest, who can get their car first. You know what I mean? Who had the biggest house? Who had we were all about bragging rights back in school. That's how guys were, man. At least I was. At least my friends were. And
Very
now
true
it's
story.
like, now take a look at it. Take a look at it. We got to worry about people walking up behind us because they don't agree with our political beliefs or whatever it may be. So now we have to be shot and killed or canceled or shamed. It's like,
Oh yeah.
scary.
That's what makes it so crazy anymore. Like you have to worry about your life now, or you got to worry about being cancel cultured, or stuff along the lines of that, which really sucks. And it
That's
shouldn't
why,
even
like,
be this
even
way. Go
no, it
ahead.
shouldn't be this way. I was just going to say that it doesn't have to be like this, man. But what they're doing to our kids, that's why when you put that up on the screen, I had to turn around and walk off, man, because it's
Yeah,
disturbing.
yeah, it is
It's
very disturbing. It's
disturbing,
sad.
and nobody's questioning it. Nobody on the, like, there's no massive questioning of this. Why are we not, as a society, saying that's a child? That is an innocent life that's up there. There's a reason why we have certain laws. For example, I don't know about most states now, but most states you can't smoke until you're 18. You can't get a driver's license until you're 18. You can't vote until you're 18. There's a reason why those laws are in place. Lack of maturity. They're not adults. They're not grown up. They can't comprehend the things around them. That's why we set those laws until they grow up and they understand what life is all about. But yet, they're being paraded up there like whores and hookers. I'm sorry to say it. I mean,
Yeah, they are.
it's sick.
It's because the left has been successful. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, that's what we go back to what I asked, about a half hour ago, 45 minutes ago. I said, what is the trajectory?
Yeah.
They have been successful. Listen, every time that we see like a light at the end of the tunnel, it's not a light, it's a stopgap. I try to enforce that all the time. Guys, there is no stopping this thing. It's unfortunate. This is the trajectory, and I don't know what to say except, like I said, prepare mentally, physically, spiritually. Make sure that you have all your ducks in order. Again, if people like this are willing to do this on their show, and they're regular, everyday people, I mean, you'd agree, obviously, these toddlers and tiaras, these are just the regular, everyday, Johnny Q public people that put their daughters on the show. Well, if they're doing it, and then you have the people up at the top, such as Dwayne Wade and his wife, Gabrielle Union, doing it to their kid, you know what I mean? Why are we surprised? In other words, it scans all ethnicities now, all races, all demographic groups. So it's permeated the entire culture. So there is no way of turning this around when you have everybody doing this. And again, I'm not trying to be nihilistic. I'm being realistic.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to say. I mean, Mega Man, I don't know what to say. I mean, again, with your situation, I hope somehow you can reach your kids and you can, impart to them, a degree of wisdom and what's right and what's wrong. Because no father wants to see their children being, brought up in this gynocentric reality. No one wants their children to be told, that their father was a bad man just because the mother said so, and you weren't there to, defend your position.
I couldn't.
I know, that's my point. And again, you look at your own situation, then you look at these situations again. What we're talking about before, this cuties or this, toddlers and tiaras.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
I don't know.
That's why on my channel I have an entire playlist about exposing the New York City family court. I wasn't even allowed to vouch for my mental state. I wasn't allowed to vouch for my character. I couldn't present any evidence. I exposed openly Madeline Mosteler. I'm sorry to drop names here. I really shouldn't, but she is an ACS attorney, an ACS worker masquerading as an attorney, until my friends did the homework for me and found out this information, which is a conflict of interest and a civil rights violation, because you're supposed to have equal and fair representation. So as soon as I unmasked her through my emails, which I haven't released yet, I got to dig them up because that's way back from like 2 years ago, that she tried to play the race card. Oh, it's because I'm a black female, because you hate women, because of this. I'm like, no, because there's an article with you in the New York Times that says, and I quote, that you were taking photos with other quote unquote attorneys who are actually ACS workers, which is illegal in a court setting. You're not supposed to take photos any place in the courtroom, whether inside or outside. And they were literally taking photos of overweight people, posting it on Facebook, making fun of them.
So,
which is an ethics violation. And this is the person that represented me. So once I printed that out the last time I went, this is what drove me to the hospital in December because of stress. I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
And I threw the piece of paper down on the table. I'm like, so this is what New York City is all about, right? ACS workers masquerading as attorneys. This is a civil rights violation. They didn't want to hear any of that. All they cared about was to see if I'm a danger to my kids or if I can't provide for my kids. You know all the diatribes. Is he a bad man? Is he a racist? Does he have weapons? I mean, you have no idea what they do to you.
You want to know the sad part about that agitates me about that whole entire thing is they'll try to say you can't provide for your children, but they'll take you to court and make you pay child support. But you can't provide for your children? How's that make sense?
They got a room waiting for them right now. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute. So he can't take care of his children, and he can't really do anything, and he can't take care of his children, but you can take money from me. Doesn't that mean I'm actually taking care of my children?
It makes perfect sense because it makes perfect sense because when you understand that there's an agenda behind it, it makes perfect sense. They don't really care if you can take care of your child, Tico or Mega Man. They want to have control of your child.
True.
They don't care about the welfare of your child because they have no problem with your children dressing up in drag or being over-sexualized. They don't care about your children.
Yeah, no,
that's a front. And this is why when people talk with us in the manosphere, I try to tell them, why are you applying logic to something that is illogical?
Yeah.
Why are you applying logic and reason to something when there's an agenda? It has nothing to do with, they don't care about your kids. Listen, Mega Man, why would they care about your kids when in New York they can abort them up to a year old? They don't care about your kids. That's a lie. How can they say that you're a racist when you're married to a Hispanic woman? Do you understand? It has nothing to do with truth or logic. It is agenda.
True story.
Don't ever let your mind spin like, why would they think this is because it's illogical? Because it's obvious. There's an agenda. It's an agenda.
Yeah, like a good example.
Behind the camera, I'm a little sorry.
I know, man.
It's a hard subject to talk about for me, you know.
Yeah, because I remember the one time I actually got called racist because I said something to the extent of I don't date white women, and I turned around and said also I don't date African American women. So your point is, then I also turned around and also said after that I don't date women from America at all. I don't care if you're Latina, Latin American, Jamaican American. I don't date American women. And the sad part about that, I got called racist for the fact that I don't date white women. But they left out the fact that I said I don't date African American women. And they basically was trying to berate me and tell me no, I'm not racist. It's called preference.
Yeah.
Because it's a war against men. Bottom line.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do. They don't care about. Listen, these race baiters. They don't care about really sticking up for genuine people that engage in racism. They don't care about that. It's all a distraction. It's all about an overtaking of the emasculation of men.
If there's one father that we must pray for, I believe his name is Jeffrey or Jeremy Younger.
Yeah.
This is the man, if anybody who doesn't know, who had a divorce and his ex-wife, past tense, is a radical feminist trying to turn their son into a girl. And the father fought, and he was able to get custody and make medical decisions. And recently he's lost that choice. Yeah. So now it's going to have to be appealed to a higher court.
Yeah, it went back to court and he lost custody. Now his child is now taking hormone therapy now. So now he's got to actually fight it so he can actually. And the sad part about that, I know exactly what's going to happen with this. They're going to drag it out long enough so the child can get the hormone therapy. That way,
it'll be too late.
Yeah. Because that's simply how courts work. It's fine. It's all fine and good when they want to expedite stuff so the woman can get the stuff. But when a man wants something, they want to drag it out for years, months, weeks, days, decades.
That's what they did with me. And I'm going to tell you guys a little something. They've tried to summon me to New York recently, and I decided to go against it. I refuse to step foot in New York ever again. They can threaten me legally if I get arrested because of it. If they try to extradite me, let the cards fall where they may. I refuse to participate in this any longer. I was supposed to go back in early August, but because of the COVID-19 thing, is it July or August? I want to say July. Forgive me for that. Let me correct myself. It was July. I was supposed to go back there at the end of July. I said, I'm not going. I just decided not to go.
Yeah,
First off,
there's nothing wrong with that.
since I live here in Charlotte, North Carolina, to go to New York, I would have to quarantine for 14 days. When I come back here, obviously, I would have to be forced to stay home for 14 days. So now, to go back and forth to New York, whatever the airline ticket is, for example, let's just say through AAA, $200, $250. All right. Now I have to get because my parents and myself have no relationship. We don't because of this. So now I have to get a hotel room or wherever it is to stay there for 2 weeks. Who's going to pay for that hotel room? If you ever stood in a hotel room in New York, it's expensive as hell.
Well, supposedly, if you got to do quarantine, the state got to cover that.
Well, whatever the reasoning, may be, I'm literally black pill. You'll know this more than anybody else being in New York. New York is not a safe place for people like myself. No. Let's just face it. It's not a safe place. I'm not going to put, and you guys know I got multiple health issues with my back, now with my liver, my spleen. So now not only do I have to risk myself catching COVID-19, which at this point, I'm not afraid of it, but it's a real risk, especially going up there compared to here where I live. Now I have to be put in physical danger because now I have to say it straightforward. Here's the red pill because I'm a white Trump supporter, a Christian conservative going into a radical leftist city like that. Now I have to be put in physical harm and worry about being attacked. I'm not done. It's not worth it, man. Unless I'm going up there, I hate to even say this. It's your stream, dude. I would have to go up there prepared, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's just fine. I refuse to participate in it anymore. Let the cards fall where they may. But I'm not going to be subjected to any more abuse. I ended up in the hospital already once because of it. Literally the day after I got back from New York in December, the stress was so bad that I literally collapsed in my bathtub. And there's a video of it on my channel, deep down in my channel someplace, where that's where I got diagnosed with the liver and spleen issues. This is what we're going through, all because guys like me want to be fathers to our kids. But it's okay for these SOBs to parade their kids around like little prostitutes and whores and hookers up on the stage, like what I saw here.
Yeah.
But good men like me can't be fathers to our kids.
That's a cold hard reality of like what's going on today. Because I always just shook my head and it's like, really, this is what we're doing now, guys. Really. And the sad part about that is like, well, you don't understand, Tico. Well, no, I understand. It's like a good example I don't understand was I think I told Red Pill Radio this incident that happened to my children when they were in school. Okay, my children go to a private school. So what had happened was this one kid who was a white kid, basically leaned over to this one kid who was actually half and half and called her a dirty sand nigger.
Oh, man.
Okay, cool. So now, mind you, it was at the end of the school year. The school was about to be let out and stuff like that. So they decided to expel this kid from school.
Right.
Okay, cool. So they put out the general generic email, but for all the minority people who were from like areas where like they were like brown and they were black, brown, and near the desert. They put out a special email for those guys. So I got an email. The Indian women got an email. The Latinos got an email. The Arabs got an email. The other black parents got an email. Stuff like that. So we got 2 emails. The rest of the school that were the white portion of the school only got 1 email. Okay, cool. So they basically send us emails and stuff like that. So I called the school and go. We had to go in for a PTA meeting. So we went in the next day for a emergency PTA meeting. So what happened was we basically had to talk about what happened with the kid. And I said, I think that kid should stay in school for the fact that school's almost over and school's over in a week. So there's no point in expelling the kid a week from school being out. They go, well, Tico, you don't understand. I go, wait, hold up. Well, why not back? I don't understand. Do you not see what color I am? Do you not see the color of my children? How do I not understand this? Well, you don't understand. It's very sensitive. My children are basically those which is a sand nigger basically. So how am I not understanding this? Like, explain this to me. They go, well, you don't seem to understand. It's in the rules that, there's zero tolerance for, I was like, but school's letting out in a week. And the sad part about that is, by doing this to the child, you're not addressing the main problem, that it probably was the parents who taught them this stuff, or grandparents, or whoever else taught them this stuff. So you're just going to expel the child, and now we're not going to actually deal with the whole entire situation. So, like, apparently there was another family who was a rich family that was against this family because they basically have a competition on who can donate the most money to the school. So, like, they were all for, like, expelling this kid because they were in competition with each other, obviously. So we all had this PTA meeting, and all the minorities actually voted to have the kids stay in school because it was pointless to kick them out a week from school out. But all the white people voted to kick the kid out of school. However, how the school actually works is how many kids you actually have in school, you get that many votes. So I had Laszlo, I had Dicshari, I had Kira now, and I also have Talia in school. So therefore I get 4 votes. Plus I have my niece Sabina who goes to school, so I actually get another vote. The same thing goes for my sister-in-law. I forget her name off the bat. Damn. Same thing goes for my Indian sister-in-law. That's married to my daughter's uncle. Like, she also gets extra votes too. So we all voted to have the kids stay in school, but everybody else voted to have the kid kicked out of school. So we won, and the school was upset with us for voting to have this kid stay in school. Now, mind you, we're the minorities, and we're getting shamed for voting to have the kid stay in school, and everybody else is like okay with just expelling the kid and not dealing with the actual problem. And we all got shamed for it. Like, we all got emails. It's a shame that this happened. We got a long diatribe email. It's a shame that people voted for this unjust thing and this thing. And the sad part about that, the girl who got called the dirty sand nigger, her mom actually voted for the kid to stay in school. So, like, let this shit sink in. And we're all getting shamed over not expelling the kid a week from school being out. Like, does anybody understand this? Like, all the minorities are being shamed for this. Yeah, like,
it makes no
we're all
sense,
being
dude.
shamed as minorities after we didn't have this kid that actually said this stuff. Despite the fact that we should all be angry. I think they were working off the fact that we should all be angry that he said this, so we should want to kick him out. It's typically how I'm thinking.
That's what it's about. It's about the agenda.
Like, well, you should want to kick him out. Well, no, he didn't do anything wrong, and his parents should be talked to about this. That's something that his parents need to be talked to about. It's not. Plus, it's only a week of school left.
I think we've moved from outcome based to at the next level, which is agenda based.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, what's going to happen, but all I can just say is, guys, just keep fighting for what you know to be true. Keep on giving red pills and keep on, making sure that, try to protect other men out there. The fact of the matter is, you go on these streams, sometimes you'll listen to these blue pill men that have absolutely no understanding of the world around them, yet they live in this world. It's like reality getting pulled over your own eyes. It's literally like the Matrix, when everything that you perceive around you, you really can't see. And I think that's one of the other reasons why they're trying to get your children so young, because as long as they can indoctrinate them when they're young, they can't see the truth as they get older.
True. This is typically, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is typically what I always say. This is why we say, like, this is why I'm an advocate for teaching your children the red pill early on, because they absorb so much at a young age when they're younger. The younger they are, the more they absorb, the more they'll remember, the more it'll be a part of their essence, and the more it'll be a part of their personality if you actually teach them this stuff. And people go, well, that's too young, Tico. I go, well, they say you can learn like 7 languages by 5, so obviously it's not too young. And the sad part about that is now they're actually trying to push sexual education in schools at a younger age, especially they're talking about anal sex now. That's like another topic coming down the pipeline for sex education. They're talking about, like, stuff like that, and gay sex and stuff like that. And that's something I think should be an option. Like, if that's what you choose, that's what you choose. and that should be taught to that group of people who actually choose that lifestyle. And I should think they should wait till they're in middle school or high school. Well, grade school is good to teach them it, but when they pulled it out, this is when kids actually started having sex, and STD started going up. Now they're putting it back. Now they want to teach the gay sex now, about gay sex, and they want to teach about this stuff and homosexuality for all intents and purposes. It's like, wait, so you're not going to teach sex education no more. You're going to teach about homosexuality sex. Like, how's that make sense about sex education?
Again, it's all agenda based. I mean,
Yeah,
there's no real, and again, I come back to the same question I try to ask anybody, and I haven't really got too many answers out from the manosphere. If you're dealing with people that don't deal with logic and reason, how are we going to successfully turn this around? You can't. This world is, everybody is like a mad hatter. Everything is illogical.
True.
And so, as your children are getting indoctrinated into these things, you have to expect, I don't mean expect in a positive way, but you have to at least come to terms with the fact that your children, when they become of age, unless they've been taught otherwise, are going to have these views.
True. It's simply why I
I'm
say
sorry
teach the
to
red
say
pill
it.
young.
The only way to do so is through force, man. It's what it's going to end up coming to, is through force, brute force. And we're starting to see that now.
Hopefully
Yeah.
it doesn't come to that, though. But the sad part about it is looking like that's what it's actually going to come to, sadly. And I hate to admit it, but that's literally what it's looking like in the near future down the pipeline. Like, we're all going to have to do this by force.
Yeah.
It's frightening. It's really frightening.
Very, very frightening.
I worry for my kids up there every day, man. It's just.
I believe it. I would too. Shoot, that's just ridiculousness. Yeah, I wouldn't let a day go by where I'm not trying to. Yeah, like me, like like I said, like I couldn't even, because my family would already be on it. My grandma would already be on that woman with a gas can and a lighter, basically burning down the house with everybody in it.
And that's the sick part, man, because I've even reached out to my own family, and they're that's a whole different subject, man. I don't even want to get into, it's your stream, man, but
You're
they
fine,
are
trust me, because like
they're odd people.
Yeah, and they're going to be odd people. And the sad part about that is like, and like, it's one of those things where I got to keep track of my own grandmother, because I know damn well if I don't keep track of her, that'd be the day when she's burning down somebody's house at 87 years old and stuff like that. And I'm sitting there trying to bail my grandmother out of jail for burning down somebody's house. Like the woman, this isn't Costa Rica. This is America. You can't do stuff like this. Like, the rules have changed now. You can't get away with this stuff. Like, and like I automatically see it if something was like that was ever to happen, because we always joke about, like, because like people always joke about me and a cartel princess. But the sad part about that was, well, you're kidnapped, obviously. No, we're not kidnapped, because I know the sad part about that. What a lot of people don't know about my family and her family is they're not rival factions as much as they're competitors for all intents and purposes when it comes to when it comes to criminals. So it's one of those things where it's like, trust me, if something happens to me or anybody in the family, and it happens to be somebody from their faction or something like that, there would be an all-out war in Central America, from Costa Rica to Mexico, all the way back down to South America for all intents and purposes. And it would just be a war of families for all intents and purposes. Cartel versus family. And that's typically how my family actually works. They'll go to war with you no matter who you are. It don't matter if you got AK-47s and guns and jet planes. They'll go to war with you. That's typically how my family works. And it kind of saddens me that it would actually ever come to that. But at the end of the day, I hope it never comes to that where we're actually, where my family's locked in a war with somebody, because it'd be kind of disheartening, because then, people will lose a lot of relatives. People will lose a lot of family. There would just be a lot of lives lost, because my family do not even play when it comes to that. They do not play when it comes to that. Don't mess with family, and we won't mess with you, is their motto, basically. If our family did something, we'll deal with it ourselves. If you mess with our family, we'll deal with you and them. It's typically my family's mantra. It's just sad. Like, it's just sad. So it's one of those things where it's like, I hope it never ever comes to that.
No, I tried. Believe me, I tried, man. I reached out to my parents, my sister. They They're a weird bunch, but because of this, I have no relationship with them at all. You would think, especially, with my mother in particular, man, there's things I want to say here I'm not going to say because I could sell her up a river if I wanted to. She's done things that, yeah. But for the fact that this is your blood, your grandkids, she sent me photos on WhatsApp of photos I've never seen before, claiming that she's never talked to the mother of my kids, never seen my kids. So whose side are you on here?
This is not uncommon. There's been many MGTOW and red pill content that has gone out there, and these men who've experienced the same thing as you, where your own side of the family would take the side of your wife, of the mother of your children.
Well,
this has happened.
Oh, this happens a lot for the fact that you got to take consideration too. Like, the only reason why this is happening is because they're basically trying to hedge their bets on seeing their grandchildren or seeing your children for all intents and purposes. So they're less likely to take your side for the fact that they're trying to hedge their bets on trying to see their children, your grandchildren or children, or however you want to cut it. And this is typically how a lot of this stuff works. This is the reason why they'll side with that person over you, because they want to make you look like the bad guy. That way they can actually have a chance to actually see their grandchildren.
Right. Have you been talking to my mother there, Tico?
Huh?
Have you been talking to my mother? Have you been talking to my mother?
Well, no, I'm a psychologist. I'm a psychologist, so I basically know how this works.
I've dealt with a lot of people.
I've dealt with a lot of people who actually do this and think this way. And the sad part about that, there's a lot of people who it actually works out fine for them. And there's a lot of people where, they don't understand why they still can't see their grandchildren because they cut off their own child, basically. It's like, well, think about that. You cut off your own child, and now you want them to believe that, you're safe enough to actually see your grandchildren now? Like, right.
Well, that's my point, though. I mean, that this does happen a lot. That's my whole point. It's what I'm saying, Mega Man, is that you're taken aback by the idea that your own flesh and blood would do this to you. I guess what I'm trying to say is that this is common. When I say it's common, I don't mean it said it was good. I'm saying this is a problem, and this does happen an awful lot, unfortunately. And what does that say about again, as being a male? If you're a male, and you look at this, say, the structure within a family, you typically, you say your parents and then the children and then grandchildren. If you're a male, you automatically get bypassed. Your grandchildren are more important than you.
Mm-hmm.
Even if the situation is where the mother of your children is the one at fault. I mean, this is pretty disturbing. That when there's no loyalty within your own family, with your own flesh and blood, and that's why they say men are disposable.
They very much are. They very much are.
So it's very easy for you. It's very easy for your mother to dispose of you because men are disposable. And I know I hate saying this. I hate giving red pill truths, but you have to look at the world like this, and it's an unfortunate reality. And again, I didn't say it's good. I didn't say it should be this way. I'm just saying the reality.
And it's really sad, man. When I got my stimulus check, man, I spent every dime I had because she cried, "Walter, please, I need sprays, I need this, I need that." And then 2.5 months later, go F yourself or I'm going to call the police.
Oh, see, I wouldn't even ever answer those calls. Shit, my grandma already knows. She said my grandma wouldn't try no shit like that, but she knows she tries some shit like that. We wouldn't talk for a year, and she wouldn't be able to travel. Because that part about that, my grandma won't mess with me for the fact that I control how she travels and when she can travel. Because I actually get the call from the airport saying your grandma's trying to go here. Is yes or no, Tico? And I go yes or no, basically. And so she knows if she fucks with me, she done fucked up her chance of travel, and she done fucked up her chance of actually, of actually having a free life to actually do what she want to do.
And that's another thing. That's another thing, my brother. I sent her a $500 money order also to come down here to spend some time to see how I live. And she took that and ran off with that too.
Well, yeah, and I typically don't give people money. Like, I don't, like, a good example, because me and my mom didn't have the best relationship when she was alive, but I did love her dearly enough to, if she got into trouble, like legal trouble, I was there for her. But like anything else is like, I'm not, that sounds like something I'm not in, or that sounds like a personal problem that you need to sort out. And that's simply how I feel about it. Like, now if you get into legal trouble and I think you're innocent and I believe you're innocent, I'll help you. But if you're gonna be doing stupid stuff and you get into financial troubles, I can't help you. And that's always a relationship I always had with my mother, for all intents and purposes. And it's like one of those things where it's like I pick and choose when I want to interact with her, when I wanted to interact with her, if I wanted to interact with her or not. Like I helped her move. The last time I seen her, I physically seen her is when I helped her move to her new place. And the sad part about that is I didn't help her actually move into her new place. I just helped her basically help her pack the truck from her old place so she could move into her new place. So that's about the most. That's the last time I ever seen my mom. It was like what, 12? That's about like more than, I would say probably like more than 9 years ago was the last time I seen my mother physically. So it's one of those things where it's like yeah, that's pretty much my relationship with my family mom's side. I typically only visit them whenever I want to, whenever I want to be bothered with them for all intents and purposes. And it's simply how it works.
No, it's hard, man.
It is very hard, but the sad part about that
really
is
hard.
you got to take sometimes you got to take that tough stance with people, because I personally believe in tough love. And like I said, you kind of sort of can throw Darwinism if you want to, because at the end of the day, if you're failing for a reason. So therefore, I'm not going to help you because I'm just going to be throwing money into a pit. Typically, how I view anything that a person's doing. Like, you mean to tell me you could not find any toilet paper anywhere? Oh, you're failing as a mother. I'm gonna need you to go find out how to get toilet paper, and don't call me no more until you figure it out. And that's simply how I am with anybody across the board. Let it be friends or let it be anybody. Like, if you're doing something wrong, don't call me until you figure it out yourself. Because I believe in tough love, and like I do the same to my children. Like a good example, the other day, my child came to me and said, "Daddy, I lost my allowance money. I don't know what to do." I go, "Well, that sounds like you need to go figure it out where it is and go retrace your steps. Don't talk to me until you do." And let me sit down and don't talk to me until you do, because I was upset that they lost their money in the first damn place, and it was just that simple. So like they literally found it yesterday, and they said, "I found my money, Daddy." I go, "You better have, because you weren't getting no more until next month." So yeah, no. And the sad part about that is I was still tough on them after that, because they need to keep track of that stuff, and I taught her better than that. So it's simply one of those things where like I'm tough on everybody. It can be a male, female. I'm even tougher on women than I am on guys. But the sad part about that, I'm tough on guys to the extent where I like, look, you know better now. Come on now, guy. But I'm more tougher on women because I want them to understand that just because I'm a guy and you're a woman, you got titties and ass, that don't mean I'm going to be okay with anything you say and do. Like, just know the stuff that comes out of my mouth is going to hurt your feelings. And you're not going to like it.
You know, has anybody ever looked at when you put all of this stuff together? You know, you try to you have to come to the conclusion that they're attempting to, like I said, diminish humans to the level of an animal.
Yeah, literally.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, I mean it literally too.
I know. Literally. That's what literally. Yeah, literally. That's what they're doing. Because you kind of figure we pedestalize animals. We pedestalize like animals more than we pedestalize our own damn children. We're willing to dress up our dogs and cats and animals and take them out for a walk, but we can't spend the same amount of time with our own children. Seriously? How's that work?
And not only that, I mean, with this over sexualization of children, with these shows and whatnot, and with all these bills that are getting passed, that is reducing your child down to the level of an animal also, because animals, of course, as soon as they're able to come in heat or breed, you know, as young as 6 months, if you have like a cat or a dog, they're breeding, they're ready to breed. I really do believe in this to be a literal thing, that they're really attempting to reduce humankind. They're trying to take away that higher essence and reduce them to animals because it'll be easier to control. So that's why they're introducing, you know, this sexuality at a young age. This is why they're introducing, you know, this idea of being gender fluid or gender neutral. Just like animals, you know, an animal will hump another male animal, or a female. You'll see females humping other female animals because they're acting on just their base animal instinct. And I do believe also this is why they're taking away logic and reason, because animals don't have the capacity to reason. Okay. So when you add up all these things, you can see that they're attempting to, again, diminish or basically send mankind back into almost like the level of a Neanderthal, of a Cro-Magnon man. And I don't mean, I mean, not talking about I'm not talking about using stone tools. Do you know what I mean? I'm using metaphoric language in terms of our intellectual capacity and our capacity to reason, our capacity to make correct judgments. And when you remove those things, you're really removing the essence of what it means to be, a Homo sapien. It means to be a human. And so the next generations that are coming up are these hominids. These hominids, meaning they're these humans, but they have no direction. They have no understanding of logic. They have no understanding of reason. They have no understanding of moralities. They have no there are no sexual mores. There's nothing. You've essentially created the perfect human to be able to control, because they've essentially been reduced to livestock. I know that may be way too black pill. I'm not sure, but I mean, this is what I really think.
No, trust me, it's not too black pill for this channel, because this channel I pretty much go into that a lot, especially about some of my live streams that I do in the middle of the week or Friday. So it's never too black pill on my channel. That's why I call myself Internal Sadist, for that reason. That way they know what's coming. So you're good.
Yeah, I see a much bigger agenda with this.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, again, this is why, when you go across the countryside, you can see cattle being penned up. You can see cattle just waiting to go to the slaughter, because you say, well, why is that? Well, you say, well, because they're animals. They don't have the ability to reason. They're animals. They don't have the ability to understand consequence. They're animals. They don't understand any of these things. But then again, you look at what the liberal fascists are doing to our own children. You have to come to the same conclusion. They're attempting to reduce us to, our most base animal nature. They want us to be, the only part that they want us to use in our head, again, essentially is that basal ganglia, which is known as the primitive reptilian mind. They don't want us to delve into the cerebral cortex and the ideas of creativity and love and compassion and logic and wisdom. They literally want us to devolve.
Yeah, definitely. Because the problem with actually being able to think for yourself, that goes against their narrative, and they can't handle you thinking for yourself. You got to think as a collective. Because
right.
Who said that? I think it was one of the presidents that said, one of the presidents or one of the prime ministers said, a person is smart, but people are dumb.
I'm not sure, but that is true. I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, my sister just sent me a text message. Dad's side sent me a text message. She says she's laughing her ass off at one of the videos that I posted. Tap dancing on society's feelings. She said, I'm showing this to everybody in Costa Rica right now. It is funny as hell. So she's actually showing around that video. She's showing that video off to everybody in Costa Rica apparently now, because she just ran across it. I was laughing about that. It's like, and this is the funny thing about that. You can tell how red pill my family is based on the fact that, they're literally like passing around my stuff in Costa Rica and laughing about it and passing it around to people who need to be red pilled and stuff like that. And it's like, it's just crazy the level of red pill that my sisters went through. Because I always said, like, there's not too many men in my family. It's something I always talked about. There's like, 2 men each branch. So the women are very overprotective of the men in the family. It don't matter what the man did wrong. We'll deal with the men. You mind your damn business, basically. It's typically how the females in the family operate. So it's one of those things where, like, the women are very overprotective of the men in the family, no matter what's going on. The men could be wrong, but the women will overprotect their men for the fact that there's not too many of us. You would literally have to do something wrong, like speak strong out on drugs, for them to leave you where you stand.
Well, there's no loyalty in most families today, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean,
mine are mercenaries.
Yeah, they're
complete mercenaries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's simply how it works. And it's like, especially I've noticed that in the United States with families and stuff like that. It's like, there's no family unity. And I think if they bring back family the family morality and a family unity, half these kids wouldn't even be in half the messes that they're in now. There wouldn't be this. There wouldn't be this what teen pregnancies as much as they are now, or there wouldn't be. There wouldn't be. It wouldn't be as ridiculous as it is now for all intents and purposes if they actually had that family structure. Family structure is important, no matter how much you like it or not. It's very important, and to actually put down one side of the actual relationship or one side of your one side of the parenting dynamic. That's pretty much you might as well just shoot your children while you're at it too, because you're going to destroy them too while you're destroying the person that you're in a relationship with. If you're going to be doing that, that's typically how a lot of this stuff works. Take away the father, you end up with like what suicide rates as high as what like 70 something percent, or jail children going to jail at like 90 something 80 something 87 something percent. Runaways at 70 something percent. You got drug addicts at what like 60 something percent, and it's like the list goes on. Teen pregnancies at like 80 something percent, and then like the list just goes on for all the stuff that happens when you delete the father out of your life, or emasculate or demoralize the father that's actually in your child's life. This is typically what you get. This is typically why men don't want to date single mothers, because they basically take away the power to help parent the child when they do so. So why would you want to date a single mother where the child's going to run rampant? Then you'll be responsible for that child in the future. Now that child's attached to you now. After he done pretty much shot up a school. Now you're on the news, wondering why you're on the news, and you're painting you out to be the bad person in the whole entire relationship with the father. And you're not even the father of the child, nor did you even get to remotely raise a child like you would have if you were being an actual father, because they're not going to let you do that. They take away that power from you. They just want you to be the wallet. And you just shut up and accept everything else.
Exactly. Buy me food, pay for my electric, pay for this, pay for this. You're just a mule.
Yeah, that's all you really are anymore.
Yeah,
and even if you're a stepfather, you're the same daggone thing, only you don't even have any rights to the children. So if the child messes up, you're supposed to just shut up and accept it and just pay for the F up of the child for all intents and purposes. So now you got to pay for the child's F up, and that's all you can do is just basically accept the fact that the child messed up. You just got to pay for the child's mistakes. So that's all you are when you're a stepfather to children. That's not even yours. You're basically you just pay for the mess ups.
Yeah, it's a gravy train.
Yeah. This is typically why stepfathers are sized up for what they do for a living. Because let's just face it, single mothers think they have something really going for them, so they're going to try to date up either way, and they're always going to want somebody to do for them. And like it's typically how I feel about it. Like, look, I don't really care what's going on. You pay for your own daggone house, and I'll pay for my own daggone house. It's that simple. Like whatever you got going on in your house is your house. Whatever I got going on in my house is my house. And it's typically how I treat all relationships. Even my relationship now, we live in separate houses. Only people that's allowed to stay over is the children.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked on, just as an experiment, I committed myself to this a while back, but I should have taken screen captures of the whole experience. I actually tried, because I've seen other guys do this before, to look at things like Bumble, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go on to Bumble, you're going to see, first off, there's a lot of wokeness. Oh my God. It is overflowing with wokeness. If you're a Trumpster, swipe left, like that sort of thing. But if you really pay attention,
you can't accept me for being fat, swipe left. Like, okay.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, no fat shaming, anti-Trump. I mean, all that nonsense. If you don't like my blue hair or my tattoos, whatever it may be.
Swipe left. If you can't accept the fact that you're not going to be first, swipe left. If you can't accept that I have kids, swipe left. If you don't like my attitude, swipe left. Like, bitch, how about you settle down? Maybe you can actually get a date.
But that's the thing. If you actually look at it, minus the obvious bots and fake profiles that are out there, a huge majority of what you're looking at are just an assembly line of single mothers with 1, 2, or 3 kids.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just
you're either looking at an assembly line of single mothers, or you're looking at an assembly line of the latest and greatest feminists.
Probably. I mean, I can't really.
Well, you're literally looking at both. What you think about it, because
Yeah.
you're looking at single mothers and you're looking at feminists, and he just fell out, but hopefully he comes back. But yeah, that's pretty much what you're looking at.
It is true. And when you look at these, and what's more disturbing is when these women that are on, say Bumble or these other sites, they could be a 2 out of 10, and they have all the demands that you have to reach, all this list. It's the disconnect between reality and what their perception is miles apart.
Definitely.
To think that a woman who's a 2 out of 10, 1 or 3 out of 10, actually literally believes that she's this unicorn, this perfect angel, and she deserves to have the best man, the one who has the 6 figures, the 6-pack, blah blah blah, the 6 sixes, along those lines. They're absolutely delusional. Not to take a quote from Freaky Jersey Tales, but delusional,
mate. You're delusional, mate.
Yeah. They're delusional. I mean, and this all happened within the last 20 years, with the fourth wave feminism. And you think another reason that they're like this is, I mean, you look at the movies, we talk about like Mary Sue's, the Mary Sue's that exist in movies today. They pedestalize women to the point where they can literally do no wrong. And and when women see this, because women are, they're based more on emotions and observation, they believe this stuff. They believe that the pedalization of the feminine is like an absolute. It's like, they think that's like divine decree or something, that they should be put on this pedestal, which absolves them from any kind of responsibility. And as long as society keeps on going and keeps on, again, it's there's two processes going on here. Okay, you have the emasculation of men, so you have the reduction of what we'd call the male. You know what I mean? Which of course should always have been the head of the house, the head of society, whatnot, just because of our nature. But anyways, that's getting forcibly diminished. And on the other hand, you have this edification and this pedalization of the feminine. And any kind of time a society is going to be dictated by the feminine nature, inevitably it's going to collapse and fall. It's just common sense. Listen, when you look outside and you observe the who's working on the telephone poles, who's maintaining the electrical grid, you know what I mean? Who are the individuals who are in these positions where they're protecting society in the military? It's all men. Men are for protection. We build societies. We do all these things. When you invert that and you put women at the top, the entirety of society is going to collapse.
Oh yeah, definitely, most definitely. Because I remember when I actually posted a couple things from my Facebook feeds with women that were strong and independent, and I can handle everything. I can take on the world. And it was basically from the time the whole entire COVID virus happened. Yeah. All these women went from strong and independent to, I wish I had a man right now to go shopping for toilet paper for me. It'd be nice to have a man to go, all of a sudden now you need a man to go do this simple stuff for you that you don't want to do no more because you're stressed out because you can't find it. And it's like seriously, lady? It's like you only need a man for when you actually really need some stuff. It's typically how society works. Like a good example of that was the railway system. Remember the story about the railway system? Like weeks before, the women had called off, and it ran perfectly with the men at the helm. It ran perfectly with the men running and all everything. They ran on time, they ran on schedule, and everything. When the men called off, however, stuff was late. Women were complaining about they're not, everybody not being here. They even went as far as to say the women who were actually working that day said that their supervisor should call the men and tell them they should come into work anyway. It was stuff like that. There's a whole lot of backstory behind that I actually was finding funny. It's like, really? But when you called off, it was perfectly fine. But when the men call off, we can't seem to get things straight, and trains weren't on time, and everybody was late, and it's just stuff like that. Like women wanted their breaks, and they were upset that they had to work, actually do some actual work and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, society would fall apart if it wasn't if you just
Bear
left women up here.
Grylls. Look up Bear Grylls. You put a bunch of women in the woods.
My hair, my nails. I gotta take a bath. I need a shower. How are we gonna eat?
The guy's like, yeah, we got
My
this.
favorite one
Let's
was
go.
the one. My favorite one was the one chick that says, "Well, I'm a survivalist. I could do this stuff if I really wanted to," but she wasn't. Everybody was doing it for her. And that's the sad part
What am I
about
gonna do? I need something to eat. Oh my God, there's somebody bugs going around.
yeah,
Boys,
the sad part
There's a
about that,
deer
everybody
right
had to
there.
go catch the food for her so she could eat. It got so bad to the point
oh
where, like, they
my
literally sent her
God.
home because she was actually literally going to be like, she's literally going to be, she was literally going to destroy herself and her entire team. It's like, dude,
Unbelievable.
she was a risk. She was like a health risk to everybody.
Let me tell you, I can only use myself once again as an example. When I was going through all of that stuff, man, and I was living out of my car for a year, I never realized what the survival instinct was truly like until I experienced it. How do you eat? How do you wash yourself? I mean, I found all sorts of creative ways to exist, before I moved down here. Like, I joined up with a gym, as I was still receiving thank God I was still receiving my income. That I was able to at least, access the, whatever little money I had, because let's face it, with my income up there in New York, I would still be homeless. Dead serious. And I get a decent income, and I still couldn't afford to live up there. But besides all that, let me tell you, I had to get creative. I had to join up with the Parks Department up in Flushing Meadow Park just so I can use a shower to clean myself. I mean, I'm not going to get into the whole spiel, but suffice it to say, like, you find out ways of keeping warm, how to feed yourself, how to do laundry, like going to laundromats and washing your clothes, trying to be inconspicuous at the same time and not embarrass yourself. I mean, that was an experience, man. I can't even imagine trying to imagine a woman going through that sort of thing. Just try to imagine you put me next to a woman for 6 months, homeless, as a test. I guarantee I'll blow that female out of the water.
I don't know about that. She'd probably sleep with somebody so she could stay somewhere warm.
Well, I'm not doing that. That's not me.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I've
But
been
like, as far as actually doing actual work for being homeless, you would blow her out of the water. But for the fact that you went up against a woman, she's probably going to find some guy's couch to sleep on, for the fact that she's probably sleeping with that guy.
No, I'm
Really how
not
that
going to be
works.
I'm not going to be a Barry Badranath from Beer Fest.
Right?
You ever watch that?
Yeah. Bear fest,
Listen.
yeah.
Yeah, no way. Nope.
listen.
That's not happening, man.
I've been in that situation, and I know what it's like. I know what it's like to have to go into a grocery store and steal food.
Okay,
There was a situation that I was in, man, where I was quasi homeless, where I was literally living in I don't even know what to say, a commercial office building, because it was cheaper to rent. There was a period in my life, short period, where I was at the lowest of my low, dude. I know it wasn't because of a woman; it's because I actually lost my business. I left my job, had a business, and I want like talking about it.
Mhm.
But I was at my lowest of low, and I know. That's why if anybody tells me, anything about life, I'm like, whatever. I don't even want to listen to you. Trust me. Trust me, Mega Man. I've been there.
Oh, and then I'm gonna share a secret with y'all too about me. Like, when after Mina died, my wife died basically. After she passed away, I actually went through a period of depression and loneliness basically, because my children from her had died too in a car accident with her. So I went through a period of depression. So what had happened was I ended up being like very homeless, and I just ended up being a drifter for all intents and purposes. Now the thing about me that people don't know is, like, I like the gym. I like the gym so much it's freaking ridiculous. So what happened was, when I needed to take a shower and I needed to spend time somewhere, I would just work out at the gym. Like, I would work out at the gym all day, take a shower, get myself cleaned up, and go to work. Basically, at that point. So it's one of those things that people didn't even know I was homeless, for the fact that I was taking showers and I was still clean. I had a gym membership the whole entire time, so I just dive right into going to the gym basically. It's simply how that stuff worked after Mina died. And it was one of those things where it's like, that's all I can do, and that's all I can do to basically push myself on and just go to the gym, work out, and put myself through that, take a shower at the gym and leave. And like, I don't really talk about that part of my life because the sad part about that is like, you kind of figure what's happening was like goes without saying. You're depressed because you don't lost your wife and you don't lost your children in a car accident, a jackknife truck accident. This is typically why I pick on MIGTOW to win about driving while in the stream, because this actually happened to me where like they literally remade the laws for trucking just for this reason, because a lot of people are being lost in jackknife truck accidents. That and the regulations and everything changed too. But like, I don't really talk about this because I think it goes without saying, but I actually was homeless at one point after losing Mina and children for that fact. And I actually literally used to go to the gym every day. And if it wasn't for the gym membership I had, a nigga would have never got a shower.
Look, man, anyone who's been in a position where they've been either like homeless or quasi homeless. When I say homeless, I mean, obviously we had some degree of shelter, we can maintain something, but people don't understand when you reach a certain point where you're a grown adult, where something happens in your life, where you're to the point where you're either, like I said, stealing food, where you have to be kind of like swift on your toes. I mean, the things that you have to do just to navigate society till you get back on your feet. If they don't know that, they never know it. Listen, the change that happens to you, at a fundamental level is unforgettable. A lot of these, and we're not the only ones. There's a lot of MGTOW men in here who've had divorces and they were living out of their car for 6 months. I mean, you hear them all the time. I'm living in my car right now because they lost everything. Well, regardless, whether it's because of me, because I lost a business, or because someone got railroaded in a relationship or something like that, or it doesn't matter. When you get to that point, the point of either homelessness or quasi homelessness, not only does it humble you, but it makes you observe reality in a totally different way.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't understand is when you get to that point, a lot of us, experienced a certain degree of, I would say, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. A lot of people don't get diagnosed with that because either they're too proud or whatnot. But I can just tell you, there was a point in my life where it was pretty dark, and and to not have your family there, I don't know. It's strange. It's
yeah.
Once you get past the anger phase, the red pill rage phase, on something serious like this, the person that comes out the other end, the other side, is a completely different person.
Definitely.
And again, the blue pilled person can't understand this. Women definitely can't understand it. They're completely without any kind of understanding what it's really like to be a man, to be disposable, to be, really much rejected by society. Again, a woman would never, if a woman went to a business and she failed, she could spread her legs and some guy would bring her, would house her for as long as he's getting some sex.
Yeah.
And that's why you were joking around with Mega Man, even though that's a joke and we wouldn't do that, but it's true. A man, we are screwed, dude. I was screwed.
Yeah, definitely.
I was living in an office space, dude. I was screwed. I was like, man, and like he says, you have to be so swift on your toes. You got to be thinking like 24/7, and it's amazing the natural born survival instincts that exist within men.
Definitely,
it's something that is exclusive to males. Women don't have this.
I don't know how I did it. I have no idea how I did it. And thank God, man, something snapped me out of it, because I'll tell you what, that last day where I made the decision to come down here, I took a bottle of NyQuil. I drank the whole thing. I went into, I don't know how to, God first blessed me to keep me alive. I guess it wasn't my time. And then when I snapped out of it and I woke up and I took a look around, I looked at my car, I'm looking at everything. I'm like, this can't be it, man. Yeah. This can't be my life. There's no way I'm going to end my life like this. This can't be it. This can't be the end.
True.
Then I called my friend who was down here 3 weeks ago from New York. He's a fellow 9/11 recovery worker. I said, I'm going to use the name Kevin, which is not his real name.
Right.
So I said, hey, Kevin, you know what? That road trip we were always joking around about? You want to do it? He's like, what are you talking about? I've decided to get out of New York. I'm leaving. Whatever money I have, I can't afford to live here because it's just the rent is too expensive with my income. I got to get out of here, Keith. or whatever the fuck. Let's just go. And me and him got in my car, and we literally came here blind. We went down to Pineville. I found an apartment. Thank God, at least, where they did the background check on me. Everything was fine, and moved right in and slept on the floor for like 3 months. I mean,
Yeah.
it's better than sleeping in your car. I mean, the man helped me get a couch.
Definitely is. Trust me.
That's why when he wanted to come down.
What happened to his sound?
Yeah, he just cut out, Mega Man.
Yeah, literally.
Sound
just really cut off. Yeah, but the sad part about that, I actually agree with MIGTOW Threads for the fact that I literally slept in my car and I actually took a shower at the gym, basically. And I used to actually park my car at a truck stop or like a the park. If you get on the turnpike, you get off at one of the truck stops. Basically, I used to take a sleep in my car, like leave there.
Yeah.
Go to the gym, take a shower, go to work, do the same thing all over again for a few years until I snapped out of my depression, basically.
Listen, man, listen. I'm going to tell you right now, that depression is real. Listen, most of us men have been there. We know what we're talking about. Listen, I can't say this enough right now. A lot of people hear about they suffer from depression. They suffer from depression, this, that, and third, and they may. Mm-hmm. But I'm telling you right now, as a man, and as men who have been through any kind of situation, any kind of abuse of by the system, and again, men not having any kind of safety net because, again, society basically knows it's disposable. Mm-hmm. When you reach that deep point of depression where you're sitting there, you're laying on your floor and you're looking up at the ceiling and you can't even move. You can't even get yourself off that goddamn floor because of the state of depression you're in. That is a scary place to be.
Yeah.
That definitely. Is a scary, scary place to be. And I've been
That's there. Definitely. What's up, Mr. Forma? But yeah, and the sad part about that, I think the only reason why I was able to overcome that, because at the end of the day, I was still going to the gym and I was still working out like a normal person. And I spent most of my time just working out. And the sad part about that, it's funny how working out and doing and trying to better yourself, like working out does for your confidence and your self-esteem. It boosts your self-esteem immensely. Working out every day, hitting the gym, taking a shower, feeling fresh and clean, and nobody even know the wiser about you. And it's you're just basically doing it every day, day in and day out, sleeping in your car, going to the gym. It's like you're able to snap out of that depression much fast without needing like a doctor or a psychologist for all intents and purposes, as long as you're working out, because you're working on your self-esteem and you're feeling you have a goal. You have an end goal in place to basically, whatever you're doing, that's your end goal, basically, to get out of what you're doing and simply just work out. Throw yourself into working out for all intents and purposes. This is simply why I'm a workout fiend for all intents and purposes. So anytime you can find me, if I'm not traveling, I'm always at a gym. And that's typically one of those things where I pride myself on doing every day. Every day I hit the gym. Every day. Unless I'm traveling, every day I hit the gym.
Yeah, like I said, though, I mean, just, I don't know. There's these points. I mean, and this is the difference.
You just hit mute on your mic.
Sorry about that. Well, no, but like I was saying, though, I mean, you reach that point. And if you haven't been there, people won't know.
MIGTOW Threads thought about selling his ass.
Yeah,
what the hell? I missed that part. Wait,
no, but on some serious shit though. He
got I know.
Doing some. I broke into a laundry rooms and sleeping. Dude, I understand, man.
I believe it. I understand that one. Shoot. Luckily, I had a car to sleep in because I don't think I would have made it.
Oh yeah, I mean, but you think about this. Women will look at you when you're in that situation. They're gonna say, "Oh, you're a loser." You didn't do this, that. Listen. I worked my whole damn life, saved up money, decided to go on my own to own business, and it failed. You know what I mean? I didn't put myself in situations, to become a failure. Women are the ones that don't take those steps.
Yeah.
And how do you have the right to tell a man that he's a failure when you haven't even made any kind of step in your life? You've been working part-time jobs your whole life. You've been taking out student loans your whole life. Just, the government can give you free money in terms of student loans, which you're not going to pay back to keep on living. When you're jumping from guy to guy as a means of just a obtaining resources. You don't know what it's like to struggle. Women don't know what it's like to struggle or to live. They don't know what it's like to be down. Women, all these women are on these prescription drugs for depression. What are you on depression for, woman? That's what I ask. What are you on depression for? What do you have depression for?
And the second, what you said about the whole entire, you're a failure as a man if you had to live in your car and stuff like that. I want y'all to remember this. I actually have a very nice paying job. And at the end of the day, at the end of the week, at the end of the month, after all my bills are paid, after one payday, my paycheck always, my account balance is always like between $4,000 and $5,000 for all intents and purposes. So to say I'm a failure that's like laughable. Like, I literally lived in my car and I still went to work and I still got paid a lot of money. So the sad part about that, I could actually afford to go do what I needed to do. Is just the fact that I was just going through depression at the time, which is typically how it works. So the neat thing about that is living in my car and going through that depression was actually a gift and a curse, for the fact that I was actually able to save money. The only money I spent was the gym membership and the money to get on the turnpike to actually park my car, and obviously gasoline and phone, obviously. But like, typically that's the only money I ever had to spend. And that's what all of like probably a grand total of like probably like $170 a month for all intents and purposes is what all I spent on trying to live for all intents and purposes.
Right. You know what, you look at these, and that's why I'm saying, you know, when most of us men have come out of this, and we've come out through the other side, and, you know, we've gotten past the red pill rage, we've now become, you know, ambivalent towards anything that women have to say. And, you know, once you reach that point, you finally experience what it means to be free, because you're no longer under the burden or the debt of any degree of feminist ideology, whether it be a single woman or whether it be society in general, which is, again, the alpha feminist, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're unbridled. You're free to do whatever you want. Like, for example, in the fall, I'm going down south. It doesn't matter. Come hell or high water, I'm going down there. It does not matter. You know what I mean? There is no second guessing stuff anymore. Once you've been to your lowest point, Tico, and you can't go any lower, then you're able to take any kind of risk, because you've already experienced what it is to lose it all.
Oh, definitely.
Once you've experienced that, you know, losing it all, you've been like going, okay, that which what I was afraid of, meaning losing it all, I've already experienced. So there's nothing more to fear.
Oh, definitely not. Because I always said, if you're not willing to, because my motto has always been, if you're not willing to walk away, don't get into it. If you're not willing to risk it all or lose it all, don't do it. Because at the end of the day, what that lets me know as a human being is you're not strong enough to get it back. You're not strong enough to work hard enough to actually have to remotely replace the stuff that you lost. It's simply how I view that. It sucks, but it's one of those things where, like, you got to realize as a human being, especially when it comes to relationships, if you're not willing to walk away from that relationship, don't get into that relationship, because it's just going to be a heartache for you when you have to walk away from that relationship, or when you're forced to walk away from that relationship.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, sometimes you get to a point, I mean, it's paralyzing.
Oh, it is.
You know, but like I said, when you get past the other side, you have no fear. I mean, you could take any of these guys out here. I mean, I don't know. Again, you want to take Shinobi Wan, he's going off grid. You know, you want to take Mr. Forma. You know, he's got his own business now. You know, I'm looking at myself. I'm going down south. I'm obviously gonna get a handgun. I'm gonna go experience real freedom outside of New York. I mean, we're all deciding these things somehow or somewhere. We've lifted ourselves out of whatever situation we were in, and the only reason, again, we can see the light, because listen, when you've fallen at the bottom of the pit and you're looking up, that's all you can see is the light. You've already fell to the bottom.
Oh, definitely.
And the fact that you survived that fall, you know, I mean, is really an attestament to you know, the mental fortitude of what it is to be a man. Again, this is something that, you know, a female will never understand, ever.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
And so you have these questions: why are men walking away? Why are they leaving the quote unquote plantation? Well, think about it. I mean, if
what is there to actually keep us there? What is the point of actually staying
a
when
vagina?
you're not welcome?
Yeah, I mean,
Huh?
I mean, a vagina, is that it?
Yeah,
That's all
right.
you
Yeah,
have?
like that's it. Like shoot, I can get that anywhere. I can pay for that if I really wanted that badly. Hell, I can sleep with a 1 or a 2 if I really wanted it that badly. Hell,
Right.
I don't even got to worry about that. There's women just literally giving it up because free sex and liberation, yay! Which once you think about it, after a while, women don't really come up with anything new because remember back in the 70s and 60s, it was a free love era, and women were giving it up anyway. So typically, women repeat the history because they can't really come up with anything new. Free love, free. Remember that during the 60s and 70s? Well, those of you who were alive for that,
Well, we
it was
weren't.
called the free love era.
We weren't. None of us, I don't think, were old enough to experience it. We might have been born in the late 70s, but I mean,
Yeah, but like, yeah, it's like you literally have family members that used to talk about being flower children and stuff like that. It's like,
well, right now, I mean, it's different, and it's much.
Yeah, I
that,
know.
it's not so much free love. It's you know, they'll give it up to again to whomever they can obtain more of the most resources from.
yeah, like a Van Rat to what's the name of that? Woodstock. Was a good one. Like I heard, like a lot of women they used to literally give it up for a rat to Woodstock.
Yeah, women aren't giving up that today. I mean, today you better have the narcissism. Okay, listen here. The narcissism is so great today that the woman puts her vagina on such a pedestal that she actually believes in her mind that it is worth, well, let's say if you were married for 20 years, how much money does a man make during those 20 years? We're just saying on a mean average, how much of that goes into the home, the automobiles, to the health insurance, to all these things. Women literally believe, which is probably, we're talking, if you're talking over 20 years, you're probably talking a good close to $1 million. If you're earning based on 50,000 a year, 100,000, when you make about $1 million, okay. But anyways, we're going to say a substantial portion of your earnings throughout your lifetime is going to go to her, all for that one thing, that vagina.
Yeah, that's it.
You tell me.
What else is you offering besides that vagina?
Right. I'm going to put myself in an early grave for that.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And you'll hear women say, well, you need us for companionship. What kind of companionship? I come home and you're yelling at me?
Yeah, like what's companionship? I can get a dog for that. Like,
yeah,
for the same thing that you're doing, I can get a dog for that. Well, you need sex, don't you? Well, I can actually get that if I really wanted that, and I don't really need you to get it. Sad part about that is, if I was willing to play the field and have a dog, I can actually have more sex than I would have get in the whole entire lifetime in a relationship.
Exactly. I mean, exactly. And here's the thing: men, for the most part, are minimalist.
Definitely.
Listen, we're happy with. Listen, I'm perfectly content with. I have my, my little hobby, which is I like to build and fix computers. I'm happy with that. I'm just happy with being able to come online. I'm happy to play my PC video games. I'm happy to go online and play some PUBG, Fortnite, or whatever. Listen, men are satisfied over that. That, and we have a pet. We're good. We have companionship. We have very little we need to to satisfy any kind of like little like earthly desires. Like I said, either they just playing some video games or having a hobby. We're content. We're minimalists.
Oh, definitely.
So for a woman to say,
anything I do, I'm content.
Yeah. So when a woman comes like, oh, well, don't you need companionship? I'll get a pet.
That's what I gotta. What do you think Winston's here for?
Yeah. Well, isn't your life boring? I'm like, no, I'm content. Just get hop my PC games. I'm content. Just listen. I'm content just sitting there, coming out and be able to talk to somebody.
True.
Listen. We don't need to put up a front. We don't need to strut around. We're not narcissistic.
Yeah,
they don't understand that. And then if the last thing I say, well, what about sex or what? Intimacy. Look, once I have my basics down, I have a pet, and I have my own my own hobbies. Look at. Anybody can get a piece of ass that'll sell.
Especially this day and age.
Yeah, you're not that important.
Yeah, like for real. Like I can go out to the local bar and get one. Like I said, there's a bar I used to work at where there was a chick that would literally give you head for a shot of E&J and a pony beer. Like, think about that.
Oh man, I won't. I won't listen. Listen, I don't. I'm gonna listen. I got a story.
And this was before fourth and third wave feminism.
Yeah.
That these women were doing this stuff. So it's much more readily available now than it used to be. So therefore, why do I need you?
Listen, I don't know about you, but E&J Irk and Jerk. No. Oh.
She literally used to like literally give you head if you bought her a shot of E&J and a little pony beer.
I'd be like, listen, have some class. At least ask for some Henny or something.
Well, she's giving you head. 9 times out of 10, she probably don't got no class at a dive bar anyway.
Probably ain't got no teeth.
Let's keep it 100.
Yeah, probably ain't got no teeth neither. But
well, she had teeth, but like I used to look at them like, ooh, how can you hit that?
Yeah.
Like, ooh, like I got standards. Like, and this is typically why I always was. This is typically what turned me off to black women working at that bar. This is typically when I actually developed my thoughts on black women. Is when I started working at that bar. Like, nope, can't do black women, can't do African American women at all. I'm sorry. But before that, the thing that turned me off from white women was that incident that happened to me at camp. Like, nope, don't like white women either. Can't do white American women at all. Nope. And it is what it is.
My experience with them is damn, I don't even know. For me, the problem with black women always was that attitude, that underlying attitude. And that's the only difference between that and the white women. Besides that, they're all the same.
Yeah. Because people will tell me, well, Tico, you date Latinas, they got attitude. You understand where their attitude is coming from if you date a Latina long enough, or if you know the Latin culture. You understand where that shit is coming from, and it's justified sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes it's justified. Like a good example of that is if the cartel princess is upset with me, there's an underlying problem for why she's upset with me, and I can actually determine why she's actually upset with me. Like a good example, if the cartel princess doesn't get sex for like more than like 3 days, I'm going to catch attitude. I'm going to catch all types of attitude about not giving her sex. And the sad part about she won't even talk about why she's mad at me. She would just give me attitude the whole entire time. When she gets sex, she's actually in a better mood. It's like another good example. If the cartel princess has an attitude with me, is usually because I fucked up badly. And usually I would have to fuck up to the point where, like, a good example of that was the one time I forgot to sign Laszlo's permission slip so he can go on his field trip.
Oh wait, I got something funny.
Ooh, I heard about that for about 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Like it's like, yeah. So like she was very upset about that stuff. So like usually it's something with the children, or it's because she didn't get any sex. This is typically why she's upset. She's not getting the sexual attention or the attention that she needs, and or the children. I messed up in where as far as the children is concerned.
Right. Well, the thing is, I mean, like I said, this experience with racism. Listen, my experience with black women, they'll cut you for no fucking reason. Sorry for cursing.
Yeah, you're fine. Listen, you're fine. This is your podcast too.
They'll go. Listen, but besides that, they're all the same. I mean, at underline, they're all the same. They're really all.
Generally, they are all the same. But the sad part about that is knowing why. If you can't figure out why she's upset, then there's no point in keeping her around. If you know the exact reasonings on why she's upset, okay, it's probably your mess up. It's probably her mess up. It's probably her mess up for not communicating it. But generally, you know why she's upset. If you don't know why she's upset and she's just upset all the damn time, get rid of her ass. There's no point in keeping her around. Like typically, I always know why the cartel princess is upset. Let it be the children or let it be her needs not being met. She's going to let me know.
Yeah.
Like the one, I think one time, like it got so bad to the point where like, she literally was talking like violence towards me. Like, because I remember the one time I was upset with her and she was on punishment. I was like, you're not getting any sex at all until I've determined you can have sex. So it got so bad to the point where she literally was threatening violence on me. She goes, nigga, I will tie you up and I will rape your ass if you don't give me no. Like whoa, whoa, whoa. Like,
Look,
no.
man.
Like, whoa,
Listen,
whoa.
I'll tell you about this girl that I dated that I messed around with in college, right? She was from, listen, you're gonna talk about New York City. She was from Flatbush.
Oh yeah,
She,
shit.
she was West.
I
She
already
was,
know.
she
Flatbush, I
was
already know.
she was West. She was West Indian, I think
Uh-huh.
Barbados, and
They're crazy about her damn selves.
oh man, that that was that was a crazy experience. But I mean, I'm like, oh my god, yeah. I mean, you just talk about, like I said, the underlying attitude. I mean, like I said, they're all the same. It's just that some of them have like added baggage. I'll just say,
hmm
yeah,
A lot of them have like added cultural baggage. Is usually what you got to
I'm
deal
going.
with.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Right.
Yeah, a lot of them have added cultural baggage. And the sad part about the understanding people from like West Indies and Latin America,
Yeah.
they typically all move to the same goal for all. They move through all through the same goal and means for all intents and purposes. When it comes down to it, it's typically how a lot of that works.
Mm-hmm.
But we always sweep it under the rug as, oh, she has an attitude. But the sad part about that, if you actually investigated it a bit better, they're typically mad because they're sexually frustrated,
Yeah.
or you messed up with family. Either way, they're going to be frustrated about one of those two things. Anything extra, she probably was born in the United States. Usually, that's the two things. Or if you're dealing with a Latina or a West Indian woman, it's usually they're mad at you because you're not being a man as much as they want you to be a man. Is another thing that you'll run into with a lot of those women too, and it sucks. But like you'll learn that a hard way, and it sucks.
Yeah. I mean, there's all the cultural elements to it, but I will say this though about with the white girls, a lot of them were, like I said, were Karens. You know what I mean?
Definitely. I hate
Always in
Karens.
always has to people business. Oh, who's coming on?
I'm back.
Oh, okay. What's up, Mega Man? What's up?
Yeah, sorry about that.
MAGA Man's back. His phone died. He came back basically.
Okay.
He came back. Yay!
I'm here, resurrected, baby. Yeah, sorry I missed out on that whole portion of the conversation, man. It's just maybe it's not meant for me to talk about.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, we're just discussing like different women or whatnot. But
yeah,
listen, I've been on here for 3.5 hours. I mean, I can head off now. I mean, if you guys want to keep it going, it's your show. But I'm good. I mean, I think I've said everything I need to say and more. We you might want to change the topic when you upload this. I mean, we went like everything. I don't even know what this stream is, like conscious stream of thought, MIGTOW conscious stream of thought or something. We covered a lot of stuff, guys.
The manosphere red pills the world. I mean,
yeah, and it was a lot of stuff, man. It was a lot of stuff we covered today.
Well, that's good, man. That's what needs to happen, man. More communication between all of us.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to at least share my experiences, man. I never want to see another fella ever suffer like the way I did. What I still go through.
Yeah.
To this day, man. I mean, like even last night, I wasn't feeling too good by the end of the stream because, what's going on with, with the liver and my spleen and everything like that. Once I start getting that pain, I'm pretty much done for. So today I'm just here being lazy, talking to you guys, which is, now, always a good thing, man.
What side is that? Is that on your left side?
Left side.
Yeah, it's on my left side.
It's on your left side, and it's I used to have that too, but mine was from stress. I used to have these pains, but I don't have it anymore, man. I've gotten past the red pill. Listen, man. I can't even tell you.
What's that?
I don't know what that was, but I don't know but yeah, the pain that I went through, man. I mean, I used to have like pains down there and all kinds of things. I mean, this is all psychosomatic. I mean, this stress will kill you. Listen, stress will kill you, dude.
Well, you also got to realize too, with the condition that I got from 9/11, unfortunately, it can actually go after the other organs. Over time, it happens. I've kind of accepted that already.
Yeah.
In my case, I've got it slowed down to a crawl. Now, because of what happened last week, obviously it was my son's birthday last Sunday, know, and I haven't seen my boy since all this happened. So, just, looking in their room right now like I am, I'm staring right at it. not having them in there, it's heart-wrenching, man. And I've even said this, stress can manifest itself into the physical.
Yeah,
And
it does.
that's what happened with me, unfortunately. It's manifested itself into the physical. So that's one of the things I'm dealing with right now, man. And any person that can't feel pain over their own kids, you're not a man, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
Yeah. People don't understand this. I mean, like I said, all of us are better off, though. I'll tell you what, though, Mega Man and Tico also, and everybody else that's listening, we're all far more well prepared than most people in this world now by going.
Yes, I agree.
By going through these things. But the fact of the matter that none of us committed suicide, okay, and we made it through the other side, makes us exponentially more prepared. So when shit does get really bad, we're going to be able to handle it a lot better. When everybody else is freaking out and everybody's losing their mind, it's going to be us we're going to have all our wits together, because we already know what's going on. We already know what happened in our own lives, and we've already prepared. So people can mock us. They can say whatever they want. They can try to guilt shame us. They can try to use all kinds of shaming language, saying everything. Oh, you guys are gay. Oh, you guys are this. Oh, you guys are this. At the end of the day, let me tell you something. When the shit collapses, these are the same people that are gonna have nowhere to turn to. And let me tell you right now, they ain't turning to me.
You better not turn to me either.
They're not coming to me. Nope.
Remember, I was gay, so I'm gonna need you not to talk to me. Bye, bitch.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Mr. Tico, you're so manly there. Ooh.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm gay.
I'm gonna start smacking myself with raw spaghetti thinking about you.
Right? Right?
But this is what they know. I'm saying this is where it's kind of come down to. I mean, listen, when shit goes, listen, I'm gonna keep my ammo dry, okay? And I'm not sharing it with anybody.
True story.
I'm not teaching you how to shoot a gun. I'm not teaching you how to protect yourself. Listen, I got myself, I'll have an RV, okay? And I'll have my fishing gear. I'm going to be good.
True story.
Listen, I'm not going to be in a big city. Again, not going to be in a big city. I'm going to have a weapon. I'm going to have an RV, and I got fishing gear. I'm good. What are you going to do when these people are going, what am I going to do? Oh my God. We have like martial law, or we have, a police state, or we have this, that, and the third. What are you going to do? Listen, don't come crawling to me, because I don't have enough time to waste, nor do I want to waste my time giving you enough red pill knowledge to bring you up to speed. And the only reason you're coming to me now is because all your creature comforts were taken away.
True story.
Where were all you people when my creature comforts were taken away, when I was at my lowest?
Exactly.
Where were you?
Right? So exactly.
You want to come to me now?
Let me tell you, Red Pill Radio,
Yeah.
You live in New York. I gave my heart and soul to that city. And forgive me if I'm getting a little political now. Don't you dare give those people another inch. They don't deserve it.
Nope.
For the few that do, fine. But the rest of them, don't you dare give those people an inch. They don't deserve it.
Because I've always said this, like I say, with like being a witness to a crime. If I'm a witness to a crime, I'm being a win worse than a criminal actually was. So you're going to have to spend all your resources looking for my black ass to remotely drag me back to remotely testify in court. The same thing goes for if martial law happens. I'll be in Costa Rica. Holla.
Yeah. You got some benefits right there. Like I said, I'm an RV, man. Look, I got clean water I can fish out of. I don't care. I'm good.
True story. True story.
Don't you
and I
dare
got purified water too, so I ain't worried about that.
Yeah.
I can purify some water in a heartbeat. Shit.
But it's just, reflecting on this whole conversation, man. It's just sometimes it almost doesn't feel real when you go through it.
Oh, definitely, and it doesn't all the time. And it's like one of those things where it's like you basically end up having to like it just feels so surreal when you're actually having a conversation. It's like it hurts, and it's like, but it feels good that you're having this conversation at the same time. But at the same time, it kind of hurts, and it's like you're getting stuff off your chest.
Yeah,
it's something that needs to happen.
Yeah, this is something Black Pill was saying too. the fact that you got a lot of people out there that unfortunately, yeah, they kind of do make the philosophy seem a little not what it should be, you know? But for the rest of us that are out here, like us three fellas, guys in the chat, you know, we talk about, I mean, regardless, you know, even last night having a good time. I wish I would have joined you guys, but it's just, you know, when you really peel away the layers, man, you know, how we're talking right now is exactly what society doesn't want men to do.
Correct.
Society wants to keep men silent, bottled up, and quiet so we don't cause problems and trouble.
That's
And the more we keep talking,
not according to feminism. You should open up and tell me your feelings. Hey, that's
tough nuts. Tough nuts, man. Listen,
tell me how you feel. Open up to me. Tell me what's going on.
Take a look at most of these feminists.
Like,
right? Most of these feminists look like a 16-wheeler that rolled over a hill in Alaska. Have you ever seen one of those accidents? That's what they look like. Most of them.
True story. True story.
Oh my God.
They're like a train wreck waiting to happen.
They look like a crushed tin can in a Walmart parking lot.
Some of them look like an exploding tin can in the Walmart parking lot.
You ever? Yeah, exactly. They look like a ball of aluminum foil someplace.
Look like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man or something like that.
Oh my
Half
God.
of them with purple
That's
hair.
what I was trying to say before my phone died out on me about the what was that, Bumble and all that stuff, man. You see what some of them look like. Oh my God. Oof. Half of them are all single moms, and the rest of them, I mean, God must have really, really, or maybe Jesus Christ himself, may the Lord forgive me, but probably had too much wine on Sunday.
Something.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to some of them.
God had jokes that day. Like, God was like, I'm going to make her a fat whale. Jesus, I'm about to make her a fat whale.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that. Didn't I mention that in one of your live streams before? It was like the episode of South Park where I think it's Kyle tries to bring back the Tequilaville. And they got like the rooster's head that they chop off to see what they're going to do financially. And they're playing a kazoo. It's kind of like that almost. It's a roll of the dice, man.
Literally. Like,
oh my God.
I always think, like, I'm not the most religious person. I'm a very religious person, but I'm not the most religious person in the world. So I always got religious jokes no matter what's going on. And I always said, like, I believe God has a sense of humor. Because if he didn't have a sense of humor, he wouldn't have made my black ass, because there was no way in hell where he thought, like, I'm going to make Tico an image of me. And, like, you can't say, well, Tico's obviously not an image of God. Well, obviously, I'm the image of God in the Old Testament, where I'm just flooding shit and burning shit to the ground. And that's pretty much Tico. I'm pretty much God Old Testament, if you want to look at it that way. Like, oh, really? Oh, this is what you want to do? Burn the city to the ground. Both of them.
No, if you want to convince yourself of that, all you got to do is just look at Danny DeVito.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's definitely a joke. That's like, and I think God has a sense of humor for that reason. Like, I got to make somebody that was me in the Old Testament. I got to make somebody that was me in the Book of Job. I got to make somebody that was me in the Book of Matthew. Like, it's one of those things where it's like he basically just spits out people based on how he was feeling that day. Like, I got jokes about fat women. I'm gonna make this fat whale.
Yeah, it's the island of misfit toys.
Yeah, literally.
I know one thing though. He made women in the image of Satan.
That too. Ooh, yeah, definitely.
Ooh. Original sin. Original sin.
We said it. Ooh. What, Adam and Eve? Yep.
Yep. Original sin.
The serpent. There are a lot of people say that the serpent was actually Eve. Would actually argue that the serpent was actually Eve, or the serpent was actually put there just for Eve to actually mess up on purpose, so she can actually get everybody kicked out of the Garden of Eden.
Oh, tomato, female.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people will say that the serpent was actually Eve. The serpent was actually Eve, and then some will say like the serpent was put there to mess up Eve on purpose because the serpent couldn't mess up Adam because Adam had a lot of logic behind him.
Or maybe she just looked at the two and she went for the one that had the bigger snake, if you know what I mean.
That too, just maybe, Eve was having an internal struggle. She actually was arguing with herself about eating an apple or not, and she was a serpent and she was Eve at the same time. It was just an internal struggle.
She was walking through the Garden of Eden. A cool breeze hit her. It hit her woman stuff, and it made her feel a little happy. It gave her a tickle. Yeah, so she couldn't choose which snake was which.
Well, yeah. There's that one too. Like I said, or maybe she was a snake, and she was just having that internal struggle with herself.
Yeah. Oh boy. You have no idea how hard I'm trying to censor myself, man.
Hey.
There's a lot I want to say on that. I'm not gonna say it.
It's like one of those things where I try to make the podcast so, like, to be serious. That way I can let loose on Friday, Saturday, in the live streams.
Oh my God. Oh, Eve.
I know, right? Oh, Eve.
It sounds like, is that Tico's neighborhood?
No, it's not my neighborhood.
That's me.
Shoot, that's his neighborhood. What you trying to say? I live in the hood
here
now?
they come. They're
I don't
coming.
live in the hood. Whatever.
No, you know what it is? I live right by a hospital.
neighborhood,
The hospital I was in last week is literally like 2 minutes from where I am, so I got a lot of ambulances.
Just because I'm black, that don't mean I live in the hood.
Why's it got to be like that for?
Right?
Wait.
Why's it got to be like that?
Tico, I mean, he's like, yo, hold up, yo, shut up, yo, shh, keep it down.
They're coming.
Keep it down. Wait, no, shh. What happened?
Right, we're in the center, right? We're in the center. They think they taking this couch. They got me fucked up. Let me stop.
Oh man.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
yeah, no. I'm a long ways from them hallways. Long way from the hallways.
Every door opens with the heads peeking out, looking down.
Mm-hmm.
They're all beating on the cages with a tin cup.
Uh-huh.
Hey, there he is. Hey, honey buns. Mwah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, long way from them hallways.
Tico.
Even when I came to America to go to high school, I actually went to school in a white neighborhood that was actually pretty affluent.
Right.
So like I never really got caught up in a whole entire like hood mentality. Don't get me wrong, I did spend time in the hood, but like I never really got caught up in a whole entire glitz and glamour of the hood. Because I'm from a third world country. Why would I want to leave a third world country, that hood, and come to like a first world country hood?
Nah, let me tell you, the hoods in New York City, I don't know if they're probably still like that now, man, but back in the 80s and 90s, man, it was a war zone, especially in Long Island City, between Woodside Projects, LIC, I'm trying to think where else. You had Queensbridge. Well, you had quite a few of them, and they used to go into each other's neighborhoods. And you know what used to start most of the fights between these guys? Somebody writing graffiti over somebody else's graffiti.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And it would literally go into like turf war, man, where guys used to fight each other. Like there were a lot of guys where I grew up in a building complex, but not like that, not like project style.
He's like living in Bed-Stuy or something.
Right, Bed-Stuy, right?
Yeah. No, Bed-Stuy and Bensonhurst to this day are still bad neighborhoods.
I know.
They try to gentrify all that, and it's still a mess.
Yeah.
It's still a mess. Sometimes, if it's broke, you got to throw it away, unfortunately.
And rebuild it all over again.
So where are you going?
They've been trying for years and years and years to fix these neighborhoods up. Yeah. They've been putting low income housing there and everything, but still, it's a disaster. But definitely. I mean, even to this day, I'm sure if you drive through there, it's not going to look any different. Because let me tell you, you're in the hood when you see a Mercedes-Benz or a Tesla parked out in front of a 3-floor brownstone with bars on the windows. That's when you're in the hood. At least New York style. I can't speak for the West Coast. But yeah, man, Atlantic Avenue, I think, is probably by far, like if you drive through there, going from South Queens into Brooklyn, you just take a look around and it's like, oh my God. And yeah, it was brutal, man. It was brutal. Guys are getting shot left and right, beat, just walking down the street, you get mugged. I mean, it used to be like that in Midtown Manhattan, too, as a matter of fact, man, before they gentrified that whole area. It was all porn shops and everything else. So they changed it around. But
yeah, what can you do?
Live here where it's peace and quiet.
True story. True story.
Get out of there, Black Pill, while you can.
Well, he's not in there. He's not there no more. He closed, but he's not there no more.
Yeah, get out before they won't let you leave.
Yeah,
because I remember he told me, oh, I moved away from that and I live in this neighborhood. I go, you do know it's only a hop, a skip, and a jump from where you live, right? You really didn't move. You really didn't move anywhere. You do know this, right?
No, but like I said, I'm going. I said, it's. Listen, I know the election's coming up, and like I said, by November, I'm gone. Because I mean, I'm not gonna live. Listen, the shit's gonna hit the fan. I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen in December or January. 2 months after the election, but I'm just saying it's gonna hit the fan.
It is definitely.
I'm not staying. No.
Let me tell you, my dude, to watch them run roughshod through Midtown Manhattan, going to the Diamond District, and then going all over Brooklyn, literally firing gunshots. And then look what happened with that one young black kid walking his daughter that got ambushed by some dude in the car and shot him dead right in front of his kid. New York is dead, man. Places like this are dead. They've been dead. They're going to continue to die.
You want to know the funny thing about all that stuff? I mean, it's not funny, but you want to know the funny thing about that? They're all ran by Democrats.
Yep.
Yep.
And I hope it doesn't happen here in Charlotte, because I'll pick my ass up and get the hell out of here too. And I'm starting to see signs of it now. I've been here now for about 5 years, give or take, and I'm starting to see little drips, little pieces of it here and there. I think that's more because it's COVID. Maybe I'm looking a little too deep into it, but you're starting to see a little bit more garbage outside. You're starting to hear a little bit more noise out there, a little bit louder music, with the exception of, the sirens here because the hospital's right here. But you're starting to see little signs of that down here starting to show up now, because now everybody's fleeing down here. They're coming from New York. They're coming from New Jersey. Like, I see a lot of New York, New Jersey. I see a lot of Georgia license plates because Atlanta's a mess. Very rarely do you see California license plates down here. Sometimes you see them on U-Haul trucks, but rarely you see some California. I've seen Delaware license plates down here. The one rare Rhode Island license plate I've seen down here, but everybody's coming down
Rhode Island, though? Damn.
Yeah. No, you do see them down here. And the thing is, unless you're buying a property or a house down here, your next best bet is to, live in a small apartment complex like I do. They're not buildings or anything like that. They're mostly 2 to 3 story apartment complexes, like these little, I guess you can call them micro neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Where they got the community pool, they got the dog park, and garbage pickup and things like that. So, but you start to see it here a little bit now.
We got a lot of micro communities like that in Florida. Community apartments, the swimming pools, the tennis courts, the saunas, the everything.
Like Pineville, for example, in South Charlotte, where I lived when I first came down here, was gorgeous. It was absolutely gorgeous. And then all of a sudden, I guess people that, I guess you want to call them, well, charlatan is really not the proper word, but I mean, they have their own description here of what they call people from Charlotte. But people that were already living here that were originally born in Charlotte now left and went to places like South Carolina or Tennessee, or, they moved out west to even in deeper red states. So now I guess you can call people, the term that they use for people like myself would be called the implants. So now we would come in. I left New York in New York. I left my New Yorkness, except for this disgusting accent of mine I'm trying to get rid of. Despite my best efforts, it's not working. But except for my Giants jerseys, everything else I left in New York. But the problem is the people that are coming in now after me within the past like 6 to 8 months is where you're starting to see a little bit more of a decline in how, like even a place like mine, for example. Once again, I might be looking too deep into that. It just might be COVID and people being lazy, because they have a tendency here of not touching the garbage compactor because they're afraid they're going to, get AIDS or whatever the hell it is on a handle for the compactor. But you're starting to see like, garbage all over the place. You're starting to hear a little bit more noise at nighttime, louder music. That didn't exist when I first moved here. So you're starting to see little signs of it beginning to show up here. Like I feel there are nights sometimes, like I'll go into like my friend's complex. He happens to be Costa Rican like you, Tico, my friend Esteban. I go to South Charlotte and it's like going into East Elmhurst sometimes. I'm not making fun of the music. Don't get me wrong.
Whatever. Don't make fun of it to me.
Yeah, man. It's just like, holy cow. It's like going into East Elmhurst all over again.
Well, that part about that, Costa Ricans tend to be more conservative and more their Puerto Rican or their Dominican counterparts. We tend to be more like we tend to act. We might play the loud music, but we tend to act more like white people.
Oh man, let me tell you, I almost swore there. I messed him all up. Let me tell you, when I first met him, he walked right up to my door and knocked on my door. He's like, "You're the first white guy I'm friends with." You know, he said that when I first met him, and I polluted him. Like I taught him about Yingling, German schnapps, beef stew. Like I completely ruined him.
Oh, good Lord!
I absolutely destroyed him. But you know,
when he goes home, his mom's going to talk trash on him now.
But man. But let me tell you, I've never seen a more dedicated man to the place of his birth than he is, because he talks about Costa Rica all the time, man.
Oh yeah,
he showed me photos and videos. You know, but
I do that in my live streams. I do that in my live streams.
I saw even last night you were doing it. I think. Yeah, it's beautiful, man. But you know, he's been telling me some stuff that's going on down there. Like they're really trying to push like this environmentally conscious stuff with
that's what they're doing basically.
He showed me all of that.
Well, no, because the sad part about that is what a lot of people don't realize in Costa Rica is we're trying to be the first green country in the world by a certain time, but they beat that because they pushed it so heavily and so hard. They became the first green country in the whole entire world, which is actually pretty funny.
Yeah, he was telling me about that. Like they would literally not everything. Like plastic is like a big no-no over there.
Oh yeah,
no plastic bags.
Definitely.
No bottles. No, none of that stuff. And especially like going into the ocean trying to fish all that stuff out. He showed me videos.
Yeah, they literally go to the ocean and do that stuff. Like here, it's like it's just there, or the trash is on the street. There, it's like, oh no. You can go to jail you can actually serve some serious time if you litter in Costa Rica. You can serve some serious time in jail for littering in Costa Rica. That's how bad it is. Like, you know, it's one of them things where it's like when I came here, I'm like, ooh, they put that on the street like that? They don't care about the garbage can like that? And it's like, ooh, y'all live like slobs here. How y'all live in a first world country? Y'all live like slobs. And it's one of those things that bother me.
Dude, that drives me up a wall, even right outside my door sometimes, man, because, you know, you got during school days, the school bus drops them off right here by the exit to the complex where I live. And you got the kids, they walk along here and they're just throwing their stuff all over the place. That's what convinced me to get like one of those old people claws to pick up the garbage. Because I can't stand looking outside, man. If you ever seen some of my videos, dude, I got cherry blossoms right outside. It's a real nice piece of property where I live, but it's just the people themselves, man. You know, I got no problem with the environmental stuff as long as it's not to obscene and ridiculous levels, man. I mean, I've seen
I understand the environmental stuff to a certain extent, but when it's first time I have a problem with it. But then when you actually see the afterwards, I was like, you know what? I don't even know what I was even mad about. This actually up my property value.
All you have to do is just go online and look up the Gowanus Canal in Brooklyn, New York. If you want to talk about a pool of sludge that is a waterway in New York, look up the Gowanus Canal. And the thing is, being a journeyman plumber, like I was for 13 years, a lot of New Yorkers don't realize how bad the beach water really is. Because in New York, what they do is that when it rains,
Coney Island, Coney Island whitefish,
right?
Yeah, the system,
you know what that is?
the system can't handle it. So what they do is they open up the floodgates, and all that gray water, all that dirt water with the bottles and the bags and dog feces and everything else gets washed into the rivers. And people don't realize that the water's the brackish water is like that because of all that polluted garbage that's being flushed into the river. Yeah. And because the fresh water meets up with the ocean water, people don't realize they're literally swimming in sewage.
Yeah.
When they go to the beach in New York.
For people out there listening, they don't know what a Coney Island whitefish is. It's a condom that washes.
Oh, yeah. I haven't heard that in a long time.
I know.
That's why I just shook my head and laughed and said, yeah, I know what that is.
Oh, my God. I haven't heard that term in a long time. Daddy, what's that? It's sure not a jellyfish, son.
It's a Coney Island whitefish. Do they taste good? No. Let's just go.
Dad, look what I caught. Son, you just might want to put that down. Daddy will explain when we get home.
Literally, yeah.
Jesus. Oh, man. But some of the stuff, like, I mean, you had some dude years ago. You can look this up I think the videos are still up on YouTube. But some dude literally put himself inside of like a scuba suit and literally had to wear a rubber over his junk because he wanted to prove a point how polluted like the waterways are. So it was kind of like one of those environmental statements. He literally swam into Gowanus Canal, one of, if not the most polluted body of water on the entire planet. If you've ever gone by there, the smell of the sulfur, dude, it's gross. You'd vomit. You'd vomit instantly just with the smell alone.
You guys are too cool for school. That's funny. I never heard that in a while.
I just read that now. Oh yeah, Americus, what's up, dude? Yeah, you guys are too cool for school.
Right?
Hell yeah, man. But yeah, that Gowanus Canal is nasty. I mean, I know they've been trying to clean it up for years, but sometimes just pour some concrete over it, man.
True, very true. It was definitely not worth it after a while. It's like,
no, it's definitely not. I mean, for years and years and years, that waterway, if I remember correctly, was all industrial. You know, especially New York being the city that it is. You know, part of the 13 colonies. You know, when it was established here, you know, it was very, very industrial, and nobody knew any better at that time. And they used to dump everything into the waterways. I mean, to this day, they're still pulling stuff out of the rivers and all the waterways from like back in the 20s and 30s and stuff like that. Until finally, like, the environmental laws started getting more strict. So, but the Gowanus Canal is just something completely different, man. I mean, you go in there, you're coming out like the Toxic Avenger. You're gonna look like that dude from RoboCop when he ends up getting
Toxic Crusader.
that's what you're gonna look like, a Toxic Crusader. I mean, it's gross, man.
Yeah,
it's I feel so bad for my old hometown, man. It's just so sad seeing it decline like this. You know, and I talk about this all the time. Just the slow fall of a once great metropolis, man. It's just done. It's done.
It definitely is. Yeah, it's sad, but that's the way how you gotta treat it.
Yeah,
he's not there. That's what he said. Luckily, he's not there.
Where is he?
He's actually in Pennsylvania somewhere.
Oh,
somewhere in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, my dad's hometown is about 10 miles away from where Flight 93 came down in Somerset County there. It's actually really nice. It's a coal mining town that they actually finally, thanks to Orange Man, brought back to life, because coal was like the lifeblood back there. And then, of course, you know, our wonderful socialist former president there, Obama, shut everything down. So once they got the coal mines going again, the town has been completely revitalized. Everybody's happy and they're working. And you see the freight trains going by again like they used to. I mean, it's awesome back there. It's a real red, white, and blue town, man. You don't have an American flag on your property, they look at you funny.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like that.
I'm here to support Vice President Joe Biden.
He did not do that voice. Wow, of all voices, wow.
Wow.
The scary part about that, when he made that speech, he wasn't too swift on Joe Biden.
No, he wasn't.
He actually threw shade at Joe Biden in his speech too, if you paid attention.
This is a new opportunity for America. It's a time for, you know, he's always like, you know, where, you know, Bush was always leading. He was always like leading. You ever notice that? He was always like leading when he'd speak.
Mm-hmm.
Like you tell he was like thinking of something. He was leading into something, but then he'd forget what he was saying.
Yeah, literally. I was like, leading, but I forgot.
I was explaining, Peyton.
Yeah, and then he'd like give that smirk like he thought he was smart. Tourist.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember my brother. Yeah, I asked my brother. I said, "Brother, what you got down there in Florida?"
That's pretty good.
He said, "There's a lot of tourists down here." I said, "Tourists? You want to send the military down there?"
That's really good.
Not terrorist. Tourist.
Tourist, I know, right?
Tourist. Terrorist. I said, "Tourist. I'll send the military down there."
Wow, that's really good, man.
I know. Then his father, remember his father, 1,000 points of light, not gonna do it. Remember that one?
Yeah, George Bush Sr., yeah.
George Bush is a good president. He was different. But I don't know, yeah, all the presidents, man, I don't know, they're all New World Order types. Even it was like, well, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. You know what I mean?
You're pretty good at this.
I know, right? That's the bad part.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Blue Pill. We are going to take over Gotham.
That's Yamstick. He always does Bane. That's Yamstick. He loves doing Bane. But in fact, he done it a couple times last night in the stream. He does Batman too, really good.
Well, you can try if you want, but the city will show who is capable.
Where's the broom? I was like, oh shit. Oh my
Let me see if
goodness.
can I do it under this? Like I literally have to put like a piece of glass or plastic in front of my face to get that Bane resonating voice to come out. I'm kind of like looking around my kitchen here like a dope.
Yeah. I be doing that Bane voice quite often. Matter of fact, he done it in a few live streams before too. Like he's crazy with that Bane.
Where's my little garbage can? It works best with that. I did this once before. There it is. Let me see here.
Does it sound like Bane right now?
Yeah.
Come in! Take control of your city.
That's pretty good.
Let me see here. Well. Good evening, Commissioner.
Yeah, that's Joker. Well, I think that's Heath Ledger's Joker, matter of fact.
You know how I got these scars? Let me tell you. So, my father was a drinker and a fiend. His voice is a little tough because I have to like drop my voice all the way down, unfortunately. Yeah. But everything else is easy. Like, why so serious? Like, that's easy. But to get that low octave, man, like I literally have to suck on like a Vicks cough drop or something to clear my throat. It's tough.
You know,
Like if I choose to, I could do Starscream from the Transformers.
Yeah, true. That's a good one. Oh, good Lord.
Here we go. So, yeah, I used to be able to do good voice impressions, man, but over time my voice got way too gritty, and there's only a couple voices I could do like that. But that George Bush and that Obama, man, that's scary, dude.
Yeah, I know, especially that Clinton. Both Bushes in that Clinton.
Yeah, Clinton is pretty scary.
Yeah.
Oh man, you know, because you just grew up listening to these people. You know what I mean? They're just part of your life, and for good or for bad. And if they have like a unique, everybody has a unique pitch or a unique voice.
Yeah, even Ronald Reagan had a unique pitch and voice.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. He sure did.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Well, Mr.
Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Gorbachev, I had spoke with Casper Weinberger. You know what I mean?
That's better than mine.
Good Lord.
Oh my God. Casper Weinberg. I don't even think that guy's alive. I don't think any of those guys.
I haven't heard that in years.
Zbigniew Brzezinski's dead.
What's that? What do you say? What's that? Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
Oh, Ruth Bader, more like Darth Vader Ginsburg.
Yeah, at this point, dude, she's got to be 3/4 android by now.
Oh yeah, she's like 100 years old.
How the hell is she still alive, man? They must be injecting her with Ozzy Osbourne's blood.
Adrenochrome.
That too, yeah.
How the hell is he still alive?
That's kind of like that one lady. That's kind of like that one lady that got shot on Capitol Hill after voting against the gun law, and she went back to vote. She made it back to vote after being paralyzed for a while in a wheelchair.
I think who is that?
Who's what?
The woman. Which woman are you talking about?
There was a woman that was in Congress not too long ago. I think during the Obama administration. Apparently, they were trying to go against gun. They were trying to they were basically saying gun regulation is wrong and this, that, and the other. So they shot up Capitol Hill. And then all of a sudden, everybody got everybody realized how their mortality after that. And now they're actually acting all somber, but they didn't touch anything dealing with the gun bill. Despite the fact that, they all got shot by a crazy deranged man who shot at the Capitol building, which is actually pretty funny. Like, you would never think in a million years that somebody would shoot at the Capitol building.
I know.
You know who I thought you were talking about, like when they had their Democrat versus Republican baseball game.
Oh no, I'm talking about the one where they were all literally walking into the Capitol building, and a crazed man basically came up and shot up the place. and a few people got shot, a few people got maimed. The person got, I think one of the senators actually got killed or something like that. But the one lady was like paralyzed, and she literally came back to vote for the Affordable Care Act in a wheelchair.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I gotta look that up. Yeah,
What the hell was her
gets
name?
by me. Yeah, Yeah, it gets by me at this point. I don't know.
I can't remember her name, but she literally came back to vote for a bill in a wheelchair. They were saying how brave she was coming back and voting and just to vote for this bill to pass. I'm like, that's not brave. That's called a narrative that you're trying to push, or that's called what's the word we're using earlier? That's basically an agenda you're trying to push.
Agenda.
Yeah. It's like that's just nothing more than an agenda. That's not brave at all.
You know what? We need to change this word up. We need another manosphere word. We need to.
I made up MIGTOW Stomp last night for my Nintendo live stream.
What does that phrase mean?
MIGTOW Stomp. Basically, I was live streaming. I played 3 games, finished 3 games completely. Metroid, Super Mario 3, and Mega Man and Mushroom Kingdom. And 2 of the, I think, what the hell's her name? One of the characters from Super Mario Brothers 3. One of my viewers on the live stream, we were joking around while I was reading the comments. I forgot what the name of the character is, but it's a female character. And I'm like, we're going to do the MIGTOW Stomp on this biatch. And we coined the phrase MIGTOW Stomp because we had Mario jumping on a female character to kill her.
Oh, good Lord.
So we made up the MIGTOW Stomp. So that's what I'm going to use from now on in my videos, the MIGTOW Stomp.
Oh, good Lord.
If I attack feminists or anything like that for next time. It was just hilarious last night talking about it. So now every female character I came across in my live stream, get her, go get her. Here we come. MIGTOW Stomp. Boom, baby. So
mine is a
yeah, I think it was that's how I think it was. It was definitely Gabbard. Guilford. I think that's who it was.
Tulsi Gabbard?
No, not Tulsi Gabbard. Gabby Guilfords. I think that's who it was.
Oh, she's a guys. She's a dude. She's an athlete, isn't she?
Well, I think she's also a senator.
Oh no, I'm thinking not athlete. Yeah, she's. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Gabrielle Giffords. Yeah. Yes, that's her.
Gabby Giffords.
Yeah.
Was that her? Yeah, I think so. Was she shot?
Yeah, something like that. I remember that. I don't pay attention to these leftists. Obviously, the person didn't get the job done right.
Oh, good Lord.
That's probably why the name doesn't ring any bells.
We at the Tico Tren channel do not support this.
You gotta put up the warning label, the parental advisory label. We here at the Tico Tren channel do not support the opinions expressed within this podcast.
We're merely trying to do an educational podcast.
You're gonna have the dude from the dude that's always doing the movie commercials and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Tico Tren doesn't. I sound more like that dude from Dragon Ball Z. What's going to happen next week on Tico Tren's live stream when a bunch of guys come in here and they start joking around? We're going to find out on next week's episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Right?
Yes, the word that I wanted to create was the vagenda. Instead of agenda, the feminist agenda is the vagenda.
Definitely, I agree with that one.
The
vagenda.
Yep. That's the feminist agenda, the vagenda.
Oh, I got a question. Hold on. Is it pronounced vagenda or vagenda?
I don't know. Any way that works best. That's what I say.
Huh. Options. I like that.
But yeah, that's my. Hopefully, it catches on.
The vagenda.
Vagenda.
I'm for it.
It sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, from now on, I'm going to 10 or 12 videos I pump out. It's all going to be hashtag vagenda.
Yeah, right?
The vagenda.
Everybody's going to be like, what the hell is this vagenda? I don't know. I have to ask with the consortium first. I have to go into a meeting and get permission to see if I can discuss this new secret hashtag we got.
Yeah, I think, did she actually get shot, though, is the question. This is attempted assassination. They weren't actually going for her. They just shot up everybody. So that's the sad part. They shot up everybody.
still trying to think. You got me thinking. I
think
remember
that
the
was her.
story. Yeah. I remember the story, but I don't. Just the name doesn't ring any bells. If it's a leftist, it's no wonder.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
All right, she was in a coma. This was her. She was actually in a coma, and she basically came back to vote for a bill. Basically, matter of fact, they all gave her a standing ovation. They all gave her a standing ovation when she actually got wheeled in. When she came in, basically, that's exactly who it was. Now she looks much older. Now she looks like she gained weight and she looks much older now. Like, oh God, what the hell happened to you, lady? They all gave her hugs and stuff like that. Gave her a standing ovation when she walked in the room. Everybody from both sides literally gave her a standing ovation. Even Republicans gave her a standing ovation.
Wow, doesn't ring
Yeah, I
any
know.
bells. Is that wrong of me not to know this lady?
Well, the sad part about that. She's from McCain State, Arizona. She's a Republican from. She's a Republican from. She's actually a Republican. She represents the what district? The 8th district of Arizona.
I got some things to say about.
She's literally in Congress. She was literally in Congress the same time McCain was in Congress. So this took place. As a matter of fact, this took place before John McCain actually went for surgery for cancer and before he decided to pull the plug on himself.
Mm-hmm.
Well, before that. So like, yeah, it was her and it was him.
Well, I got some negative things to say about good old Mr. Senator McCain there. I mean, he threw us under the bus when it came to the Zandroga bill. He was one of maybe a handful of senators that tossed us under the bus, that refused to support the 9/11 community. Yeah. When the Feel Good Foundation was going to Washington to knock on all their doors, he was one of those guys that was like, yeah. Okay, yeah, all right. Next. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, especially that they went down there, you know, the Feel Good Foundation went down there again and again and again and again. And he was one of those guys that shot us down.
Yeah. It's sad, but it happens a lot. It happens way too much lately.
Yeah.
In this day and age, and it's sad. It's very sad. It shouldn't even be like that, but it is.
But, well, they pursued it. And we finally got it. That's what I'm covered by, thank God. But McCain, I mean, I'm not going to get into the whole rhetoric about what Trump said about him. You know, I think saying that he was a coward for getting caught or whatever it was that he said. I'm not going to get into all that stuff. All I know is that, you know, when it came down to the nitty gritty, when we needed his help, he wasn't there for us, unfortunately, in the 9/11 community. So
true story.
Doctrine of Jezebel. I'm just looking at the comments here. Yep, exactly, man. The Doctrine of Jezebel, the hashtag Vagenda. I love it. Loving it.
There is no hidden agenda.
There is no hidden agenda. Wow.
We're going to have to make like one of those, what do you call it? Mission Impossible openings. Dun, 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 dun.
Mega Man exposing the hidden agenda.
Oh my God! What was the name of that TV show back in the days? Oh no! It's at the tip of my tongue. Oh God! It was like what are those shows? Like if you have any information about this missing person, call up so and so number. What was the name of that TV show?
America's Most Wanted. Unsolved Mysteries.
Unsolved Mysteries. That was it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I remember that.
If you have any information on this female, don't hesitate to call MAGA Man, Tico, Tren, and Black Pill Radio on YouTube.
Please don't call me over no woman. I will hang up on you in a heartbeat. Okay, click.
Hello, is this Tico, Tren, Red Pill? No, it's a Chinese restaurant. Don't call me again. Click. Hang up.
Oh man.
Hello.
Hello. Who das?
Is this Tico Tren? You want that fry or pick up?
You tell me. I come in 15 minutes. You stop calling my restaurant. I come in 15 minutes. I don't call no more.
You get away from bar. You too big. You too fat. You can't
how many
time
times you call for ketchup? I don't have a ketchup. It's a Chinese restaurant. No ketchup here.
No ketchup.
Soy sauce. Soy sauce.
Duck sauce. Sweet sour. For real.
You got to get creative with phone calls like that. I'd be
Mustard
like,
sauce?
so who am I speaking to?
The number you have reached is no longer in service.
Right? I've actually did that to somebody once. I actually picked up my phone and said that. They actually believed and they hung up.
It's like, remember password when you're a kid? The password.
Mhm.
The
Yep.
password is. Like, first of all, why are you whispering? It's not like anybody can hear in the audience anyways. The password is Vagenda.
Oh my god.
The password is Vagenda.
You do realize once this live stream is over, I'm going to go to work trying to conceive of an opening for my videos now. With that.
I want this word to be spread. I have not copyrighted it. It's open and free for use.
Oh, so now he's implying if I use it, I'm going to get sued. Lovely.
He said it's open and free for use. He said.
Oh, did he? Ah, sorry. Never mind. My bad.
Yeah, it's free to use.
I'm going into my think tank right now. I'd love to come up with some kind of opening for this now.
I know, and I would just need like a big channel to take it up. Hi, Sandman here. You've been hearing the Vagenda.
That would be funny.
Suck the cup, brings the water like a duck.
Just beware with your swing twangs.
And cheers.
Today's topic is going to be about Vagenda. This comes from Black Pill Radio. Thanks for the donation, Black Pill Radio.
Yeah.
Yep.
All hail Vagenda.
Let the Vagenda begin.
Oh, goodness gracious.
For the Vagenda. Gotham, be ready for the Vagenda. Keep your children close.
Y'all are too funny. We've been going on for about almost 5 hours now. Good Lord.
Yeah, you got another stream coming up.
I know.
Oh, shit. What time is that one, dude?
That one's at about 7.
Around 7.
I actually had to think
What's that
about
one
that.
about?
That one's about, I have no clue because Gruda Ghost is bringing a topic and I just got to run with it.
Gotcha.
That's typically how those streams usually go. Unless it's like something like this where like we already one of us two already came up with the topic and we're just going to talk about it. Whereas that one is like Gruda Ghost usually comes with a topic and usually it's a topic on something I usually talked about during the week or talked about in the past few weeks. So I tend to remember that stuff. So it might be something I did a live stream on already with Gruda Ghost because usually that's what the live streams are about when he comes in. So I got to remember that. So I got to remember what video he's talking about and just run from there, basically.
Understood.
I have almost 550 videos on his channel.
Well,
I think I've uploaded a grand total of between both channels, all the channels that I had English speaking, I think I uploaded a grand total of over 1,300 videos.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I know.
Avoiding
I haven't really been keeping track of that stuff. Usually when I do my videos on my channel, it's just, spur of the moment. I see something on YouTube or something on TV or the news, and all of a sudden, bammo, idea, video. I really don't keep track of the stats or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The only reason why I know that is because I was looking at something the other day, and it said I was looking at something because I was actually going through my I was looking at because somebody was asking me about how many women actually, what's the percentage of women that actually watch my videos, and I realized that I was actually only I think 4 off from 550 videos on this channel. I think it was like 543.
Yeah, if that's one thing I'm surprised about, at least on my channel, I do have, I want to say maybe 5 or 6 females that are more into the less lethal sector of my channel. They comment quite often. I actually have a good base of viewers and subs that are always commenting on my stuff, which is pretty cool, man. But then once I throw out,
Go ahead, you're fine.
No, go ahead, dude. I'm good.
You're fine. No, you said you have a good base.
Yeah, I actually have a pretty good base of viewers and subscribers on there. But now I started doing all this Nintendo stuff. Now I got people asking me, "I'll play more Nintendo on my channel," only because I accidentally discovered that now at this point I can live stream through YouTube's streaming service, which I had no idea I can do. So
you need 1,000 viewers to do so.
Yeah, you need 1,000 subs and 4,000 views, or 4,000 total views to get that.
No,
I didn't even know.
You actually just need 1,000 subs to just do live stream. But what you need is now, if you want to get like monetized, you would need like 4,000 subs. I mean, 4,000 views basically go with it. Sad part about that I got. About that is I don't even have that many subs, but I have that many views.
But
I have nowhere near the amount of subs that a lot of these other channels have, but I have that many views on my channel alone, which is sickening.
Yeah, I know there's no way they're going to monetize me at this point, man, with the amount of stuff that I talk about and the kind of stuff. I mean, I'm like, yeah, let's just skip over this guy.
Yeah, you're not
so,
dude.
I'm not getting that. I'm not even going to try. It's too much fun. I have way too much fun making fun of stuff and making fun of these ideas. But man, does it trigger some people out there? I'm not going to mention names here for good reason, but I got some wolves that are out there that would love to take a bite at me at this point. I'm not going to say who they are, but I'm almost tempted to re-upload some videos that I took off of YouTube that I really wanted to clean up a little bit, just to kind of like, just to mess around with them a little bit, to trigger them even more, to see what they would do or how they would respond. But I'm like, nah.
Are you still in? Do you still talk with Penny?
Oh, wow, dude! I am trying to stay as far away from all of that as humanly possible, and I've only seen one comment from her. I think as of last night was something I posted on some trolls page from like 2 months ago. That's like old news because of all the drama that went down.
Yeah.
But I pretty much clean house. Like, it's rare for me to delete my videos, but just for the sake of peace, to get away from all that stuff, because we all know the story. I'm not going to get into it. But I decided, all right, I'll take the videos down and just let's go away. You know what I mean? But there's still
have to be a jerk video about the video. The comments under the videos. That way they leave me alone. Like, oh, see, he's going to do that now. See, that's not right, Tico. How are you just going to pick on me under your video? Because I can. Because it's my videos. Yeah. That's simply how I deal with a lot of trolls. I troll trolls.
Well, one of these dudes actually shared one of my videos who's been itching for me to do a quote-unquote debate, which I know all it's going to be is a shaming fest. Because I'm a Trump supporter.
Setup. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you something.
It's exactly. I mean, I saw through it from day one that he mentioned it, and that you mentioned. I don't want to say her name here on your stream, Penny Proud. Let's just get it out of the way. But one of her little pals has been trying to get me to debate him. But I already know what it's all about. It's a setup to try to accost me. How dumb do you think I am?
Is it Big J or Big whatever?
Yep. Ding, 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 ding. You said it.
Because there's nothing they could say to me that would actually shame me.
Yeah, but I was on the stream with him and you. We were both in there that one day.
Yeah, and the thing is that we kind of caught her in a bit of, I don't want to say a lie, but it was very suspicious.
Yeah,
because of one video in question that I saw that it was gone. He saw the same video, and that's probably like the only time we ever agreed on anything here on YouTube. But it's just, listen, man. Not for nothing, as a content creator, I've noticed right away, except for, fellas like yourself, when we talk about this sort of thing, which is why I appreciate, Tico, you do these live streams, man. It helps me out quite a bit. As a matter of fact, to get stuff off my chest. But a lot of these other cats that are out there, man, it just, they love that attention, man. They just love that. Yep. They want to be they want the spotlight put on them. So as soon as somebody has a spotlight, say like, for example, like Tico, for example, whatever cool video you make or live stream, the spotlight's on you, and they get offended by that because now no attention is on them.
Mm-hmm. Right. We'll even go as far. I've heard somebody say that I heard somebody in their camp actually talk about my video very positively. Somebody in that camp will come over and give me a thumbs down because somebody in that camp actually liked my video. Like, wait, what? You hater? Like,
yeah, I'm trying to stay away from all that as much as humanly possible, man, and just focus on my own content. That's why I decided I'm gonna. With my channel, man, I'm trying to mix it up a little bit. I want to talk about like my personal issues, which I do quite often, Now that I learned that I could do this YouTube live streaming through their service, that's going to be like my goof off live stream to do like Nintendo stuff now. I guess that's because I got quite a few requests to do it. But otherwise, like I want to talk about the less lethal stuff. I want to make memes. I want to keep it interesting and fresh. But then you got this other crowd that's out there. It's like, man, just like you got you and I got me. I got my crowd and you got yours. We're not bothering you. Don't bother me. You know what I mean? And it's just like it's just feeding for like. I guess once they get I don't need, forgive me for sounding like I'm bragging here, but as my channel grows and grows and grows, I've noticed a lot more people are looking for just that little bit of extra attention, and I'm not going to give it to them.
Oh, man. Oh, you want to talk about glory seekers. Oh, my God. People that
hate that stuff, man.
The narcissistic Phil. Oh, jeez.
Tico's the only one that likes me. Yeah, it depends on which way to win. It depends on what day. Depends on the day. Wait a minute. What happened with you, two Zangs? I heard you talking about something up here about like you said bye and somebody said don't let the door hit you or something like that on the way out. Hit you in the ass on the way out or something like that. Who said this crap?
Here, see, like I'm even reading your comment section right now. Dozings and games.
Yeah.
I mean. That's what I'm talking about, man. Like cool stuff like that. I enjoy, man. When the audience responds, that's what keeps me going, man. Like what you do in your live streams, it's fun.
Somebody told him when he was leaving our live stream because he said he was tired that don't let the door hit you in the ass or some shit like that. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, man.
Who told you this? I'll kick their ass.
Yeah, but. You got to keep it fresh, man. You got people that are out there that are just like insufferable sometimes.
The guy in the ring. I know you're talking about. He was just joking. He's a smart ass. He's just joking.
Yeah, he's cool, man. But it's just in general, like you get, that's why I love. I appreciate you always inviting me on, man.
No, you're talking about that was Screwhead. He's being a smart ass. He was just joking.
Yeah.
That was.
Oh yeah. Well, he's good. Let me tell you, he is good with his jokes. I got to give it to him, man. He's really good with his jokes and one-liners.
Yeah, shit. I had a lot of good jokes and one-liners last night too. Like, I was just fucking with seafood badly.
Oh my god, that's when I decided I'm stepping out. I'm just going to be a participant. I'll watch in the audience. You guys have it out, man. I'm sitting here. That's why I took the photo and put it on my community page. You see my feet in an empty bowl of spaghetti. I'm like, yep, this is what I'm doing. Oh my god, man, that was fun just listening to you guys last night.
That was some funny stuff. I hope to have live streams like that all the time on Sundays and Fridays, basically, just to let loose.
No, that's cool, man. Once I get myself a better setup over here, hopefully, I get something better going even for my channel and stuff like that, man. But I come over here, dude. I really appreciate you like having guys like us on here, and even for myself, just to let loose for a little bit and kind of like get all that stuff out and just talk the same talk like you guys are talking, and it's awesome, man. How much like the manospheres kind of like come together now, man. It's awesome.
Yeah. Because I basically try to do it basically just to keep everybody confused on what's going on and how can we get these men, and if we're all having fun, it's kind of hard to get us for having fun unless you can find something about us that we said that you can flag us for, but it's kind of hard to get people for having fun.
No,
that's typically how I want everybody to actually see. It's almost like Manosphere Marketing 101 type thing. So it's one of those things where it's like you think everybody's bad. Now we're all sitting here joking and laughing and talking about children and stuff like that. How bad are we really? So it's basically like Manosphere 101, Marketing 101. It's simply why I do those streams. Like, don't get me wrong, I plan on doing more serious streams, but I usually leave those for podcasts, and I tend to only let like 4 people in maximum. That way I can keep control of it and they actually stay on rails. Because I notice if you have 5 or more people, it tend to go off the rails off into like the left field and stuff like that. So it's like, as long as I can keep 4 in here, 4 is usually the magic number where everybody stays focused, and we're not talking about left center field, or we're not talking about like other stuff. Usually, anything that's talked about usually has anything can connect to it. It can either fall off into the black pill or it can fall off into the red pill. But either way, it's all connected for all intents and purposes. Whereas if I get 5 or 6 more people, it's like, we're not talking about space. We're talking about toddlers with tiaras. Like, how did you get to space with this?
Yeah, I'm not even going to do any more MIGTOW live streams on my channel. I'm just going to come over here from now on.
Oh, good Lord. You better send
No,
something.
I have a good time over here, man.
They know. Oh my goodness.
But
yeah,
watching you guys last night, man. When I got out of that stream and I'm sitting here eating, I'm like, oh my god, it's like MGTOW Hollywood Squares. It was epic, man.
Yeah.
that's a high hitting. Don't make me jack you up today. It brings me on for live streams. I got 10 or more people. No, I don't.
That's funny.
I'm just making up shit now. Oh my god, but yeah. Oh goodness gracious.
Let me see here. I'm just reading through your comments here quick.
Me too. Like I'm just laughing at some of these things. Hidden is a nut. Hidden is a nut.
If there's one guy that's a lot of fun to listen to, because I had him over on my channel, man, MGTOW in the win. He is epic, man.
Oh yeah, he is. He
is epic. Dude, he's such a trip. He's so cool. I had him on one of my live streams one time when we were there. I think it was one of my first live streams. I think before I started coming over to you. It was myself, New Era, MGTOW, and I forgot who else was on there. I think Screwhead was on there with me too. I think I did a 4 or 5 way live stream. And it was a lot of fun, man.
Apparently you had beef with Yam, and Yam ended up on the show too, or something like that. Y'all ended up on the stream together with Yam, because apparently y'all had a little bit of a misunderstanding.
Yeah. You know what happened? It was something that he said in the comments, because that was the time where all this drama was going down, and unfortunately, like, I had to go through all the comments because there was some really bad. I'm not going to repeat it here on your channel. Let's just suffice it to say there were certain very, very spicy comments left directed at me, towards me, threatening me, etc., etc. So
I got her basher when you said that spicy comments.
Yeah, I had to. No, it was pretty messed up stuff, man. So I literally had to go through the comments, and I misinterpreted what he said. Clearly, it was my bad. And then, excuse me, if not for MGTOW to win, he's like, let's straighten this all out. And I did the live stream, and he came on, and we apologized and shook hands and whatnot. And now we are where we are at this point, all because of MGTOW to win. He's a good guy, man. Oh, by the way, he's in the chat. There he is.
Yeah, because I remember he came to me. He says, I don't know how I did it, but apparently I got beef with MAGA Man. He says it's on or something like that. And I was like, what the hell did you do? And I was like, who the hell did you do? And who the hell is MAGA Man?
Yeah, that's it. That's the strange thing. When I first got into this, I literally, it's hard to explain how it all started, man. I mean, when I came onto YouTube originally last year, I was talking more about like my personal issues, and I became very political, talking about like pro-Trump, pro-America stuff. And then it started to turn more towards like the self-defense stuff. And then that's when I finally discovered, MGTOW because of my stuff. And then it kind of took off from there. And that's when all of a sudden all these MGTOW people were coming onto my channel. Then the aforementioned famous troll that everybody knows in the community started coming over to my channel, and the haters started. I mean, it was a mess. My channel was a complete mess until I started getting to network a little bit and getting to know the manosphere a little bit more and commenting on certain people's channels. And then the big drama happened. And that's kind of like where I finally found my groove, where I found my center, exactly where I fit in, where I belong, what I want to talk about, what I don't want my channel to become, and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of like where I found my footing here on YouTube. And it's just taken off so much, man. And, and getting to meet fellas like yourself, Black Pill Radio, and MGTOW to win, all these cats, man, just such good guys, man.
Yeah, definitely. Because like the sad part about that, like a lot of like pretty much between Yam, because Yam usually comes to me when he has a problem. He goes, Tico, do you think you could probably talk to this person for me? I go, who? What person? He goes, oh, this person. I'm like, who the hell is that person? I don't even know that person.
That was the thing. I literally showed up out of nowhere. I came out of no place. See, the thing is, back in the days, like when I was at Occupy Wall Street, I had a YouTube channel. Since I was part of that goofy anonymous stuff wearing a Guy Fawkes mask, like Shinobi does. He wears those Guy Fawkes masks.
Yeah.
But we used to do that because I'm a graduate of 4chan. Now I'm too old for that stuff. But then once I got more serious with my music, my old YouTube page for my former band is still up there. I think we got like 8 videos up there, like studio videos, like garbage stuff. And then, like I said before, once all this stuff happened with me in New York City when I first moved down here, that's when I decided, you know what, I kind of need an outlet to talk about this stuff. There's got to be other guys that went through what I went through. And that's how I found out about the acronym. Now, there's a certain YouTuber out there who I kind of looked up to for a while, which unfortunately, because of the aforementioned drama, I decided, you know what? I'm going to have to prove myself to everybody and prove myself to all these guys and just be myself. Because to be honest with you, man, this is probably the most I ever talk, in all honesty. Coming, especially as a former New Yorker, I'm used to being sociable and stuff like that. But since I moved down here, I pretty much keep to myself. And I really don't talk that much, to be honest with you. I become more of
down there.
Yeah, I become more of an introvert these days. I think I found, because of what I went through, I think it kind of humbled me a little bit. So I've become more of an introvert. But, I find now that, networking with, the manosphere like I am now with yourselves here in the live stream and in the chats and even over on my channel, man, I found myself, I guess, finding myself again, listening to like what you guys are talking about with your experiences, listening to what other guys are talking about, and going into your crazy live stream like last night and listening to all that and just listening to guys laugh, and having a good time. Yeah. For me, it makes me feel good, so I'm still, I guess finding my place, not just in the manosphere, but like, even in my personal life too, because in my personal life, I pretty much keep to myself all day. And this is the most I talk to anybody, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and the sad part about that is like everybody always laughs about it. Like, Tico, where do you find all these people you found in your live stream? The sad part about that, they found me, because a lot of these people show up in my comment section, talk about, oh, I gotta be in one of these with y'all guys. Y'all guys were having so much fun, or I'll get video, or get like this. This is typically why I check my messages all the damn time, because I enjoy my messages and I enjoy interacting with people on my messages, and like I find like the random most funniest people in the messages. Like I remember the one time, black red pill philosophy actually came in my comment section, and he said something very snide. Now, if you know anything about me, if you say something snide to me, I'm going to respond very snide to you. So typically that's how that exchange actually went for a little bit. And I go, yeah, and you are, and I like literally when I say, and you are, like, it's like, oh yeah, I'm such and such, this and the other. I go, oh, okay, like I'll have to check out your channel. Most definitely. Then he goes, "Oh, I didn't mean about that. It came off wrong. I'm sorry. This is It's basically those are back and forth in exchange before he got invited onto a stream, and then Money AD did the same thing too, but he didn't. It wasn't a negative exchange. He basically says, "Oh, I gotta check this out. This is hot right here. This is real hot right here." And I'm trying to copy his voice basically when he was trying to say in my comment section. Then MAGA Man actually came in and he goes, "Oh, I never seen this channel before. I like this channel. I got to get in one of those streams. I definitely got to get it." I think he said something. He says, "I definitely got to get in one of them streams." I was like, "Okay, you could just a man. Don't ask, just a man."
No, it's a good thing what you're doing, man. Because I wanted to do this over on my channel. Just to get a bunch of guys just to BS on, BS about just about everything and anything. But then, once you started getting more. I mean, I don't know how long you've been doing it, but when I come over here, man, I feel so relaxed and so in the zone, because I'm around other guys, man. Sometimes guys need to be around other dudes just to talk about dude stuff.
Yeah.
Guy stuff, you know what I mean? Talk like guys, laugh like guys, joke like guys, and I for one appreciate it, man.
Apparently, yeah. So, Duzangs actually got told about me through Freaky Jersey Tales, which sounds like a scary proposition. Like, I don't know what the hell Freaky Jersey Tales said about me to Duzangs, but it sounds scary coming from Freaky Jersey Tales. Telling somebody, you should go check out Tico. Oh, well, FYI, he's this guy, this, that, and the other. I'm like, oh, God. I can imagine.
Because I need to be around my fellow assholes once in a while.
I can imagine what Freaky Jersey Tales said to Duzangs in a private conversation. I can only imagine the shit that he said to this guy. But, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I actually enjoyed Duzangs for that reason. And the rest was history after he came over.
Now, I like that what Hidden MIGTOW said, that MAGA Man goes after the sphere after a hard day. Yeah, I can be pretty rough when I want to be. Oh, man, when I want to, I'm on your live stream, but when I want to go to town on somebody, man, when I really want to isolate somebody and go to town, Oh, forget about it. I open up a can of whoop ass, and I've done it before, man. Because sometimes some of the stuff that's out there, dude, I just have to like, oh my God, what am I looking at? What am I listening to? Just to the point where like, Tico, where are you? I need a laugh.
The sad part about that is like even if I'm not doing a live stream, if you send me a message or something like that, or put a message under one of my videos, either I'll read it or one of my children will read it and be like, Daddy, they want you to do a live stream. Okay, fine. I'll think up a name for it and I'll get on it.
No, that's a good thing what you're doing, man. It's a really good thing to bring a bunch of guys together and just, let loose.
All I really want to do, and that's simply what I do naturally. But I try my best not to make too many of them because I don't want to really. I'm trying my best not to step on other people's toes and take their shine away for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
So I tend to do it very gingerly.
Yeah. No, that's a good thing, man. And I see how everybody reacts, man. Even if I'm sitting back and just listening to you guys, BS with each other, I'm here having a laugh just listening to you guys laugh, man.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a really good thing what you're doing, man. And to be honest with you, I want to really.
All I want to do for men in the manosphere, basically, have an outlet to laugh, but be serious the rest of the week, and then when the weekend comes, be a weekend rebel and just laugh.
I don't blame him. I don't blame you, my dude. There's still a lot of stuff I haven't talked about. Even on my channel, there's still a lot of things I want to get out in the open there. Still paperwork I want to put out there, like what we were discussing earlier before, the whole family court stuff.
I actually have a Title 4D server if you want to join it.
Let me see here.
In Discord.
You want to put it in the comment, and I'll just copy it into my book?
I'll put it in a private one because I don't know who's lurking in the background, so I'll put
Gotcha.
it.
I was just going to say that. Yeah. All right. No problem.
I'll put it. Hang on. Let me go get it now.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate that.
Wait. Okay, here we go. Let me go log into Discord so I can grab that.
This whole time while you and I have been BSing, I just made myself a big pot of spaghetti and clam sauce.
Oh, good Lord. That sounds good.
Now, is that we got a red sauce or you got a white sauce?
No, the white clam sauce is the best, my dude. I put I get the Progresso.
Okay.
And I use 3 cans of the stuff, but I put a little bit more olive oil in there just to give it a little bit more consistency. Just by itself, it's a little too thick.
Yeah.
So I'll do that, and I'll throw a little Parmesan cheese just to kind of loosen it up a little bit. Oh, it's good.
You should put like a clove of garlic in that bitch.
Oh, definitely.
Progresso's already got enough garlic in it as it is.
What about where'd you get the clams from?
No, it's Progresso. Progresso clam. It actually comes in cans.
Okay, man. Did you ever Oh man, I love. Oh man, do you ever have like linguine and mussels?
Dude, I am a seafood junkie. Mussels, scallops, baked clams. Back in my old hometown in New York City, City Island was the place to go up in the Bronx. Because it's literally, I think, almost 2 miles of nothing but seafood restaurants on both sides of the street, all the way through the bay, up in the Bronx. They would have shrimp the size of your thumb and bigger.
Yeah,
lobster. My favorite seafood is definitely stuffed baked clams, but the big ones, the top necks.
Yeah.
Not the nickels, but the top necks. I love those things. I haven't made them here yet since I moved to this apartment, but oh, dude, a little bit of 4C breadcrumbs, some lemon juice. Oh man, dude, if us fellas were together, forget about it, man. Barbecue on, baby. But yeah, I'm a big seafood junkie.
Yeah, I
actually have an extra layer of protection if somebody actually sneaks into it. I actually have an extra layer of protection where you can't see anything else.
I used to go to this Greek restaurant.
What, Waldo Aldo?
I don't
even know who's Waldo Aldo?
Who said that?
Apparently Waldo Aldo's in the chat. Somebody said Waldo Aldo. Black Pill Radio said Waldo Aldo. Who's Waldo Aldo?
Oh, this is one of do we really have to talk about this? This is your live stream, dude. I don't want to bring that stuff in here, man. I'll mention it quick. Waldo Aldo is one of these penny proud trolls that goes after Money AD. He went after me once to try to frame me as a racist until I tore his video apart. It's just don't even pay attention to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's move along. But yeah, man, I'm a big seafood junkie. I love lobster. I love crab legs. There's a place in South Charlotte I love going to that's got those big king crab legs. I'm talking the ones that are like almost like 3 feet long, the big ones. I love them damn things, man.
Yeah.
I'm not too much of a fan of oysters, though.
No, I raw oysters are good, but nah. Listen, if it swims, I eat it. I mean, I had
If it swims, I eat it.
Yeah, I went to this.
There's this bicycle here. It came down to Mon.
Yeah.
You want to eat it?
Oh no!
I'm messing.
No Coney Island whitefish. Okay, we got that. So
no.
Daddy, look, it's that white fish again. Can we cook this?
No, son. You might not want to do that. Daddy will explain when we get home. Let's just put the fish back in the water. Let him swim away.
Yeah,
our trip.
Oh my God.
I used to go to this Greek restaurant, man, and they had this one food. It was like, I don't know, some kind of, it was fish. None of it was fried. It was all in garlic sauce. It was fish, shrimp, mussels, crab cakes. Fuck, man, it was a lot. I mean, it's just like, man, I was in heaven. I would eat that, and I would just be like, scallops. I was just like, oh, and that's just expensive too. But I was just like, man, this is good.
One of the most expensive foods or dishes I think I ate. Oh, what the hell is that steak place in New York City in Williamsburg called? Oh, I forget it. It's by far one of the most famous steakhouses, but I didn't really think anything of it when I tried it. Oh my God, my brain is farting right now. I can't think of the name of it. There's two of them. There's one in Brooklyn. There's one in Long Island.
Well, I thought are they still around?
Yeah, they're still out there. It's right by the Williamsburg Bridge. Oh my God, I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, whatever it is, the freaking steak, when you get it there, I think starts at like $50.
Sounds like my type of restaurant. Keep all the weirdos out. That won't shoot up the bag.
Pretty much.
It's too expensive. It's that expensive. It's too daggone expensive to shoot up the place because you pay too much money to get in the first place and eat.
Peter Luger. That's the name of the place. Peter Luger.
Okay.
There's two of them. Yeah. They got some damn good. I mean, it depends on how. They get big T-bone steaks in there with all the trimmings. Like you can get like German crepa. You get chocolate pudding pie. All the goods. I think a plate per person, I want to say it's like $75, $50 to $75 a plate or something like that. But man, it's good eating. Let me tell you.
Apparently, he says he works alone online.
I got no hate with him. He hasn't done nothing with me. I'm good.
Well, I don't know who he is, so that's why I was asking. I have no clue who he is.
Yeah, neither do I. Yeah, it was interesting how he tried to frame me as some sort of racist until I tore his argument completely apart. This is one
apparently
of
he works alone online for all
trolls,
truth, resolutions, and humor.
Yeah.
Apparently, he was trolling Penny Proud for a minute there too.
He still is. He or she. I have no idea. They actually made a special video about me trying to claim I'm some sort of racist because I used it. I was repeating one of our fellow brothers' MIGTOW videos. Because you guys know JD Miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. He uses the same catchphrases all the time. So what I did is I jokingly and satirically repeated his catchphrase. And this Waldo Aldo person trimmed and edited the video in such a way to make me sound like I said the N-word blatantly to try to frame me as a racist. When all I was doing was just repeat. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. That'd be like repeating my phrases and say he's racist against Afro-Latinos.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
And then I completely obliterated that argument with a follow-up video. Like, I'm just repeating what this dude is saying. Go on his channel. Anybody can do it. And he still does it to this day. It's whatever. Yeah. I don't even pay attention to it. Whatever. Yeah, meat sticks.
Everybody, and the sad part about that, everybody has a catchphrase.
Yeah.
Everybody has a catchphrase. And like, all the content creators have their own little things and have the little sticks and their own little catchphrases that they use to actually make themselves unique from all other content creators. Like my favorite one that's still used to this day that I very rarely use is "fuck you, fuck your face, and fuck your dick."
I'm only going to acknowledge. I'm going to
That's
acknowledge
like the
this
funniest
once.
one. I think that's still the funniest one ever that I actually used.
Allow me just to acknowledge this one comment that I'm reading right now. MAGA man may have changed his racist lifestyle after recent exposure. Asshole, excuse my language. I was never a racist to begin with. You were just thriving and looking for attention because you have a problem with certain guys in the manosphere. And you came across me and I destroyed your argument. I was never a racist and never will be. Nice try. Have a nice day.
You do know
Sorry
his
about
children are half and half, right? That kind of sort of makes no sense if he's
Yeah,
racist.
half Colombian, half German.
Like,
Dimwit.
that kind of makes no sense. That ranks up there with the next one that America's DeVille said in the live that he was in a live stream with me on. Tico is a white supremacist.
What?
Yeah, I was called a white supremacist. Yes.
You're the darkest white man I ever seen.
I know, right?
Dude.
The darkest white man I ever met. Too.
That's some suntan you got there, my man. Gee willikers.
It's the Nigerian tan. It's the Nigerian tan.
Oh my god!
I got called a white supremacist. Matter of fact, Black Pill Radio was in that live stream too when I got called a white supremacist.
I think what I said was that you were what was the character from the Dave Chappelle show?
No, it wasn't that one. That was before that one. That was before that. You said that before that one. That one was like it was literally like the New Year's Eve one. And I got called a white supremacist by a guy who says he doxes people for a living or something like that.
Now who's that character though? In
Clayton Bigsby.
Yeah,
white power,
white power, right?
Go after all them. I'm not going to say the word. Go after all them.
Yeah, right.
I hate all them. White power.
Yeah, I know that was the funniest shit in the world. But I got called a white supremacist on New Year's Eve, and it was like the funniest thing ever.
Man,
no offense.
I would have a problem if you couldn't bend at your knees and your elbows if you understand the joke.
Yeah, right. Right.
Oh my god. Yeah, some of these people out there are just ridiculous with all this stuff.
Yeah, they definitely are. You just gotta laugh at them, and it's all about fun for all intents and purposes. And I tend to always keep myself out of all the bull crap for all intents and purposes. Like if I don't know you, there's probably a good reason why I don't know who you are for all intents and purposes. It's one of those things where it's like either come find me or and I'll weigh your character and I'll decide if I want to let you in my stream or not for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
And if I do let you in my stream, just know it's going to be a long, slow roast on you before like another Friday Night Blaze shows up and your ass is the one being blazed. If I let you in the stream, usually it's for my own. It's for my own amusement for all intents and purposes. If I usually let somebody in my streams,
I try to keep the peace in the manosphere, man.
I try to keep the peace too. But if there's people that are like saying stupid stuff that don't need to be said, just know it's a long, hard roast before I actually roast your ass. So I enjoy your embarrassment the whole entire time. I'm a sadist. There's a reason why they call me internal sadist. So I enjoy your embarrassment the whole entire time while you're being ripped apart until I actually make a stream called like Friday Night Blaze or no Ox shit or live streams like that where I tend to destroy people and call them out their name for all intents and purposes before I put them out. It's like one of those things like, nope, you've been weighed, you've been trying, and you've been found wanting. But yeah, it's just stuff like that. Like it's like I try my best to keep the peace, but it's like one of those things where like sometimes you actually got to be the dick. Sadly, and Mega Man fell out. But yeah, this has been going on for a while now.
Yeah,
we actually have 5 hours.
I might as well close up shop. But thanks for everyone coming out. Yeah, I don't know anything last stuff I want to say is, guys. I don't know, man. Just be prepared. That's all I can say. You know what I mean? Just keep on just being prepared for whatever happens. We live in a world that's But I don't know. It's just not. It's not conducive to success of most men.
Definitely.
And, just keep your heads up and stay positive. Keep moving forward. And I don't know. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. And the sad part about that is, like I always say, look, it doesn't matter what you do or what you're going to do with yourself. As long as you're in there to improve yourself and be better by yourself and always work on yourself to make yourself a better version of you, that's all that matters to me. It don't matter how slow it takes you or how long it takes you to do it. As long as you're doing it, that's all that matters to me.
Stay on the grind, man.
Always stay on your grind. Always stay on your grind and never change for anybody and never change it up for anybody. Stay yourself and stay true to yourself. Because nobody can ever be mad at you for being true to yourself. I mean, they can, but it'd be stupid. It'd be stupid to be mad at you for being true to yourself. So nobody can ever really be mad at you for being honest. Well, they can be mad at you for being honest, but they can't never be mad at you for lying to them. It's typically what I say about that. Because you've always been honest. Like I always say, I'm an honest criminal. I might be a criminal, but I'm an honest one. The most honest criminal you'll ever meet in this whole entire world. I'm the type of nigga that'll shoot you in the face and wait for the cops to come. And I'll let them sort it out. And free Kendall Rican.
Really say, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say free Kendall Rican, man. Oh yeah, he's still in YouTube jail, right?
Is he? He should be out by now, unless he's on strike 2. He should be out by now unless he's on strike 2. Like I'm hoping he's not. If he's on strike 2, he's going to be in it for 2 weeks. If he's on strike 1, his ass should have been out already. But I digress.
The only thing I could say, is just guys, keep in the zone, man. Keep your head held high. Keep your pride and your integrity in place. Don't let nobody break you. Don't let nobody tear you down. Just try to stand strong. This world is upside down and inside out, man. And you just gotta take a look at it. And I look at it more as like being a spectator at this point. I look at it as like if I'm out in like the nosebleeds and I watch the world below me and I keep an eye on things, man. Just be safe and don't let nobody tear you to pieces, man. It's a hard world for guys out there these days, man.
True story.
The only thing I can really say is just, stay on your toes, stay strong, keep yourself fit, make sure the bills are paid, you keep a roof over your head. I don't got to tell you guys things like that.
Mm-hmm. Black Pill Radio, Bill Cosby is free, by the way.
He is.
Like, wait a minute. Bill Cosby, like, wait a minute, he is free. Now, we at the Tico Tren channel do not support this statement.
Those of us at the Tico Tren channel do not support statements as this. Those comments are only by the ones participating in the live stream and do not reflect the station itself.
As a former president of the United States, I do support this channel. I've always supported Tico. I've always believed in his message. Along with myself and Vice President Joe Biden, we do approve of this.
Oh, good Lord, Joe Biden. I'm deleting my channel tomorrow.
Do me a favor, Obama. Go take your globalism and go over there in the corner and sit. We're going to make America great again.
I'd like to invite former Vice President H.W. Bush. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to.
Wow. Listen. You're fake news, okay? You sit down over there. You're fake news, okay?
Y'all are dread.
At church, I remember my dad. He said, son, go in there and watch Tico Tren.
I would not be shocked if George H or George W was actually watching my channel. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
That's my wife Laura. I said, Laura, let's go watch this guy.
He's a great guy, a great American guy.
And that's why I came here to suggest that you should watch Tico Tren. Dude, one of these.
Obama, listen. You and your policies didn't work for this country. You and your socialism. Go in the corner over there with Hillary and go sit down. You're all going to jail.
I love that. You're all going to jail. We're all going to jail.
You sit down. You're all fake news. You're all fake. Sit down. Sit down. You're all fake news.
The only fake news that I see is the fact that Any other channel out there except Tico Trends? It's not providing the red pill message.
Oh, wow. I got no comeback for that one.
Wow, that's a good one right there. I can't even top that one. I'm not even going to try.
You win.
We're all going to jail. Oh, FYL, shout out to MXR Plays. That's where I stole that from. We're all going to jail. But yeah, y'all have a good one. Be blessed.
Guys. Be good, guys.
And
Yes,
because we
sir.
done drug this on long enough, and I've pretty much held everybody hostage long enough too.
All right, peace.
Y'all
I'll
have a good
probably
one.
see you at
Peace.
the next one, man. As a spectator. Take care, brothers.
All right, you too. All right, be blessed,
All right.
y'all. Be good and have a great day. See y'all for the Ghosts and Sadists live stream later in about 2 hours. Good Lord. All right, bye. Top this Oprah. That's a good one. Top this Oprah. Wow, that's crazy.